Chapter 2501 Wasteland Battlefield on the Sea. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo-Fan continued to watch the clips. He soon realized that the things he could learn from them were fairly limited. He needed more time to recover his energy, but he could still study the Sea Skeleton King from far away without being involved in a fight. It would be more effective than surfing clips on TikTok at home. He left his apartment and headed out to meet up with Dangling and Jiang Shaoxu. Zhao Manyang was injured while he was stopping more sea monsters from entering the Huangpu River. He would have to rest for a while. Clips of Zhao Manyang's brave actions were spreading among the students now. The jerk had managed to grab a lot of attention. Countless girls were smitten with him. The more Mo-Fan thought about it, the stronger he believed Zhao Manyang was the writer of the post about him. Once he defamed Mo-Fan, he would be able to lay his hands on the beautiful juniors of the Pearl Institute as he pleased. Mu Bai isn't coming either. Jiang Shaoxu asked him, concerned. He's one of the leaders of the South Wing platoon. He's currently busy going to different places helping the people. It's better being a free man. I can rest when I want and help when I feel like it without any burden, Mo-Fan replied glibly. Since he had not joined any organizations, he could just take some time off when he wanted, without being restricted by duty or obligations. When are you going to earn the title of senior hunter? Otherwise, it will be hard for us to obtain the insider information we need. Dangling berated him. Great idea, assuming the Magic City's Hunter Union is still standing. Mo-Fan answered. The battlefield and the city were only a dam apart. Streets full of pedestrians were located right below the dam. It was not like the city was not evacuating the people to safety, but not many places were truly safe at the moment. Humanity's safe zones had shrunk significantly. The cities were the safest places left. Once the cities fell, they would find monster dens everywhere they went. The dam was heavily guarded by soldiers. The Mags had lined up like a wall slightly higher than the dam. The magic barrier's arc of protection ended just a little in front of the dam. It did not waste the slightest amount of space. Flying creatures were occasionally spotted roving between the clouds and the sea. Most of them were creatures like vultures, who did not involve themselves in fights directly. They had their eyes fixed on the dead and the dying creatures, both humans and sea monsters. The residents of the Magic City staying on higher floors could easily watch the battlefield. It was likely the successful people who liked to stay above everyone would be enjoying the scenic view with a glass of red wine in their hands. Have you fully recovered? Jiang Shaoxu asked curiously. We are just taking a look on the outskirts. We aren't going into it, Mo-Fan reminded. He was as useless without energy as any other mage. It won't feel great just watching without getting into the action, Jiang Shaoxu complained. Dangling rolled her eyes at the two shameless people and shunned, there's still an underage here. Dangling, you know too much. The young girls are like this nowadays. They know a lot of stuff at a young age, unlike me. I still thought holding hands would make me pregnant when I was around the age of 15, Jiang Shaoxu remarked. Dangling activated the proper mode of ignoring everything around her, putting on an expressionless face. Whether the person was a human or a dog, she would just treat them like crying crows. They left the barrier and crossed the dam. A strong smell of blood promptly assailed their noses. Mo-Fan had long gotten used to the smell, but Jiang Shaoxu was irritated by the odor. Meanwhile, Dangling, who was brave enough to dissect any creature's corpse, was walking calmly down the street. You guys are pretty bold. Do you really want to keep going that way? A battle mage asked them. They were from the Magic Association, and had just retreated from the front line. They were sitting on the balcony of a damaged building instead of resting back in the city. There were many buildings in the area. The balconies of the buildings were the main platforms the Mags used to move around after the area was submerged. Summon vines had been tied between the buildings to use as bridges. As for places without many buildings, wood and stone was piled up for the Mags to walk on. Many Mags were non-swimmers, so they needed places to stand, similar to the maritime battlefields in Japan. The trio followed the bridges as they headed toward the sea. Almost every platform and tower was stationed with mags. They were either awaiting orders or resting. Most of them were treating injuries. Those who were covered by blankets or clothes and lying still on the ground were most likely people who had sacrificed their lives. The fighting was intense. The force exerted by the Sea Skeleton King when it swung its arms around casually could easily destroy the body of any intermediate or advanced mags. The basic mags had to stick close together or they were going to die crazily fast. Hey, you three, if you go further, you will be entering the battlefield where the Sea Skeleton King is. You shouldn't be here just to get some attention on the internet. You won't even know how you died, a seemingly strict mage of the Magic Association warned them. The man had thick brows. His frown gave him the appearance of an unreasonable fellow. We are mags too. We only came to learn more about the situation. Don't worry, if anything happens, we will run quicker than anyone here. Mo Fan called back. What an idiot, the man snarled with a strong bias. As the group went further ahead, they stumbled into ever more soldiers. The military was holding the front line. The other organizations were mainly playing a support role, providing the army with backup. Brother Fan, over here, Zhong Xiaohu yelled when he saw them approaching. Many platforms and bridges had been connected to a wasteland battlefield made up of concrete, cars, and debris. The place was spacious, looking like a huge junkyard from afar. Sturdy objects were compressed and piled up to form a battlefield that could withstand the strong waves coming from the sea. The place had become the military's main camp. Tents had even been set up on top of the area. Are you involved in the battle, too? Mo Fan exclaimed in surprise. Zhong Xiaohu shook his head and said, I'm currently on standby. I didn't receive any orders from my superiors, but I'm not allowed to go anywhere on my own, either. Just in time, then. Tell us about the situation, Mo Fan grinned. Zhong Xiaohu looked at the clouds and replied with a wry smile, I don't think that's necessary. You will soon be able to see it yourself. Mo Fan followed his gaze and noticed some unusual movement in the waters ahead. The waves were moving wildly, but they were not splashing and rolling. It looked more like a formidable existence was grabbing the waves and swinging them around. The sea was free from the restraints of gravity. It was a thrilling sight. Chapter 2502. The Lord of the Sea Shakes the Ocean. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The wasteland battlefield was falling into the sea as the platforms and bridges collapsed into the water. Strong waves swept across the place with deafening roars. The water was pouring down like a storm, the strong winds blowing the heavy stones and material into the air. The battle mages had to stick together and set up huge barriers with their defensive spells to stand their ground. Mo Fan, Lingling, and Jiang Xiaoshu were watching far away from the battlefield. The battle mages had pretty much formed a sturdy wall in front of them, but they could still sense how terrifying the storm was. For a moment, Mo Fan thought the Sea Skeleton King was right under the wasteland battlefield. He had assumed it was less than a kilometer away. However, he realized the creature was actually still far away as it rose from the water, but its aura was already causing massive destruction. He had only seen recordings and images of the Sea Skeleton King, but he could hear its roar and feel the trembling of the sea and the sky now. The aura alone had even blasted some of the battle mages with weaker defenses into pieces. It seemed like he had to re-evaluate the Sea Skeleton King's strength. It was definitely stronger than the disaster duo he had encountered in Xiamen. The creature was extremely dangerous. The Sea Skeleton King would easily kill him if there were no powerful mags around to share the burden. Mo Fan was struggling to calm down right now. The Sea Skeleton King was easily the strongest sea monster he had encountered so far. The fact explained why no one in the Magic City had managed to defeat it so far. It was like the king of the apocalypse, ruling over every living creature. It could trample a human city to dust by itself. Why do I feel like Chief Hua is setting us up? I'm afraid only forbidden mags would stand a chance against it, Mo Fan muttered. Jiang Xiaoshu nodded in agreement with him. There were different levels of strength between ruler-level creatures. The ruler-level creatures they had fought so far were only lesser rulers. Some of them were even inferior rulers, and Mo Fan had not had any trouble taking them on. However, after seeing how massive the Sea Skeleton King was, Mo Fan was starting to doubt if the creator had granted the sea monsters too much physical strength and power, while he had only given humans a little extra intelligence. The difference in strength between the sea monsters and humans was too great. The wall that the battle mages had established was taken down in an instant, countless battle mages dying as it fell. Almost half of the mags from the sphere of the Dongfang Oriental Tower came here, but they still could not fend off the Sea Skeleton King, Zhong Xiaohu said sadly. The membership of the Dongfang Oriental Tower was mainly made up of advanced and super mags. They were working together with the military to kill the supreme ruler, but it did not seem to be effective. Mo Fan was feeling helpless now. The sea monsters that invaded the Huangpu River were only weaklings. The Sea Skeleton King was the real deal. The Sea Skeleton King was forcing its way forward. Every step it took would cause the destructive aura to grow stronger. More people were dying suddenly to the aura, their blood washed away by the fierce waves. The pressure kept growing. Mo Fan was already feeling uncomfortable, even though he was already a super mage. He felt sorry for the battle mages who were clenching their teeth and holding their ground. They were not using their magic to fend off the Sea Skeleton King. They were using their bodies instead. That thing is playing with us like a fiddle. We can't ignore it any longer, a general yelled furiously. Was holding their position really going to stop the Sea Skeleton King's advance? Why weren't they going after it? Were they going to watch the lower-level mags die one by one? General, if we gather the rest of the generals and the high-seaters of the Dongfang Oriental Tower, we should be able to inflict serious injuries on it, even if we can't kill it, the commander shouted. The people who were talking were in charge of the Wasteland battlefield. Their eyes were reddened with anger at the Sea Skeleton King. Just kill it. If we keep probing it, more of our men are going to die while the Sea Skeleton King remains unharmed, the general said. We better wait for Chief Hua's orders. Chief Hua is currently busy fending off the sea monsters in the South China Sea. He doesn't know what's going on here. We can't be too passive in a battle. Sometimes, attacking is the best solution, the general countered. The commanding officer seemed a little hesitant. Chief Hua did order them to stand their ground, but the officer also had the right to act according to the situation at hand. They were familiar with the Sea Skeleton King's abilities after probing it for the past few days. They had also estimated how many super mags they might need to kill the Sea Skeleton King. It was time to proceed with the plan. Everyone was on standby. If the Sea Skeleton King continued to push forward greedily, they would launch the operation to eliminate the creature. Let's wait a little longer until it steps into the formation of heaven-rupturing swords to make sure we can inflict serious injuries on it, the commander ordered. But what about my men? Just wait, the commander insisted. The general took a deep breath and swallowed his words. The pale-faced commander signaled everyone to prepare for battle. Zhong Xiaohu was going to join the others, but the commander glared at him coldly, not saying a word. Zhong Xiaohu had no choice but to step back. Mo Fan took a quick glance and discovered many powerful mags had gathered on the Wasteland battlefield. He could also see the top-seaters from the Dongfang Oriental Tower gathering on the other side. They were all super mags. They were here to kill the Sea Skeleton King. They had waited for so long while probing the Sea Skeleton King's strength. They were going to strike after they had evaluated the Sea Skeleton King's strength. They could not afford to fight the strong sea monster without evaluating its strength first. Every super mage was a precious asset. If they made a mistake evaluating their enemy's strength, they might end up losing many super mags. If they lost too many super mags, they would find it difficult to fend off other ruler-level creatures that were as strong as the Sea Skeleton King, or some other creatures with special abilities similar to the Black Totem Snake's poisonous mist. Holding the enemy back, resisting the enemy, driving the enemy away, and killing the enemy were for very different things. The firepower required to fend off the enemy was lower, as they could just rely on magic barriers and formations to suppress the enemy. They had to have at least the same strength as an enemy to resist it. Driving the enemy away meant they had to be stronger than the enemy. As for killing the enemy, they needed even more people to overpower the enemy completely. They also had to come up with a flawless plan to prevent the enemy from escaping. The Sea Skeleton King was made of water. If they did not figure out its traits and abilities, sending too many powerful mags to hunt it would only alert it, yet if they focused too much manpower on taking down the Sea Skeleton King, the sea monsters might be able to break through their defenses elsewhere. Chapter 2503. Killing the Sea Skeleton King. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Is the army planning to kill it? Mo Fan asked his lifelong buddy. Zhong Xiaohu nodded, yes. I want to take part in it, but the army has already finalized the list of people taking part in the operation. The military has to preserve its strength in case of an emergency, so I have to be on standby here. The personnel on standby are a part of the operation too. An operation doesn't include just those taking part in it, it also needs others to stand guard. Otherwise, if the operation fails, the whole city will be exposed to the sea monsters. Jiang Xiaoxiu had a military background. She was familiar with the planning of military operations. People like Zhong Xiaohu who were on standby were not included in the operation because they had other obligations to fulfill. The military had considered everything. A city with a population of over 10 million people was behind them. They could not afford to stake everything on one throw of the dice. Roars echoed across the sky like heavenly drums. The Sea Skeleton King was on the move. It seemed to be familiar with the humans' defenses, but it simply ignored them. It reached the waters that were glowing golden. The clouds in the sky suddenly turned golden, too. Shocking cracks spread from the clouds, followed by a sacred sword diving down from them. Its light spread several kilometers away, like the space was cracking apart. Heaven-rupturing sword. It was the third-tier super spell of the light element. It was rumored that it could take out ruler-level creatures with a single blow. Mo Fan immediately looked around. He wanted to know which super mage was casting the spell. He soon discovered a group of mags emanating the same golden light. They were dressed in golden robes bearing the badges of the Dongfang Oriental Tower. They were obviously the leaders of the Magic City. It was a whole group of them, instead of just one. Their golden robes were glowing brightly. It was Mo Fan's first time seeing the powerful mags of the Oriental Pearl Tower working together. They were like a golden symbol of the Magic City. The Sea Skeleton King had obviously anticipated the attack. Its body drifted backward, together with the falling tide. However, the heaven-rupturing sword had locked onto its target. It tilted slightly and pointed directly at the Sea Skeleton King. The level of the spell was extremely close to the limit of human mags. The people watching were relieved as the light of the sword fell down upon them. Humanity had the power to fight for their survival. The Sea Skeleton King did not dodge the sword. The scorching light spread across its body, reaching from its head to its legs. It bellowed in pain. The roar had awakened its power too. The water around it quickly gathered to repair its body as it was breaking apart. The water was its life. The shallow sea had almost been dried up by the light magic. The submerged Pudong district had almost reclaimed its initial appearance, but the Sea Skeleton King had still drawn water from the sea to repair its broken body. "Seal off the water," the aged commander yelled. A group of mags in golden blue robes moved forward. They were scattered across the sea instead of being in a formation. Every one of them was using their magic to control the water that was flowing into the Sea Skeleton King. The mags were obviously testing the Sea Skeleton King's ability to repair itself with the seawater. They did not want to give the Sea Skeleton King a chance to recover. "It's up to the water mags as to whether we can kill the Sea Skeleton King or not," Zhong Xiaohu told him. "So many super mags," Mo Fan exclaimed. Mo Fan had met many super mags, because he was now a super mage himself. The incidents he was involved in and the places he had visited had many super mags. However, he had not met many super mags before he reached the super level. They were all boss-level mags who rarely showed themselves. It was even rarer to see the super mags in groups. Something like that would only happen when their homes were in danger. It was exciting to see so many powerful mags joining hands to take on the enemy. People were working together to fend off a powerful enemy. It was the greatest rule of survival for mankind. Advance platoons. The commander waved a flag in the air. It lit up the surroundings like a scorching flame. Platoons numbering hundreds of people each gathered together quickly. Mo Fan did not notice them until he saw the star constellations flaring up across the place. They were all advanced mags. The division was split into over 20 platoons, using a fan-shaped formation. The light of the star constellations was so unprecedentedly dense that it felt like a galaxy had spread across the sea and was shining down upon the Pudong Sea. The light of the star constellations was only the beginning. The real destruction would only occur after the star constellations were fully constructed. If the star constellations were stacking up like a galaxy, the combination of plummeting rays, skyflame funerals, icebound coffins, and wind wing slashes would symbolize the collapse of the galaxy. Howls, screeches, blasts, and energy waves surged across the place. Using group spells at the advanced level was a whole new level compared to the intermediate level. Nothing could possibly withstand the destruction, except for the boundless sky and sea. The seawater for a dozen kilometers evaporated while the sky was filled with destructive clouds. The sea skeleton king's body parts were crumbling amid the spells. It opened its mouth and shrieked in fury. Cloudy mists gathered out of nowhere and circled its body like shields, constantly repairing themselves after they were broken. The advanced spells poured down continuously on the sea skeleton king. However, the creature boldly jumped directly into the rain of advanced spells. Knocks, punches, slams. The sea skeleton king was like an unstoppable deity enduring a rain of bullets, shattering countless advanced spells. It had no intention of backing away. It charged straight at a platoon of advanced mags. Blood sprayed in the area where the star constellations were. The feet of the sea skeleton king were dyed red. Even though Mo Fan was far away, he knew the platoon of advanced mags had been wiped out. A platoon with over 100 advanced mags, all killed by a single stomp. Advanced platoons, fall back. Generals, prepare for battle. The commander threw another flag into the sky. Everyone could see the special flag amid the chaos. The generals were finally on the move. It was extremely dangerous to fight the sea skeleton king head-on. Even the generals might be the next ones to sacrifice their lives. However, they did not have a choice. They had to pay the price to take down a powerful creature. The sea skeleton king would be able to go everywhere it pleased if no one was willing to step forward. Chapter 2504. Tsunami of Bones. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. The generals appeared from different directions, each constructing brilliant star palaces as they did. The generals appeared in time to stop the sea skeleton king's punches while it was massacring the platoons of advanced mags. The huge fists of water could easily smash a deep hole into the ground. The advanced mags had gathered in groups to stack up their spells. They would end up as huge sprays of blood if they did not have a space mage around to teleport them away. The advanced platoons in their fan-shaped formation were retreating. Their faces were filled with fear. The army had so many powerful mags, yet they were unable to stop the sea skeleton king's reckless attacks. It was absolutely terrifying. The sea skeleton king was highly intelligent. It knew many super mags had surrounded it, but it simply ignored the star palaces. It continued to chase after the advanced platoons by abusing its unstoppable size. It could easily litter the surface of the sea with the corpses of the advanced mags. A bright golden light spread in the clouds again. Another sacred sword dove from the cracks in the sky. The heaven-rupturing sword struck the sea skeleton king directly. The light formation finally forced the sea skeleton king back after leaving it with injuries. The break allowed the rest of the advanced platoons to withdraw from the fight. It's a sacred light formation that will send down a huge heaven-rupturing sword periodically to deal tremendous damage to the creatures inside it. No wonder the commander waited until the sea skeleton king had stepped into it. Even though every heaven-rupturing sword can only inflict minor damage on the Sea Skeleton King, it might be the greatest threat to the Sea Skeleton King as the fight goes on for a long time, Jiang Xiaoxiu said. Mo Fan had already forgotten how to speak. Both the powerful formation of the humans and the outstanding strength the Sea Skeleton King had displayed were beyond his comprehension. If he was involved in the fight, he would just be a tiny entity. Mo Fan, I'm afraid that thing is stronger than the Black Totem Snake, Dangling said softly. Yeah, Mo Fan nodded. Mo Fan was used to using the Black Totem Snake to evaluate the strength of ruler-level creatures. Mo Fan had treated the Sphinx, Bashar, Mountain Zombie, and other creatures as being at the same level as the Black Totem Snake. He referred to them as supreme rulers. They were easily among the strongest creatures at the ruler level. They had no worthy opponents below the Emperor level. However, Mo Fan had to revise his way of evaluating the ruler-level creature's strength after seeing the Sea Skeleton King. The Black Totem Snake might lose to the Sea Skeleton King in a fair match. After some time, Mo Fan believed only the Greek god of death, Hala, the strongest beast under the command of the god of darkness, could match the Sea Skeleton King's strength. Not only was the Sea Skeleton King able to kill a high number of advanced mags in an instant, it could also take out weaker super mags with a single move. When the generals were flanking the Sea Skeleton King, Mo Fan saw an ice super mage being smashed into pieces by the Sea Skeleton King's punch after failing to maintain a safe distance from it. The advanced mags had to wait for their chance to attack further away. The super mags were split into two groups. The first group was fighting the Sea Skeleton King head-on, while the other was suppressing it from the sides. As for the soldiers at the intermediate and basic levels, they could only form a wall to stop the Sea Skeleton King's formidable aura from reaching the city. They were far from qualified to participate in the battle. Intermediate and basic spells had far more limited ranges. They were unable to survive in the battle without relying on special magic formations. The slightest force that leaked out from the battle would crush them instantly. The Sea Skeleton King suddenly sank and merged with the sea. Water mags, don't let it escape, the commander said. The super mags with the water element had long anticipated the Sea Skeleton King's move. They immediately formed a barrier in the sea with their magic to intercept the water. A majestic wall emerged from the spacious sea like an ancient dragon. The Sea Skeleton King roared. To everyone's surprise, it had never planned to run away. It only sank into the sea to activate its power. Countless bones were erupting from the cloudy water. The white bones were rolling across the surface like waves. More bones emerged on the surface and piled up into a mountain around the Sea Skeleton King. The mountain of bones continued to move forward. It had turned into a tsunami full of bones heading straight for the coasts. Everyone was dumbfounded. The area fell dark as the tsunami of bones loomed over it. Countless bones had spread across the area. Many of them were knocked into the sky by the overwhelming force of the waves. In the end, it felt like the world had been dragged into the deepest abyss of hell with bones stacking up like mountains and sea. The people felt like they were about to suffocate in despair. The generals were struggling to escape from the waves. Even experienced super mags like them were having trouble protecting themselves. The mags who were suppressing the enemy from a safe distance were all caught up by the waves of bones. Some were vomiting blood after being knocked flying. Others disappeared after the waves devoured them. Several had died instantly on the spot, and their remains were mixed with the waves. Mo Fan, we better leave, Jiang Xiaoxiu was already trembling in fear. It was her first time seeing super mags so vulnerable. Many of the mags involved in the battle were stronger than her, but so many of them had not survived it. The outcome of the battle was terrible. The battle ended fairly quickly. The strongest mags of their city had died consecutively. Let's back away, Mo Fan did not stay behind stubbornly. Even if his energy had recovered, he would have died to the tsunami of bones, let alone when his energy was depleted. The waves had reached a great distance away, crushing countless mags in the wasteland. In addition to the generals and the powerful mags, the advanced platoons had suffered heavy casualties too. They were just like more cannon fodder in the battle. Dead bodies were scattered all over the area. The humans had no choice but to move their line of defense another 5 kilometers back. The Sea Skeleton King remained standing out in the sea. It was moving closer to the city. How many more bones would be added to the sea once it set foot in the human city? Chapter 2505. Top Seaters. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. A man in a black golden robe was standing on top of the Dongfang Oriental Tower, 460 meters above the ground. The modern district was right under his feet, with several dozen other skyscrapers soaring into the sky. He was looking down at the spacious highways and busy streets. The man lifted his gaze and looked into the distance. The dam was not high enough to block the skyscrapers. The barrier was looming over Lujiazu district, which had yet to become a part of the sea. The shadow of the sea monster was extremely clear in the distance. Strong winds were blowing in the sky and across the surface of the cloudy water. Magical lights were flickering occasionally in the distance, like stars being devoured by darkness. We must act at once. If we wait any longer, we might lose something precious to us, the man stated. Indeed, we are constantly losing our men to the sea monster. We used to be able to slay every level of demon creatures that invaded our territory, but now, the creature is about to reach the city, replied another man hiding in the shadows. His hovering outline was barely visible. Let's do it then, we must show that arrogant creature our strength. Another figure took shape in the sky. The three of them were at the top of Dongfang Oriental Tower, which was nearly within reach of the clouds. At the same time, they were able to view the city and the coasts. The man in a black golden robe, the man hovering in the air, and the blurry figure in the clouds disappeared as soon as they reached an agreement. Only the man in the black golden robe was visible. He turned into a black golden ray and swept across the dark sky, leaving a visible crack in the air behind him. The pale-faced commander looked up, and only then could he see the three figures in the sky. They were joining the battle without announcement, but they held tremendous auras. The top seaters. The commander finally showed a hint of an expression on his face. The high seaters were the mags holding power in the Dongfang Oriental Tower, but there was a smaller group of people who stood at the top. They had yet to become forbidden mags, but their titles were comparable to that of a forbidden mage. The only difference was they were not able to use forbidden curses. The forbidden mags were powerful not only because they could use forbidden curses capable of destroying the world, but because their magic had also reached an incomparable level. Even super mags with 4 elements at the peak of the super level would feel helpless against them. 3 half-forbidden mags, the top seaters of the Dongfang Oriental Tower. They were the only ones capable of exterminating the Sea Skeleton King. In order to exterminate their target, their strength had to exceed their target by a huge margin. If the 3 half-forbidden mags had been involved in the battle at the beginning, there would have been only one outcome: the enemy would have run away instantly. The Sea Skeleton King was very cautious. They had to lure it deeper into their territory and draw it in by making it angry from inflicting damage on it in order to kill it. Any sacrifice was worth it as long as they could kill the Sea Skeleton King. The top seaters are on the move. They are all half-forbidden mags. Jiang Shaoxiu exclaimed. Before Mo Fan had gone to Qinhuangda, the strongest mage he had ever met was the last totem guardian of the moon moth phoenix, Yangsha. Her earth magic had left him in awe. The battle between her and the giant purple linden tree had been mesmerizing. The Sea Skeleton King was stronger than the giant purple linden tree, without a doubt. The Magic City had to send out 3 top seaters whose strength was on par with Yangsha to kill it. The battle was too spectacular. The war Mo Fan had fought on the Andes mountain range was just a little brawl in comparison. Mo Fan had witnessed a crazier war when the 2 kings of the undead clashed in Beijiang. The epic battle between the 8 undead rulers and the Sphinx, the Medusa Queen, and the Mummy King. However, it was definitely Mo Fan's first time seeing so many powerful human mags in a battle. Every top seater was strong enough to take on a supreme ruler alone. The 3 top seaters instantly dominated the battle. Their use of magic had completely surpassed the need to construct star orbits. They were also able to use superpowers casually. The formidable power they unleashed originated from their bodies. It was like a martial artist who had fully mastered a technique. He had trained the basic movement of his limbs into unstoppable moves. The Sea Skeleton King had been butchering the Mags after summoning its waves of bones. Even the formation of heaven-rupturing swords had failed to keep it at bay. However, the Sea Skeleton King was constantly backing away after the three Top-Seaters joined the battle. Its injuries had worsened while its aura was suppressed by the Top-Seater's sacred light. It could no longer pose a threat to the Mags on the Wasteland. "It looks like we no longer have to move," Mofan noticed. The other Mags did not stay on the side after the Top-Seaters got involved. They cooperated with the High-Seaters, Generals, and the advanced platoons who had regained their morale to pin down the Sea Skeleton King. The Sea Skeleton King suddenly received a vast blade as it was backing away. It was a spell from the man in a golden robe. The vast blade was a chaos spell. The Sea Skeleton King's arm had vanished after the slash hit it. It was unable to regenerate it from the seawater. The Sea Skeleton King's arm was gone, brought to another dimension. The creature kept shrieking in agony. "Kill! Kill!" Everyone followed the three Top-Seaters and hunted the Sea Skeleton King. The Sea Skeleton King finally lost its unstoppable demeanor. It was losing its vitality. "It's trying to escape," the commander shouted. A general shouted furiously and stood in the direction the Sea Skeleton King was escaping into. His body had turned into a scorching furnace from the superpower he had. The tide falling back to the sea evaporated rapidly. The whole area turned into dry land. "Die," the man in a black golden robe uttered. His chaos magic did not bring death, nor was it used to trick his enemy, but it was made things disappear without a trace. There was no body or soul left behind. The other two Top-Seaters were obviously treating the man in the black golden robe as their leader, suppressing the Sea Skeleton King's movement and power on its sides. "You will soon be sent to a dimension that even hell will shiver before," the man in a golden black robe swore. Chapter 2506. Gigantic Claw. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Space was distorting. Previously, the man in the black golden robe had cast his spells easily, and they had been significantly stronger than the spells cast by Mags with 4 elements at the peak super level. This time, he took some time to channel his spell. It was obviously going to be a deadly attack that was going to claim the Sea Skeleton King's life. Not far away, the general had dried up the area, evaporating the water to stop the Sea Skeleton King from retreating with the tide. He grinned when he saw the man in a black golden robe accumulating magic, and let out a relieved sigh. It did not matter if the Sea Skeleton King was one of the strongest ruler-level creatures. It was still going to die at their hands. The general was standing 3 kilometers behind the Sea Skeleton King. He suddenly heard a strange noise from further in the distance. He turned around with a confused face and almost fainted after seeing the sight before him. It was a claw. It felt like the whole sea had come alive and was stretching its claw forward. The general had been completely unaware of its existence. The claw was hovering above the 3 Top-Seaters. Most importantly, they were unaware of it. Was it an illusion? It was not. The sea had indeed turned into a gigantic claw. The claw fell. The world fell silent. The 3 Top-Seaters had turned into red fine powder amid the huge deafening blast. The general looked at the shattered sky, and his soul almost perished. The god of death had just brushed past him. It did not see him as a threat, despite him being a powerful mage with 4 elements at the peak super level. Its target was the 3 Top-Seaters. The sound was so loud that people could not hear anything. Their eardrums had burst not because of the loud noise, but because the silence was causing them to feel like their heads were about to explode. A moment ago, the people were in high spirits, as they were about to slay the Sea Skeleton King under the lead of the 3 Top-Seaters. However, the trio had just been smashed into dust by a giant claw. The people recovered their hearing after a long time. The tides were back to normal, and the shattered sky was recovering, too. Everyone was gradually gathering their thoughts after being on the brink of death, but the 3 Top-Seaters were nowhere to be seen. They had been killed. They were the strongest representatives of human mags, people who were one step away from becoming forbidden mags. However, they had turned into red powder in front of everyone. What was that attack? It had killed 3 top-seaters in an instant. What was their place in this world? Even those who had reached the peak had died to a single blow. An emperor, fear rose deep within Mo Fan's soul. His demon blood was surging as a means of self-protection. However, the demon blood gradually calmed down. The hand had already left after achieving its goal. It could not care less about the rest of those remaining. Brother Fan, Zhong Xiaohu was sitting on the ground. His legs were unable to support him at the moment. Jiang Xiaoshu and Lingling were also struggling to stand properly. Countless other people were exhausted, lost control of their bladders, or fainted. The high-seaters and generals were stunned, with frightened expressions. The sea had returned to normal, and the wind started blowing once again. No one talked for a long time. The claw not only crushed the 3 top-seaters, but everyone's souls, too. It felt like their struggle was meaningless in the end. It had been waiting all along. The Sea Skeleton King was just bait. It lured out the top-seaters and killed them to take out our greatest weapons. The commander stood there, murmuring with a blank face. Not only had they failed to kill the Sea Skeleton King according to plan, they had even lost 3 top-seaters, men who were going to become forbidden mags. They had underestimated the sea monster's intelligence, patience, and strength. Losing the 3 top-seaters would only put them in a more difficult position. Most terrifyingly, they had no clue what the creature was. They did not learn any information about the creature. They only knew it could control the sea and turn it into a claw. Or perhaps the claw was part of its body? The creature had never shown itself, even when they were searching and probing the sea monsters. It had not shown up when they started the operation to kill the Sea Skeleton King. Its claw had descended only after the humans had sent out 3 top-seaters. It was hiding behind the Sea Skeleton King all along, waiting like a hunter. It had waited until the most valuable prey had stepped into its trap. "Chief, we failed," the commander reported through his communication device. The other end remained silent. "We have lost 3 top-seaters without obtaining any information about its strength, appearance, traits, and species," the commander admitted in a helpless voice. The chief had ordered him to hold the line. However, the commander could adjust the plan based on circumstances. The commander had been too careless. He had underestimated the sea monsters, resulting in this tragedy. How were they going to recover from this and find the resolve to face the sea monsters again? "At least we confirmed there's an emperor in the East China Sea," Chief Hua replied. The commander's face contorted. They had paid a huge price just to obtain such a useless piece of information. It was a total failure. Mo Fan, Jiang Xiaoshu, and Lingling went back to the city. They did not speak, sitting quietly in the living room. Everything felt so unreal to them. The tall buildings, busy roads, and the flourishing city did not feel real to them anymore. They knew everything could be destroyed in an instant after witnessing the horrifying sight. Actually, we didn't have to feel so dispirited. The creature was hiding for so long and left so quickly after making its move because it was wary of our forbidden mags, Lingling spoke up. Mo Fan twisted his lips. Her words were reasonable. Humans still had forbidden mags. They did not show themselves because they were wary of the emperors among the sea monsters. They would not show themselves until they learned the numbers, species, and strength of the sea monsters' emperors. Just like today. If it had been a forbidden mage who had tried to kill the Sea Skeleton King, he or she would have died with the others. A forbidden mage could not take on an emperor alone. If the creature had managed to lure out a forbidden mage, it would do everything it could to kill the forbidden mage, even if it meant exposing itself to take out the human leaders. Without forbidden mags, how were the humans going to stop the sea monsters? Chapter 2507. Mo Fan, you are our only hope. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The people grieved over the deaths of the top-seaters for 3 days. The generals and soldiers at the front line no longer had to face the Sea Skeleton King, but none of them were relieved. They were constantly looking at the horizon with grey skies. They had a strong feeling of suffocation. Mo Fan had fully recovered during these past 3 days. The sea monsters that invaded the Huangpu River had been purged. The remaining survivors were being evacuated from their towns. As the safe zone kept shrinking, the farmlands, fruit farms, and seafood production were abandoned. The places available for living were shrinking. The demon creatures on land were profiting from humanity's misfortune too, making the outskirts unsafe. The cities were the only safe places for them. However, as more people moved to the cities, their resources were depleting faster. They would not have any problem for a few years, but as time went by, they would be troubled by the shortage of food. The riversides were the best agricultural land for providing the cities with rice and vegetation, but they were now in ruins, resulting in great losses for the humans. The Huangpu River was not necessarily their country's lifeline. That was the Yangtze River. The Yangtze River was also crawling with sea monsters right now. Their goal was to reduce the humans' territories and take out their supplies. Once the humans lost the Yangtze River, even if they managed to hold the sea monsters off, the people might end up rioting from food shortages. Human cities were never far from bodies of water. In fact, the scale of a city was often directly proportional to the size of the river flowing through it, as it was used for transportation, agriculture, drinking water, and a source of food. Some people were asking why they could not abandon the coasts if the sea monsters were so unstoppable. If they gave up on the coasts, they were basically giving up the resources needed to sustain their own lives. Without the resources along the coasts, even if they were to move everyone inland, their population would only shrink rapidly. They might even end up as food to the demon creatures on land. They had finally secured a foothold for themselves and developed their civilization to a certain level. Giving up on the cities along the coasts was the same as going back to the insecure era. The cities were their safe zones. The cities had to stand for the humans to have a place they could call home. Otherwise, they would only become prey to the demon creatures in the wild. Mo Fan, Lingling called out. Mo Fan turned around and saw the little beauty handing him his ringing phone, as if it was an important call. Mo Fan was puzzled. He took his phone and realized the call was from Chairman Xiao Zhang. The country was in a terrible state. A man like Chairman Xiao Zhang had to be preoccupied with many matters. He would not have time to rest. Mo Fan was surprised to receive a call from him. Mo Fan, I need your help. Xiao Zhang cut straight to the main topic. I'm listening, Mo Fan nodded. The favor Chairman Xiao Zhang was asking must be extraordinary if he was calling personally. How could Mo Fan not contribute to the war as the next generation leader of the country after seeing how the generals had sacrificed themselves to stop the Sea Skeleton King? I want you to kill the Sea Skeleton King, Xiao Zhang said. Mo Fan was lost for words. The Sea Skeleton King was forced to flee for its life under pressure from the Super Mags after that gigantic claw took out the 3 top-seaters. However, no one dared to mention a word about going after the Sea Skeleton King again. According to our intel, the Sea Skeleton King is treating its injuries on an island in the East China Sea. It has sustained serious injuries. It won't recover in a short time. Our plan to kill it in the Magic City has failed. Not only did we lose 3 top-seaters, we let the Sea Skeleton King escape too, Xiao Zhang went on. Councilman, I was there when it happened, but I wasn't involved, Mo Fan told him. Oh, did you get to see the creature behind the Sea Skeleton King? Xiao Zhang asked HM quickly. No, everything happened too quickly, Mo Fan said regretfully. You don't have to worry about the creature behind it. I'll be frank with you since you were at the scene. The Super Mags no longer have the courage to go after the Sea Skeleton King after the recent events. The Sea Skeleton King is currently at its weakest state. If we don't take it out now, it will return and pose a threat to the Magic City again. I'm afraid no one will dare to face it by then, Xiao Zhang said. Xiao Zhang was also helpless. He knew the Sea Skeleton King was seriously injured, but he could not afford to go after it. Everyone knew there was an emperor behind the Sea Skeleton King. It had taken out 3 top-seaters with a single swipe of its claw. Who would dare to chase after the Sea Skeleton King after learning about the tragic death of the half-forbidden Mags? In addition, the generals and high-seaters had suffered great casualties during the operation. Even if they left the Emperor aside, Xiaojing had trouble finding someone who was capable of killing the Sea Skeleton King. It should only have 10 or 20% of its strength left. It's our best shot, Xiaojing told him. 10 to 20%, Mo Fan fell into deep thought. He had a feeling he was no match against the Sea Skeleton King even if it only had a fraction of its strength left. Not only had they sent out 3 top-seaters to take out the Sea Skeleton King, they had also sent out a lot of super mags. Mo Fan, the battle close to the Magic City wasn't our only defeat, but the people know what happened there. We can cover up the truth about the situation in other places to prevent the people from losing hope, but we lost horribly in the battle close to the Magic City. We must do something and make the enemy pay. You are the only person I can think of. Xiaojing's tone changed. Mo Fan was touched by his words. The fact that the chairman of the Magic Association had uttered these words meant the situation was far worse than the people knew. The people could feel desperate and hopeless, but a leader like him could never show emotions like that. Chairman, you don't have to say anything further. I understand, Mo Fan said. No one dared to go after the seriously injured Sea Skeleton King even though they knew its location. There was only one reason: they were afraid of the Emperor behind it. They had no way of telling whether the Emperor was still with the Sea Skeleton King. If it was, no matter how many people they sent after the Sea Skeleton King, none of them would come back alive. Although there were fearless people in the army, the leaders could not afford to lose any more of their powerful mags again after the recent events. Mo Fan was their only option because of his outstanding demon element. Even if it was a trap, Mo Fan could protect himself with the demon element. He would not die so easily without learning more information about the Emperor. Chapter 2508. He has gone mad again. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. On the surface, Chairman Xiaojing was asking Mo Fan to go after the Sea Skeleton King to take revenge after losing horribly in the battle. The truth was, it was a battle of wits between them and the Emperor. If the Emperor had shown itself to kill their powerful mags, the forbidden mags would be watching over Mo Fan as he went after the Sea Skeleton King, too. If the Emperor dared to show itself again, it would have to pay a great price. Xiaojing had selected Mo Fan because he was special. If he was able to kill the Sea Skeleton King without using the demon element, the outcome was still acceptable for the Magic City. If the Emperor tried to save the Sea Skeleton King, Mo Fan could use the demon element to keep it busy, and the Emperor would totally expose itself. The forbidden mags would be able to trap it and even kill it if it was too aggressive. Everyone knew an Emperor was watching over the Sea Skeleton King. Therefore, they needed someone who could take on the Sea Skeleton King and hold on against the Emperor until help arrived. Mo Fan was the only person Xiaojing could think of. Mo Fan now had 4 elements at the super level. The demon element had grown a lot stronger together with the number and levels of his elements. Mo Fan already had the strength to fight supreme rulers in the ancient capital and Beijiang, so he would not die so easily to an Emperor, even if he was no match against it. Mo Fan, I'm begging you, Xiaojing said sincerely. Chairman, you don't have to go so far. I know my responsibilities, Mo Fan said. What do you need to hunt down the Sea Skeleton King? Just say it, Sea Skeleton King said. I just need a few people's help. Sure. The Wasteland battlefield. Countless mage artisans were rebuilding the towers and platforms. The place was smaller than it used to be. The people were rebuilding the place, but they had no idea when it would be smashed into debris once again. Zhong Xiaohu. I'm here. The commander walked up to Zhong Xiaohu with an order. Here is an order from the chairman. You will head to Chongming Island at once to take part in a secret mission. Zhong Xiaohu was puzzled. Wasn't he stationed here? Other powerful rulers among the sea monsters were on the move, in addition to the Sea Skeleton King. Was the chief trying to protect him by sending him somewhere else? That was against Zhong Xiaohu's wishes. The other soldiers were defending the magic city with their lives. As a member of the Violet Imperial Battalion, he should be stepping forward when the others were overwhelmed by despair. "Commander, aren't you talking a little too much now? Off you go, or you will be punished according to military law. The mission is being delayed because of you," the commander warned him. Zhong Xiaohu took the order and let out a sigh. The Yangtze River? Mu Bai was usually untainted by even a speck of dust, but for now was leaning against the trunk of a huge tree. He was dressed like a beggar, but he had a sharp look in his eyes. The water was rolling fiercely. The river here was over 1,000 meters wide, and a perfect hiding place for the sea monsters. The Huangpu River was nowhere close to the size of the Yangtze River, which was wider than some bays and lakes. Mu Bai had followed the South Wing platoon from the Dingshan Lake to the Yangtze River. He had not had any time to rest. "Sir, it's an order from the highest magic association." Mu Bai read the letter with a frown. Its contents were very simple, but the seal on it belonged to someone with a high rank. It had to be a secret mission. He had no idea who the other members were when being assigned to a secret mission all of a sudden. "What about our work here?" Mu Bai asked. "The order comes first," the South Wing Mage replied. "You're right." Mu Bai knew what his priorities were. Chongming Island? The land had shrunk significantly due to the rise of the sea level. Chongming Island was close to the estuary of the Yangtze River. Mu Bai was not too far away. In order to stop more sea monsters from invading through the Yangtze River and causing massive destruction to the cities, the military had built a tall dam and assigned a troop to guard it. "Mu Bai?" Zhong Xiaohu said curiously when he saw Mu Bai. "Why are you here?" Mu Bai looked at Zhong Xiaohu. Wasn't it supposed to be a secret mission? Mu Bai had thought he was assigned to a random group. "I didn't expect us to be assigned to the same group." Zhong Xiaohu saw the same letter he had received in Mu Bai's hand. Mu Bai forced a smile. It seemed like the secret operation was not as terrible as he thought. At least he had a reliable teammate with him. "Isn't that guy a little familiar?" Mu Bai pointed at a man with blonde hair who was talking to a nurse inside a tent. "It's Brother Zhao," Zhong Xiaohu said. They were about to walk up to Zhao Manyang when they saw a gorgeous woman with long hair approaching them. Her silver-white hair was unique and elegant. She had a dazzling temperament as she was walking over to them while the wind blew. "Mu Ningxue." Mu Bai and Zhong Xiaohu blurted out simultaneously. Why was Mu Ningxue here as well? She seemed to be holding a letter, too. Mu Ningxue looked at them and the letters they were holding. "There's only one person that would gather us here," Mu Ningxue said knowingly. "Mo Fan," they exclaimed together. The four waited at the designated spot. Mo Fan finally arrived after half an hour. He was with two other people, a high-seater in a golden robe and a general. "Is everyone here?" the high-seater asked. "Yes," Mo Fan said. "I thought it was going to be a strong group, but it's just a bunch of young mags," the general spoke up. "Give them a briefing on the mission, Old Dong, and I will arrange the people from the Magic Association and the army," the high-seater said. He seemed a little disappointed. He thought Chairman Xiaozheng had organized a special squad to complete the difficult mission, but it turned out to be some young mags. They might as well go on a vacation. None of them seemed like they had gone through real hardships. Only 5 people remained after the 2 left. "Mo Fan, what are you up to this time?" Zhao Manyang asked. "This is the strongest team I can think of. The country is sending us after the Sea Skeleton King," Mo Fan said. "Ha ha ha, I thought you were referring to the unbeatable Sea Skeleton King that was trying to destroy the Magic City," Zhao Manyang burst out laughing. He noticed the others did not have the same reaction as him as he was laughing. He soon realized Mo Fan was actually referring to the unbeatable Sea Skeleton King. He almost lost his mind, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Is Mo Fan going nuts again? Chapter 2509. Strange Mist. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The Sea Skeleton King is severely injured. Our experts believe it only has a fifth of its strength left. We should be able to kill it if we work together, Mofan told them. Even if that's the case, forget it, it's an order from our country. We just have to obey it, Mu Bai sighed. The others knew what Mu Bai was trying to say. It was not like the Magic City did not have any powerful mags left to go after the Sea Skeleton King. The city still had strong mags after losing the 3 top-seaters, but they were all wary of the Emperor behind the Sea Skeleton King. As a matter of fact, I don't think the Emperor is going to show up if we go after the Sea Skeleton King, considering our number and strength, a voice added in. The group turned around and saw Lingling, Jiang Xiaoshu, and Apers. In simpler words, the Emperor will not risk exposing itself to a potential trap just to take out little shrimps like us, Lingling added. Lingling, do you know the rule that says vehicles must give way to pedestrians? Even though there's a rule like that, sometimes, the pedestrians should give way to the vehicles too, because you never know what the drivers are thinking. What if they just ran you over? You can't risk your life just to challenge their ethics. Similarly, we don't know whether the Emperor is a reckless maniac. What if it did show up? We will end up as bait and cannon fodder. None of us is going to survive. Zhao Manyang complained. Zhao Manyang is right, too, Jiang Xiaoshu nodded. Yeah, he can be quite convincing when his life is at stake, but it won't change anything. I've already asked General Dong. The Sea Skeleton King has yet to escape to the deep sea. It's currently resting on Mist Island around 50 kilometers from here. Its injuries must be very serious since it did not dare enter other sea monsters' territory. We must go after it at once, before it recovers from the injuries, Mofan said. What about those people who were with you? Mu Ningxue asked. They are just going to provide us with assistance. We will have to do the mission ourselves, Mofan replied. Mofan purposely called Mu Ningxue here because he was unable to fight with his full strength when he was away from land. Mu Ningxue's fighting capacity was on par with his. It would increase the odds of them accomplishing the mission. Everyone in the group often went on adventures. They had everything they needed in their space bracelets at all times. They were now waiting for General Dong to provide them with the route they should take. The sea monsters from the Pacific Ocean had taken over the East China Sea. Not only were they invading the humans' territory, they were wiping out the native species in the East China Sea. They had occupied the islands, coral reefs, and caves. As a result, the group needed a safe route to bypass the sea monsters and reach Mist Island. Otherwise, the sea monsters were going to wear them out before they even found the Sea Skeleton King. General Dong, haven't your men finished surveying the routes? Mofan was starting to feel impatient. Even if the mission has a low chance of success, we can't let you guys die for nothing. We must figure out the best route. General Dong shot back. From what we know, the Sea Skeleton King is able to heal itself with seawater. Even if it's severely injured, it only needs 10 days to fully recover. Lingling had analyzed the recent battle thoroughly. Damn it, every day we waste is letting it recover 10% of its strength. Zhao Manyang whined. Mofan nodded. They could not drag it on any longer. The earlier they moved out, the greater their chance. General Dong, where are your men now? We'll continue from there. We can't wait any longer. Mofan said. Our target is the Sea Skeleton King, one of the strongest ruler-level creatures. How can we afford to be so reckless? General Dong protested. Chairman Xiaozhang has ordered you to support us, not order us around. Enough with your conservative ways. I have my own standards. Mofan snapped back. General Dong's face darkened. He wanted to say something, but Zhong Xiaohu came up to him and pulled him aside. General Dong, trust us. Besides, he did catch a red cardinal alive, Zhong Xiaohu told him softly. The group set out without wasting any more time. The sea monsters who claimed to be the ancient sea gods did have some extraordinary capabilities. They had surrounded the waters they were controlling with a strange mist. It looked like thick clouds hovering above the water. Not only would people lose their sense of direction when traveling on the surface, the creatures in the sky were struggling to tell what direction it was, too. They either had to go into the mist or fly above it at a great height. Traveling into the mist was like trying to find the way out from the center of a maze. There were no points of reference available. The sea monsters are so annoying. We just got ourselves a flying dragon that can travel to all places and fly over other demon creatures' territory, but we have to probe the way carefully because of this mist, Zhao Manyang grumbled. They had to enter the mist and follow the markings along the way to find the mist island's exact location. The military only knew the island was somewhere inside the maze. I already told you we would be wasting more time if we didn't figure out the route first, General Dong commented. The strange thing was, the mist was no longer that thick after they went inside. They could even see the blue sea and the clear sky in the distance, even though there was white gas floating above the sea occasionally. It did not look like a maze. However, they began to fly in circles halfway into the maze. General Dong had only discovered the route up until a certain point. The sea ahead was like a calm lake. There were no signs of reefs, sunlight, and currents that would help them identify directions. They had no idea where to look for Mist Island. Someone is floating over there, Apers pointed into the distance. Everyone was puzzled. They did discover a man floating on the calm sea after going closer. They were confused. How did Apers see him from so far away? Why would a man be floating on the water here? Was he involved in a misfortune while he was searching for the island? Chapter 25:10 Emergency. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. It's a relief he's still alive. General Dong, do you know him? Is he involved in this operation? Zhong Xiaohu asked. Only Mu Bai knew how to heal a person, but he relied on the strange bugs he had kept. Mu Bai managed to wake the man up. He had been floating in the water for some time. His lips were extremely dry, and kept asking for drinking water. He's not one of ours, General Dong said. Friend, how did you end up here? Mo Fan asked. Where am I? Have I reached the land? The man asked nervously. He was behaving strangely as if he had experienced something terrible. We are in the mist. We are far from the land, Mo Fan said. Bring me back, please bring me back, the man pleaded. Mo Fan explained the situation to the man briefly. The group was not going back until they had killed the Sea Skeleton King, but the man was not in the right mind. He would let out strange cries occasionally. It was difficult to communicate with him. Mo Fan let out a sigh and looked at Apers. Apers nodded. She put the man to sleep with a quick look. The man stopped struggling. Apers placed her hand on the man's forehead. His thoughts are in a mess. I can only read limited information from his mind, Apers told Mo Fan. It's fine, if he's just a passerby, we'll throw him back to the sea, Mo Fan said. Mu Ningxue glared at Mo Fan, and he just chuckled. This way, there are memories of the Mist Island in his mind, Apers suddenly pointed behind them. Isn't that the way back? Are we really that lost in this mist? The group started traveling in the opposite direction. A few minutes later, they finally spotted a black outline on the calm sea. It was an island. The island was surprisingly small, but it was a sign they were no longer going around in circles. Ha ha, we found it, Zhao Manyang was about to laugh, but it was replaced with a grim face when he recalled the Sea Skeleton King was resting on the island. There was no reason for him to celebrate. Don't go there, please don't go there. You are going to die, so am I. The man suddenly screamed like a maniac. Apers raised her hand. Everyone thought she was going to hypnotize the man, but she swung her hand down at the back of the man's head and knocked him out. Couldn't you do it gently? Mo Fan asked. I'm trying to preserve as much energy as I can. Apers replied. They were about to fight the Sea Skeleton King. Apers did not want to waste her energy on hypnotizing the man, even though it would not consume much of her energy. The group entered the island. They did not have a special plan in mind. General Dong frowned when he saw piles of blood scattered across the island. Isn't that Mr. Ge? General Dong suddenly exclaimed when he saw something. The group went closer and found the badge of the Dongfang Oriental Tower in a messy pile. It was a badge that identified a high-seater. There's another one over here. It seems like they did find the island, but they all died here after failing to find the way out. Dangling pointed at the dead bodies scattered close to the reefs. Most of the corpses were mangled beyond recognition. They only recognized them through their uniforms. Some of them were following the high-seater, while the rest were General Dong's men. They were supposed to find the safest route to the island for Mo Fan's group. In the end, they had all been killed. General Dong had thought that they had yet to find the way to the island. This can't be, the Sea Skeleton King is severely injured. Even if they couldn't beat it, they should have no trouble running away. How did this happen? General Dong was struggling to accept the outcome. He immediately thought of another possibility. Did the Emperor show up again and kill everyone here? Wouldn't that mean we are all as good as dead? Brother Fan, it's right ahead. Zhong Xiaohu had returned from scouting the island. He had explored the island and found the Sea Skeleton King. The 6 of us will go while the rest of you stay here. Apers, you're staying here too. Mo Fan did not let Dangling and Jiang Xiaoshu go any closer. Apers nodded. It was meaningless for her to go any further. The Sea Skeleton King was an elemental creature with the traits of an undead. A creature like it was immune to any spiritual and psychological magic. Zhong Xiaohu led the way. He was controlling the wind to form a curtain and conceal their presence. They noticed a huge cliff as they reached a certain height. The waves were splashing against the cliff. It was around 100 meters tall. The Sea Skeleton King was right below the cliff, sitting in the water. Even so, its head was almost the same height as the cliff. It was giving off huge pressure, even though it was sitting still like a huge statue. It seems to be fast asleep, but it's going to wake up as soon as we make our move. Look over there, Zhong Xiaohu pointed down the cliff. There was a small beach under the cliff. It was covered in black rocks. They assumed everyone on the island had died brutally to the Sea Skeleton King. To their surprise, the tiny figures close to the Sea Skeleton King were human mags. Why are they casting spells on the Sea Skeleton King? Are they hypnotizing the Sea Skeleton King to make it fall asleep? Mo Fan asked, puzzled by their behavior. I think they are using the healing element, judging from the light, Mu Ningxue said. Yes, they are using healing magic. I was able to sneak closer. I noticed they are all healers. Something is controlling them. They are using healing magic on the Sea Skeleton King continuously, Zhong Xiaohu said. Mo Fan slapped Zhong Xiaohu on the head. Are you stupid? Why didn't you stop them? No wonder everyone on the island is dead. The Sea Skeleton King has recovered more than 20% of its strength. Mo Fan spat. Those people were healing the Sea Skeleton King. Their minds were obviously being controlled. The sea monsters had enslaved their healers. With the healers' help, the Sea Skeleton King was going to fully recover in several days. It was likely that both Chairman Xiaozheng and General Dong did not expect this. Chapter 25:11 Totem Bone Seal. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. What should we do now? We still have time to leave as long as we don't wake up the Sea Skeleton King. Mo Fan was a little hesitant. However, an alluring figure took off like a gust of wind before Mo Fan could finish his sentence. The wind turned into a long and thin sword in her hand. She thrust the sword at the Sea Skeleton King's head. The gust of wind was ferocious when it reached the rocks, knocking the healers whose minds were being controlled away from the Sea Skeleton King. The others were shocked. Normally, Mo Fan would be the first to charge at the enemy. He had 7 elements, thus he could take on most ruler-level creatures directly, but Mu Ningxue was also the kind who did not stick to the usual routine most of the time. She slashed at the Sea Skeleton King without any hesitation. She was a heroine who dared to challenge her enemies directly too. The willow leaf sword was imbued with strong ice magic. The water across the sea was already freezing before the edge of the sword touched the Sea Skeleton King's head. The Sea Skeleton King's body was made of water. The sword immediately split the Sea Skeleton King's head in half. Mu Ningxue had obviously done her homework. She knew the Sea Skeleton King's body was able to recover as swiftly as water. She quickly unleashed her ice magic with her other hand after the slash. The ice magic sprinkled on the cut on the Sea Skeleton King's head like powder. The frost prevented the Sea Skeleton King's head from recovering. The Sea Skeleton King woke up with a furious roar. As an undead, slicing its head apart was not a deadly injury. It was one of the reasons why the Sea Skeleton King was such a formidable enemy. It completely ignored the cut on its head, and its eyes fixed on Mu Ningxue like spotlights. Mu Ningxue was as petty as a little white moth to it. The Sea Skeleton King was a little puzzled on top of its anger. How dare the puny human challenge it? Many ancient beasts and demon creatures in the deep sea had to avoid its territory. Many powerful hordes had submitted themselves to it. The Sea Skeleton King swung its arm and threw a fist at Mu Ningxue. The punch shattered the frozen sea and summoned the seawater within several kilometers. It turned into a vortex that was devouring everything with overwhelming force. Mu Ningxue was too tiny. She was no longer visible in the vortex. However, she was not as weak as she seemed. Mu Ningxue sliced the vortex in half as it approached her. The crack was full of ice crystals, as if an icy canyon had suddenly appeared in the middle of the ferocious sea. The slash and the ice crystals established an impenetrable zone in the canyon, allowing Mu Ningxue to stand her ground. Mu Ningxue pointed the willow leaf sword forward. A strange-shaped wind burst out of its tip and grew to a width of several hundred meters. The wind turned into a terrifying shredder. It pierced through the waves the Sea Skeleton King had summoned and tore into the enormous creature again. The Sea Skeleton King was the size of a mountain, but the wind still knocked it a few steps back. It slammed heavily into the cliff, which almost collapsed into pieces. "Such a brave and strong woman!" General Dong exclaimed. He had thought these young mags were here for a tour because Mu Ningxue was too pretty. Women like her could easily make a name by being actresses. Why would she be involved in a battle where she might be injured and killed at any time? His impression of her changed when he saw her injure the Sea Skeleton King by herself and manage to hold her ground against the Sea Skeleton King's attack. Most generals would feel ashamed of themselves. "Mo Fan, you should really ask your woman to behave herself. Can't she wait until we came up with a plan?" Zhao Manyang grumbled. "Perhaps she's tired of waiting for sissies like you," Jiang Xiaoshu mocked as she came from behind. "Didn't I ask you to stay?" Mo Fan said, glaring at Lingling. "It's safe around here." "The Sea Skeleton King is the only threat," Lingling replied. "What are you all waiting for?" Mu Ningxue has already fought the Sea Skeleton King for several rounds. Jiang Xiaoshu scolded them. Mo Fan had realized how comforting it was to have a Valkyrie like Mu Ningxue on the team back when they were competing in the World College Tournament. Mo Fan was a destructive mage. Others filling the same role as him usually had to stay at the back and channel their spells to deal destructive blows to the enemy when the time came. However, Mo Fan had to take the lead to charge into the enemy line most of the time. Not only did he have to face the enemy's attacks, he was responsible for dealing damage to the enemy, too. He was forced to be an all-arounder. This time, he could channel his spells with peace of mind while Mu Ningxue was keeping the enemy busy at the front. He needed time to prepare either the ultimate of his lightning element or the flames of his fire element. Mo Fan just finished channeling his destructive dragon tail while the Sea Skeleton King was fully occupied with Mu Ningxue. Lightning Dragon Tail. Lightning was intertwining in the sky as if a lightning dragon was poking its tail out from the stormy clouds. It unleashed its wrath on the sea and the land. Powerful blasts knocked the water into the sky as lightning strikes destroyed the Black Island. The dragon lightning tail knocked the Sea Skeleton King to its knees. Tons of seawater were falling off its disintegrating body, together with a thick and strange liquid which was likely to be the Sea Skeleton King's blood. Thick lightning was surging inside the sea skeleton king's body like chains, revealing its internal structure. The furious sea skeleton king had its back against the cliff. Dangling purposely went closer and stared at its backbone as it was highlighted by the lightning. The flashes of lightning had revealed a strange shape on the sea skeleton king's backbone. The observant Dangling had immediately realized it was an ancient totem seal. "It's a totem bone seal," Dangling blurted out in joy. She subconsciously leaned closer. The destructive aura of the sea skeleton king almost swept the little girl away. Apis pulled her back in the nick of time. "Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Apis snarled at her. "Tell Mo-Fan there's a totem seal on the sea skeleton king's neck," Dangling said. Chapter 25:12 Paint Magic, Skyfall Glacier. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. On the back of its neck? Mo-Fan had not noticed the special seal on the back of the sea skeleton king. Is this thing really a totem beast? Its appearance was not even close to one. Mo-Fan had never heard of an undead totem beast. The sea skeleton king was enraged. It could easily take care of these humans if it had its full strength, but its strength had declined significantly after losing such a huge portion of its life. However, the supreme ruler was still a formidable opponent. It suddenly sank into the swaying sea. The sky darkened as sinister white bones emerged continuously from the black sea. The bones rose like waves and reached the sky. The whole sea was full of bones. Terrifying waves of them were rolling at the island after the sea skeleton king roared. It was a hellish sight. Mo-Fan could sense how terrifying the tsunami of bones was, even from a great distance away. He could feel a suffocating pressure as he was caught in the middle of it, feeling like the bones were about to crush him into pieces. He was struggling to use his magic. Even though the ruler-level creature was already injured, its presence was still putting its enemies under great pressure. Mo-Fan and Mu-Ning-Xue barely escaped the waves of bones, getting knocked away. They were both injured by the impact. The sea skeleton king was no longer at its peak, but the bones kept piling up before collapsing on the tiny humans like a huge mountain. Mo-Fan tried to defend himself with the Heaven's Gate. He vomited a mouthful of blood after taking the hit. Mu-Ning-Xue was taking cover behind Mo-Fan. She knew Mo-Fan had taken the blow for her, but her wind superpower had been unable to weaken the waves of bones. "Stand behind me!" Zhao Manyang suddenly appeared. Golden orbs of water were circling around him. "I doubt you can stop the attack," Mo-Fan hissed, grabbing his chest. "Enough talk, there's nothing I can't stop." More water orbs were circling Zhao Manyang. Mo-Fan and Mu-Ning-Xue backed away. Mo-Fan had just noticed the water orbs were similar to Head Priest Wu Ku's prayer beads. It seemed like Zhao Manyang was done refining Wu Ku's water prayer beads and had improved his defenses. "I'll admit my defeat if you can knock me even a step back," Zhao Manyang said proudly. He was holding the wooden clapper in his left hand. The ancient seals of Basha were suddenly imprinted on the water orbs in glowing golden outlines. The water-praying beads were forming on his right hand. Their sacred light enveloped the area like a kasaya, while the water droplets were like fancy jewels embroidered on it. Golden lights flickered before firming up like a curtain, bestowing upon Zhao Manyang the imperious aura of a golden Buddha statue. The waves of bones were struggling to move an inch further. "Nicely done, Brother Zhao." Zhong Xiaohu was roaming on the edge. He was more of an assassin-type mage. He would usually stay hidden in the vicinity and look for an opening to deal a deadly blow to the enemy. Mo-Fan and Mu-Ning-Xue were panting heavily. They did not have a healer with them. Otherwise, they could recover from their injuries in no time. "Are you hurt?" Mo-Fan asked. Mu-Ning-Xue shook her head. Mo-Fan had taken most of the force until Zhao Manyang came. Mu-Ning-Xue was barely injured. The sea skeleton king emerged from the waves. Its eyes sharpened when it saw the bones melting away in the golden light. It jumped into the air, like it was trying to crush Zhao Manyang by abusing its size. Zhao Manyang was not to be outdone. He spread his arms and used the Titan hug. He was unharmed even though the Titan he formed was smashed apart like a bubble. "Old Zhao, move away," he heard Mu Bai call from the cliff. Mu Bai had been waving an ice brush at the vast sea for a long time, like he was using the sky and the sea as his canvas. Zhao Manyang quickly stepped aside when he saw Mu Bai about to make his move. A huge glacier was hanging upside down in the sky. The Sea Skeleton King looked up and saw the glacier falling right on top of it. It almost felt like a portion of the blue sky was collapsing onto the water at the first glance. That was just how spectacular the glacier Mu Bai had drawn was. The Sea Skeleton King waved its arms around at the glacier like it had gone into a frenzy. The massively thick glacier broke into pieces. However, the glacier was almost like a mountain range of ice formed over 10,000 years. Despite its outstanding strength, the ruler had no chance of breaking the whole glacier in a short amount of time. It finally forced the unstoppable Sea Skeleton King to bow down under its weight. Mu Bai's Skyfall Glacier had come in handy. It had bought the rest enough time to channel their spells. Mo Fan immediately summoned a giant lightning claw. Mu Ningxue drew out an ice crystal arrow. Zhong Xiaohu was flying around in the sky creating a tornado. The three simultaneously used destructive super spells and combined their magic to turn the island into debris. The Sea Skeleton King's body was disintegrated again, including its chest, its head, and its legs. If its initial shape was a skeleton, it was now just some bones with cracks and holes on them. The waves in the distance turned black after the Sea Skeleton King let out another roar. It looked like thousands of dragons were charging at the island. The black water surged into the Sea Skeleton King's body. Its broken parts were recovering rapidly. It took them great effort just to inflict damage on the Sea Skeleton King, but it had all vanished, quickly. The Sea Skeleton King was even fiercer after it was healed by the black seawater. A strong wind started blowing and knocked the five of them back. The Sea Skeleton King's aura skyrocketed like its strength would continue to grow the more damage it received. Is this thing unkillable? Both Mu Ningxue's Ice Crystal Arrow and Mo Fan's Sky Lightning Giant Claw were incredibly strong. Normal ruler-level creatures might not be able to withstand them. The Sea Skeleton King had already sustained serious injuries. Their attacks were supposed to leave it grasping for its last breath, but it had recovered its strength after receiving the Black Sea Water. Chapter 25:13 Undying Skeleton. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. This isn't going to work. That thing has the black seawater to heal it. The Magic City sent out 3 top-seaters so they could kill the Sea Skeleton King in a single blow. Zhong Xiaohu said. They realized the importance of understanding their enemy's abilities. They thought the Sea Skeleton King had lost its ability to heal with the black seawater after it was severely injured, but it could still summon the stuff to repair itself. Mo Fan had kept a very close eye on the creature. The Sea Skeleton King's previous injuries were still around. Its arm was still missing. Its chest and abdomen had many holes that were left from the previous round. It had only healed the new injuries they had caused it. It was an interesting find. If the black seawater was really that useful, why didn't it heal the rest of its body parts? It could easily crush them after recovering its strength. Lingling mentioned there's a totem seal on its backbone. Mo Fan purposely moved around behind the Sea Skeleton King. It was a little challenging to find the totem seal because of the Sea Skeleton King's size. Is it a totem beast? Mo Fan wondered to himself. No matter how he looked at the Sea Skeleton King, it did not bear any resemblance to the totem beasts. They had not found any records about it, either. What about the totem seal on its back? Lingling, can you find out which totem beast the seal belongs to? Mo Fan asked her. Lingling had been searching for clues through her memories and notes before Mo Fan had even asked. Totem seals were able to combine into bigger seals. The problem was, Lingling had to find out if the totem seal was a smaller one or a bigger one, or whether it was a sacred totem seal first. the ancient totem beasts had been able to devour weaker totem beasts to claim their bodies and power. It was not easy to find a compatible totem seal among so many of them. If it isn't the seal of a great totem beast, it should belong to a sacred totem beast. Dangling was hiding far away from the sea skeleton king. She was focusing all her attention on finding the right totem seal. She was like a little girl playing with puzzles. She kept scrambling the pieces and reassembling them to find the right seal. After all, the totem seals of certain totem beasts were stackable. A totem beast with mysterious feathers. Dangling finally found a matching seal in one of the groups. The totem beast with mysterious feathers and the moon moth phoenix belonged to the same branch of a sacred totem beast. Dangling had filtered them out at first because she assumed the sea skeleton king had nothing to do with the two flying totem beasts. To her surprise, the sea skeleton king's totem seal actually belonged to the same group as the mysterious totem beast and the moon moth phoenix. However, she had no idea which ancient totem beast the full combination of their totem seals would lead them to. Sister Jiang, can you check if your brother's notes have anything related to this group of totem beasts? Dangling showed Jiang Xiaoshu the combination she had come up with. Jiang Xiaoshu knew the information was critical to the fight the rest were fighting. She tried her best to recall the seal. Jiang Xiaoshu entered a dream. Whenever she tried to recall her past, she would enter a dream she had created for herself to recall her deepest memories and remind her about the information on totem beasts Jiang Xiaojun had shared with her. It sounded a little abstract, but it had helped her find many totem beasts. There was once a four-eyed bird which was also called the Undying bird in the myths. It could heal itself with fire and be reborn with flames. It was the guardian god of the tribes in the west, a natural enemy of the demon wolves and tigers. Brother, why do you always lie to me? If the Undying bird did exist, why did it disappear? Jiang Xiaoshu's parents were not around most of the time when she was young, busy with matters of state. It was her brother Jiang Xiaojun who had looked after her, but Jiang Xiaojun often went off on adventures too. Whenever he came back home, he would share his discoveries with his little sister passionately. Jiang Xiaoshu always treated them as stories. She had forgotten most of them. Luckily, she was a psychic mage. A person's memories would never disappear, they were merely hidden deep in their mind. They just needed something symbolic to make them remember. The totem seal was the best symbol she could ask for. No one can kill it unless it has lost the will to live. It can heal with fire. Even the warmth of sunlight was enough for it to be reborn. So if it chooses to end its own life, the only way is to hide in the dark and cold deep sea and bury itself there to die completely. However, it was just a temporary seal of time. If the ocean dried up one day, allowing sunlight to reach the bottom of the sea, or lava happened to flow across its remains, it would return and soar into the sky in flames. Jiang Xiaoshu woke up from the dream right after Jiang Xiaojun finished the sentence. It's the four-eyed bird. Jiang Xiaoshu opened her eyes and told Dangling. The four-eyed bird that heals with fire and is reborn through flames. The sea skeleton king's ability is similar to it. But it's healing with water. Jiang Xiaoshu fell into deep thought. She smacked her head after she realized something. She immediately transmitted her voice to everyone with her psychic magic. That thing has the traits of an undead. I believe it must have refined the four-eyed bird's remains in the deep sea, thus allowing it to heal and be reborn with water. Jiang Xiaoshu said. What difference is knowing that going to make? We just want to know how we can kill it. Zhao Manyang smiled wryly. Even a scrawny camel was bigger than a horse. The sea skeleton king was a formidable enemy. The group had failed to inflict any serious injuries on the creature. On the other hand, they were being gradually worn down, and were almost at their limit. The four-eyed bird can be reborn in flames, even if only its remains are left. You can try having the bone with the totem seal on the sea skeleton king come into contact with fire. Jiang Xiaoshu said. The sea skeleton king had to possess the bones of the undying bird, which granted it outstanding capabilities. They were also the reason why it was able to heal its injuries so quickly. Chapter 25:14. Redbone Nirvana. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Are you sure? Zhao Manyang was doubting Jiang Xiaoshu's words. Even if they assumed the legend of the four-eyed bird was real and its remains were buried in the deep sea for several thousand years, it would be almost impossible to burn the sea skeleton king's backbone when its entire body was covered in a thick layer of black seawater. Its spine was perfectly intact. It had remained standing after being blasted by so many super mags, proving how outstanding and durable it was. Mo Fan chose to believe Jiang Xiaoshu. You guys figure out a way to expose its back. I'll blast open its shell and pour lava into it. I'll freeze its legs. Mu Ningxue stated, backing away slightly and hovering above the sea. Her body looked as weightless as a feather. She summoned the ice crystal bow. Its brilliance instantly lit up the dim sky. Her hair drifted wildly in the wind and brushed the side of her dazzling face and her pale neck, further setting off her elegant curves. Heaven's ice and earth crystals. The arrow was launched with a loud howl, stirring up ripples of icy dust between the sea and the sky. The ice completely surrounded the arrow, which was flying straight at the sea skeleton king. The sea and the rocks froze. The damp breeze looked like streams of white silk. The sea skeleton king reacted quickly. It tried to jump away from the area that was freezing solid, but Zhong Xiaohu created a huge net made up of wind strings to foil the sea skeleton king in the nick of time. The wind net could not match the sea skeleton king in strength, but it only had to slow the creature down enough. Mu Ningxue's ice crystal bow would quickly freeze the sea skeleton king's lower body. Mu Ningxue's ice magic was close to the peak of the ice element with the help of a unique magic artifact like the ice crystal bow. The arrow also consumed a huge amount of Mu Ningxue's mental energy. The sea skeleton king's lower body was frozen solid. It was not just covered in a layer of frost, but icy crystals that were as sturdy as steel. Even powerful spells would struggle to leave scratches on them. Mo Fan immediately circled around to the sea skeleton king's back after Mu Ningxue successfully trapped the sea skeleton king, creeping closer with fleeing shadow. The sea skeleton king was extremely cautious. It began twisting its body vigorously when it noticed Mo Fan closing on its backbone. It swung its hand at the sky. Mo Fan instantly felt an enormous force rushing at him, forcing him to back away and reveal himself. The force had formed a spreading barrier around the sea skeleton king to keep Mo Fan away from its back. He was unable to touch the sea skeleton king's skin, let alone its backbone. Brother Fan, I'll keep it busy, Zhong Xiaohu declared. How are you going to do that? Mo Fan saw Zhong Xiaohu turn into a wind drill and start digging into the sea skeleton king's chest. The sea skeleton king was the size of a mountain. The holes in its body left from the previous battle were like caves punched into it. Zhong Xiaohu boldly went right inside the sea skeleton king's chest like a parasite. The sea skeleton king was still afraid of other creatures going inside its body. Its backbone might be its first priority, but it also had organs in its chest. Its destructive aura began to shift inwards. It was trying to drive Zhong Xiaohu out from its torso. Zhong Xiaohu was utterly reckless. Not only was he reluctant to leave, he drove deeper into the sea skeleton king's chest and took cover behind its ribs. The sea skeleton king started to panic. A human mage had run inside its own chest. If the human spells were as powerful as Mo Fan's lightning, it was no different from planting a bomb inside its chest. It could not allow Zhong Xiaohu to go any deeper. It released all of the destructive aura into its body, even if it might end up damaging itself. Zhong Xiaohu's actions worked as intended. Mo Fan was able to see the bone with the totem seal. Little Flame Bell. Mo Fan shouted. Little Flame Bell had long been on standby and immediately appeared. She was as dazzling as the sun as she hovered above Mo Fan. Mo Fan erupted into blazing flames as he was bathed in the scorching light coming from her. His blood vessels, bones, muscles, and skin were made of scorching lava, like a child of the sun. He was radiating imperious flames. As Mo Fan transformed into the King of Hell, the totem seal on the sea skeleton king's backbone started glowing and heating up. The The Sea Skeleton King was made of water and possessed a demonic aura. Even its bones were brimming with the presence of the undead magic. However, a particular bone on its back was blazing red, like a piece of metal that had just been taken out of a furnace. It proved Jiang Xiaoshu was telling the truth. Mo Fan did not hesitate any longer. He dove into the Sea Skeleton King's body just like Zhong Xiaohu had. The heavenly flames would normally be unable to melt through the Sea Skeleton King, but Mo Fan had transformed into a scorching spear, forcing his way into the Sea Skeleton King's body. The creature was unable to resist the heat in its weakened state. The Sea Skeleton King could feel its back burning. It tried to grab Mo Fan. Mu Bai and Zhao Manyang decisively made their moves and blocked the Sea Skeleton King's arm, buying Mo Fan more time. Mo Fan finally broke through the thick black seawater. He felt like his own heavenly flames were going to burn him into ashes. He had rarely engulfed himself in such hot flames in the past. Lava Fist River? Mo Fan threw a punch at the bone with the totem seal. Thick black water swirled to block the flames. Mo Fan did not give up. He threw another punch at the same location. A third punch. A fourth punch. The lava was splashing everywhere and had set the whole place on fire. Mo Fan failed to blast open a hole after throwing 4 punches. He took a deep breath and kept attacking. The bone with the totem seal was getting hotter. It had been just a normal bone before, without any sense of life. However, as its temperature rose, the reddened bone started releasing its own burning heat. The massive Sea Skeleton King had over 1,000 bones, but only the bone with the totem seal was burning. It was about to separate itself from the cold and undead creature, and be reborn. Chapter 25:15. The Little White Tiger's Power. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The lava splashing in the air was burning like bundles of fiery vines. The red-hot bone was absorbing the flames. The bone with the totem seal had turned into a fiery cocoon. The burning cocoon expanded and was on the edge of breaking free from the Sea Skeleton King's backbone. The dim sky had reddened now. The thick clouds had turned the color of burning lava in hell. A crimson bird with purple feathers on its crown, tail, and wings burst out of the cocoon, flying right out of the Sea Skeleton King's backbone. It was only the size of an eagle, but the light it was emitting was comparable to the light of 9 suns. The Sea Skeleton King spun around. It forcibly broke free from Zhao Manyang and Mu Bai's spells and lunged at the 4-eyed bird. The bird was the main source of its incredible power. It had labored in the deep sea for over 1,000 years just to claim the totem seal. It had taken the creature a very long time just to refine the bone. The bone had now turned into a bird and was flying away. Even the Sea Skeleton King had no idea that the totem beast that had died several thousand years ago could be reborn after coming into contact with fire. Being reborn and being able to heal itself were two very different things. The Sea Skeleton King was shocked and overjoyed. If it could steal the 4-eyed bird's ability to be reborn by using water, nothing in the world could possibly beat it. The Sea Skeleton King pounced at the 4-eyed bird recklessly. The 4-eyed bird was still tiny. It was obviously not what it used to look like. It was absorbing the fire magic around it, trying to recover its strength. The Sea Skeleton King opened its chest and wrapped it around the 4-eyed bird to stop it from flying away. Is it trying to shove the 4-eyed bird back inside its backbone? Mo Fan could feel the Sea Skeleton King's crazed fervor. The Sea Skeleton King had not known the bone totem seal had the ability to resurrect the bird. It would definitely steal the ability if given more time. How could the Sea Skeleton King not lose its mind? Not every place had scorching flames, but there was water almost everywhere. As long as it remained in the sea, it would easily have access to ice-cold water. It could rule over the ocean with the 4-eyed bird's ability. Even the emperors would be wary of it. Being unkillable was the greatest trait of the undead. It has gone crazy. Don't let it devour the 4-eyed bird. Mo Fan shouted. The black seawater suddenly reached several hundred meters high. The red sky was instantly replaced by an evil, dark aura. The waters further away had turned cloudy and dark. The Sea Skeleton King's aura was overwhelming. It had surpassed Mofan and the four-eyed bird's flames and dragged the whole area into a dark abyss filled with water. The waves were pouring down from the holes in the sky, like the world was falling apart. Mofan was constantly being knocked back and forth by the waves. The fire domain he established was rapidly devoured by the black tsunami falling from the sky. He was struggling to get out of the sticky water. Little Flame Bell's heavenly flames were useless. The Sea Skeleton King was a supreme ruler. Its black seawater and destructive sea breeze were not any weaker than the heavenly flames, not to mention the natural restraint of water over fire. Mofan was at a disadvantage even in his Hell of King form. Damn it, how is it still so strong? Mofan cursed as he fell into the Black Sea. It did not feel like water, but a pool of demons and devils dragging him deeper into the sea to drown him. Mofan was unable to use any of his abilities. He truly felt how strong the Sea Skeleton King was right now. He felt like he was suffocating even when the creature only had around 20% of its strength left. Mofan could not stop the Sea Skeleton King, and he was having trouble breaking free from the water. The gate of life was right above his head, but it was slowly closing. He would be stuck forever in the water until he died. Brother Fan, I'll handle it. You should focus on breaking out of the water. Zhong Xiaohu exclaimed. Mofan realized he had sunk to the bottom of the sea. A gate of death was sucking him towards it. Mofan was fighting his lingering fears. The Sea Skeleton King had yet to go all out on them, and was preoccupied with trying to capture the four-eyed bird. Otherwise, Mofan would have been dead by now. I will really think twice before challenging such a strong creature in the future. Mofan was having trouble defending himself. Meanwhile, the four-eyed bird had just been reborn. It was only a little bird, and it had not recovered its strength. Zhong Xiaohu was the closest to the four-eyed bird, since he was causing trouble inside the Sea Skeleton King's chest. He immediately flew out of the Sea Skeleton King's chest when he saw the creature trying to capture the four-eyed bird. Zhong Xiaohu was extremely fast. He reached the four-eyed bird before the Sea Skeleton King could catch it. The waves rolled fiercely. Zhong Xiaohu stood on a gust of wind in the shape of a sword and glided across the sea like a surfer challenging a huge wave. The Sea Skeleton King was enraged. It raised its hand high and covered the sky. The hand was like a black tsunami that had poured down from the sky. Its mass and strength could easily shake the heavens and earth. The Sea Skeleton King was using everything it had to take out the annoying humans. Zhong Xiaohu was extremely tiny compared to the Sea Skeleton King's hand, which was falling at a shocking speed. He was struggling to escape the Sea Skeleton King's palm no matter which direction he flew in. The four-eyed bird was in Zhong Xiaohu's arms. Its eyes were filled with despair when it saw the giant hand looming over it. The Sea Skeleton King was much stronger than it used to be when they first arrived. It was not slow and simple-minded, like most creatures of massive size. The group was caught unprepared by the cunning creature. A tiger's howl suddenly came as a creature with fur like snow appeared out of nowhere. It jumped straight onto the Sea Skeleton King's head and scratched at it. The Sea Skeleton King had been unaware of the little creature's existence. An icy mountain emerged from the bottom of the sea with stalactites hanging on its edges or icy spears pointing at the sky, like a scene from the last ice age. Chapter 25:16. Luring to the Volcano. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Little White Tiger? Mu Ningxue was surprised. Since when was the little creature following them? She had clearly left him at Fanxue Mountain. The little cub had been left at the mountain after signing a contract with Mu Ningxue. He enjoyed keeping the Moon Moth Phoenix company and stirring up trouble on the mountain. Mu Ningxue did not even bother asking how he was doing. Whenever the patrols caught him on Fanxue Mountain, she would let him play in her backyard for a while. Mu Ningxue had clearly told the little cub to stay behind, but he had been following her instead. It was not the time to scold the little cub, as they happened to be in a pinch right now. Mo Fan and Zhong Xiaohu were in danger, while Mu Ningxue was finding it difficult to fire another arrow. The little cub was behaving differently than his usual naughty self. He had dug his claws into the Sea Skeleton King's head and split its face in half. The Glacier emerging from the bottom of the sea was stabbing at the Sea Skeleton King like a spear the little cub had summoned. The Sea Skeleton King had suddenly sustained a serious blow. The giant hand that was going to crush Zhong Xiaohu at any second was shattered. Zhong Xiaohu took hold of the opportunity to break free from the Sea Skeleton King's grasp. He flew into the distance while coddling the four-eyed bird, trying to distance himself from the Sea Skeleton King. The Sea Skeleton King let out thunderous cries. It shook its body to smash the glacier binding it and directed its destructive aura at the little cub. The little cub decisively backed away after the attack. He was both cunning and agile, and the little creature was also surprisingly fast. He fell on the cage of black seawater like a beam of white light. The angry Sea Skeleton King did not chase after the little cub, racing after Zhong Xiaohu instead. The sea was surging madly, but Zhong Xiaohu had the advantage of speed. If he insisted on running away, even a supreme ruler would find it hard to stop him. The little cub went to Mo Fan and raised his front limbs, stomping the water. The water froze rapidly, from the surface all the way to the bottom of the sea. The black seawater that was trapping Mo Fan finally stopped moving, giving him a moment to catch his breath. The little cub stood at the opening and looked down at Mo Fan like he was saying, "Do you need a hand?" Mo Fan swam back to the surface and returned to the warm and bright world. His heavenly flames erupted once again. The little cub raised his head proudly, like a savior waiting to be worshipped by the people. "Why are you so proud of yourself? Go ahead and kill that thing if you can. You are a direct descendant of a sacred totem beast. You are supposed to be the ancient sea god's nemesis, but you only came to reap the harvest after we did the hard work," Mo Fan complained. The little cub's whiskers quivered to show his anger. "We have been taking care of you for free while you do nothing. Why aren't you chasing after that creature and killing it?" Mo Fan pinched the little cub's face. The little cub shook its head like he was saying, "I'm not going to step forward to be struck down first. We'll go together. You are embarrassing the name of the sacred totem beasts. Other sacred totem beasts would have fought it alone." Mo Fan scolded it. The shameless little cub simply ignored Mo Fan's mockery. He was just a little cub. He did not have to bear the responsibilities that were not applicable to his age. "Then hurry up and give me a ride instead," Mo Fan said. Why did he always have to deal with these selfish creatures? Both apers and the little cub were the same. The little cub finally agreed when he heard he would not have to fight the enemy himself. He transformed into his true form of an imperious sacred tiger of the scar. He revealed the true appearance of a sacred totem beast, even though his stripes were still not as stunning as the mature sacred tiger of the scar Mo Fan had encountered. While the little cub was chasing the Sea Skeleton King, he earnestly explained to Mo Fan that the sacred tigers of the scar would only give birth to one child in every generation. His life was more precious than China's national treasures, and he had to treat his life preciously. Otherwise, he would be the last of his kind. Mo Fan was seriously not in the mood to listen to the little cub's excuses to justify his cowardice. He suddenly realized Zhao Manyang was a more suitable master for the cub. "You are an odd one among the totem beasts. Are you sure you possess the lineage of the sacred tigers? Are you sure you are not a weasel instead?" Mo Fan pinched the little cub's ear. The little cub was unperturbed. He could not have cared less about being humiliated by humans. The little cub could easily catch up to the Sea Skeleton King with his speed, but it maintained a safe distance from it. Mo Fan was unable to do anything. Mo Fan, the Sea Skeleton King no longer has the four-eyed bird's power. It's our best chance at killing it. Mu Bai and Zhao Manyang had caught up to Mo Fan by riding the Wind Gore's inferior dragon. Mu Ningxue eventually regrouped with them, too. She did not need a ride from the little cub, since she had her wind wings. It was a big reason why she felt it was unnecessary to sign a contract with the little cub. Why does Zhong Xiaohu keep running? We have gone so far away from the island. Zhao Manyang complained. At least he can still run. If the Sea Skeleton King captures the four-eyed bird, all our efforts are in vain. Let the chase continue, we'll attack the Sea Skeleton King from behind while it chases after the four-eyed bird. Mo Fan exclaimed. It's too dangerous for us to fight the Sea Skeleton King. If it focuses on killing us, we won't stand a chance. Zhao Manyang sounded a little afraid. Mo Fan was troubled, too. His strongest form of the King of Hell was not very effective against the water element creature. He needed to figure out another way to kill the Sea Skeleton King. He felt the sudden need to improve his other elements. Otherwise, he would always find himself at a disadvantage when fighting sea monsters. Lure it to the land. Its strength should weaken by half. Mu Bai pointed out. Mo Fan smacked himself on the head. That's right, his magic was no longer restrained if he was back on land. On the other hand, the Sea Skeleton King's power would drop significantly. Hosey, lure it to the land. Mo Fan told Zhong Xiaohu with the communication device. Zhong Xiaohu was in a tough position. He did not dare reduce his speed or change his direction. The Sea Skeleton King was like an ocean, reaching out its fierce claws for him, its enormous figure covering the entire sky. He would be swallowed if he slowed down even a little. I don't know where the land is. Lingling, we need your guidance now. Mo Fan yelled. Luckily, the communication device was still working. Lingling's voice soon came out of the device. Don't stop. Keep going forward for 100 kilometers. You should reach Shixiong City. Lingling replied. Jiang Xiaoshu immediately spoke up before Lingling could finish the sentence. Mo Fan, isn't Shixiong City where we spent the night in a temple? There's a volcanic island to its north. The four-eyed bird needs the purest fire to regain its strength. A mage fire magic isn't enough. Put the four-eyed bird inside the volcano, and it will transform into a real totem beast. Jiang Xiaoshu told them. Shixiong City, isn't that in Japan? Zhao Manyang exclaimed. We have already traveled some distance from China. The closest land is Japan, and there's a volcano nearby. Chapter 25:17. Dangling Sea Curtains. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan was utterly shocked. The strange mist they had entered had only seemed to cover several dozen kilometers. They should only be 50 kilometers away from China's coasts. How did they end up so close to Japan? Was the strange mist imbued with space and chaos magic? Did they travel a great distance into the sea, even though it only felt like several dozen kilometers? Jiang Xiaoshu and Lingling obviously would not lie to them. They would reach land by heading east, regardless of what country it was. Half of Shixiong City was drowned after the sea level rose. The residents were evacuated to somewhere higher in altitude, so you don't have to worry about their safety. Lingling assured them. Mo Fan, Jiang Xiaoshu, Mu Ningxue, and Zhao Manyang were all familiar with Shixiong City. It was the first city in Japan they had visited when they were traveling around the world to train themselves for the World College Tournament. The sea was vast, but the group was traveling at an insane speed, and the chase went on for a long time. The Sea Skeleton King was obsessed with the four-eyed bird, and it would not allow humans to take away the power that belonged to it. The Sea Skeleton King's injuries were obvious during the chase. It was using all its power, but it still struggled to catch up to Zhong Xiaohu. Zhong Xiaohu was very good at dodging attacks, too. He had evaded every attack launched by the Sea Skeleton King. Even if it was impossible to dodge some of the attacks, the rest of the group would lend him a hand from behind to buy him time. The group had no choice but to bite their lips and endure the prolonged chase, even though they were injured. They had to stop the Sea Skeleton King from reaching the four-eyed bird at all costs. Brother Zhao, catch! Zhong Xiaohu noticed the Sea Skeleton King's destructive wind had blocked his path. He decisively threw the four-eyed bird at Zhao Manyang. Zhao Manyan's expression changed as soon as he caught the hot potato. The Sea Skeleton King immediately turned after him. Are you seriously thinking this is a relay? Don't give it to me. Zhao Manyang threw the four-eyed bird at Mu Bai without any hesitation. Are you King stupid? Mu Bai swore at him. The Sea Skeleton King suddenly raised its hand. The limb enlarged significantly while the four-eyed bird was flying across the sky. The ruler was trying to intercept it. Blink! Mo Fan instantly cast a space spell. A space rift opened up at the four-eyed bird's position. The Sea Skeleton King missed its grab. The four-eyed bird ended up in Mo Fan's arms. The four-eyed bird was just like a little bird and did not have a clear mind. The sacred flames around it were the only thing that indicated it was special. Little cub, full speed ahead. The little cub was a free-willed beast and was not going to obey every command from Mo Fan. However, he had no choice but to run at full speed when he saw the Sea Skeleton King lunging at him. The tiger cub was racing across the surface of the sea. The water his feet touched turned into ice. The frost continued to spread like ripples, freezing the water behind him. The little cub looked like a godly beast running across the sea from above. Frost was spreading across the sea behind him, like curtains being drawn. The frozen water was perfect for hindering the Sea Skeleton King's pursuit. It could no longer control the water freely, easing the pressure the group was under. The little cub sprinted across the sea like a ray of white light. His endurance was shocking. Mo Fan even had time to throw several sky lightning claws at the Sea Skeleton King while riding the little cub. The sky lightning claws could only inflict minor injuries on the Sea Skeleton King, but they were still effective as the Sea Skeleton King could no longer heal itself. How much farther do we have to go? Mo Fan looked ahead. He could still see nothing but waves. There was no sign of land. Mo Fan's head began to hurt. They could not afford to underestimate the Sea Skeleton King. They might die if they made a careless mistake. 30 kilometers left. We should see it pretty soon. Zhong Xiaohu was keeping the Sea Skeleton King busy from the side, preventing it from moving closer to the little cub. The Sea Skeleton King was still very powerful. It swung its arm at Zhong Xiaohu and knocked him several kilometers away. Zhong Xiaohu fell into the sea with a huge splash. His magic armor was broken, and he could no longer raise his arms. Even the slightest movement was causing him great pain. Hosey, are you still alive? Mo Fan asked through the communication device. I'm alive, but my arms are broken. Keep going, don't worry about me, Zhong Xiaohu answered through clenched teeth. The Sea Skeleton King made its move again, this time targeting Zhao Manyang, Mu Bai, and Mu Ningxue. It realized it would never catch up to Mo Fan and the little cub before getting rid of the annoying flies around it. Mu Bai was the next to sustain serious injuries. His defensive capabilities were not particularly outstanding. Zhao Manyang was the toughest to beat. He managed to withstand several heavy blows from the Sea Skeleton King. However, the Sea Skeleton King was extremely cunning. It focused on taking down the Wind Gore's inferior dragon when it realized it would take a longer time to take out Zhao Manyang directly. Even though the Wind Gore's inferior dragon was at the ruler level, its strength was on a different level when compared to the Sea Skeleton King. The Sea Skeleton King broke the Wind Gore's inferior dragon's wings and smashed it deep into the sea. Zhao Manyang could no longer match the Sea Skeleton King's speed without the Wind Gore's inferior dragon. The Sea Skeleton King summoned a curtain of waves to block Zhao Manyang and Mu Ningxue. It then went after Mo Fan and the little cub at full speed. Keep going, I'm afraid I can't go any further, Zhao Manyang told Mu Ningxue. Mu Ningxue had 8 wind wings on her back. She had no choice but to increase her altitude to fly over the waves. However, she soon realized the curtain of waves had a special power. The higher she flew, the taller the curtain of waves felt to her, like she could never reach the top. Mu Ningxue was puzzled. When she looked down, she realized she was still very close to the surface, even though she had ascended over 1,000 meters. It felt like the curtain of waves was constantly growing taller, making it impossible to fly over it. Left with no choice, Mu Ningxue could only break through the waves by force. She could not let Mo Fan take on the Sea Skeleton King alone. He would have trouble facing a water element creature by himself. Chapter 25:18. Lack of Backbone. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan was pretty anxious right now. He'd had a full team not long ago, but he was the only one left now. The Sea Skeleton King did not stop chasing them. It had completely lost its mind as it tried to obtain the four-eyed bird's immortality. It was glaring after Mo Fan. It so wished it could crush Mo Fan to pieces right now. "Little cub, do you see that mountain?" Mo Fan pointed. The little cub had finally found the land after following Mo Fan's guidance. However, most of the island was already underwater. The tallest trees were swaying in the waves, as the area used to be a forest. The little cub agilely ran along on their leaves. The Sea Skeleton King was enraged. It suddenly gathered the water around it into a huge arm, uprooting the trees and throwing them at Mo Fan and the little cub. Fierce waves rose and collapsed onto the forest, tearing the soil and roots away. The little cub dodged the waves nimbly and was able to find the gaps between the countless trees that were being thrown at him. It felt like everything was moving in slow motion in his eyes. He was always able to find the perfect path to dodge the incoming projectiles. Mo Fan realized the little cub had been hiding his strength all along. The Sea Skeleton King would have struck him down like it did to Zhong Xiaohu, Mu Bai, and Mu Ningxue without the little cub's help. "We are almost there." The terrain was rising after they passed the woods. A mountain in the shape of a chimney was rising only 5 kilometers away. It really stood out after the mist dissipated. The mountain was bathed in sunlight just as Mo Fan arrived. Only the distance was a little misty. However, the Sea Skeleton King let out a roar and made the sky of Shishong City darken with a strange ability. Dark clouds approached Mo Fan. They loomed over him like huge waves, weighing him down with suffocating pressure. Lightning fell from the clouds and flickered wildly in the sky like dancing dragons with gleaming scales. Rain started pouring down after the lightning. The area in front of Mo Fan darkened right before the storm occurred. He felt like he had walked into a huge waterfall instead of a volcano. The light coming down from the sky was covered, while the sound of the collapsing water was deafening. He was struggling to keep his back straight under the heavy rain. The Sea Skeleton King had turned the clear sky into the heaviest storm. The Supreme Ruler was able to control Shishong City's weather completely. Luckily, the people of Shishong City had already evacuated, or it would have been a terrifying disaster. "Can you freeze the rain?" Mo Fan asked. The rain was so heavy that Mo Fan could not see where the volcano was. The little cub turned around and growled, looking at Mo Fan in a strange way. "What did you call me?" Mo Fan snapped. However, Mo Fan realized how stupid he sounded on second thought. If the little cub froze the rain, it would be hailing instead. The hails would be as big as fishballs. He found the rain preferable. Mo Fan turned around and looked at the Sea Skeleton King. It immediately gave him a fright. He thought the Sea Skeleton King was using the rain to slow him down, but the rain had allowed it to take off into the sky. Its body was no longer made of seawater, but the rainwater. Mo Fan could no longer see the sky and earth behind him, only the enormous demon chasing after him. Mo Fan took a deep breath. The Supreme Ruler of the Sea was indeed terrifying. The lightning flashes highlighted its silhouette. Both the little cub and Mo Fan were like tiny flies before it. Mo Fan could feel the little cub's speed decreasing in the rain. The Sea Skeleton King was getting closer. Its giant shadow was looming over Mo Fan and had crushed down on him multiple times. "It's going crazy!" Mo Fan was shocked. The Sea Skeleton King did not act like it was heavily injured. It was just as terrifying as it was when it first appeared. The little cub also knew he could not afford to mess with the Sea Skeleton King. He was running away with all his might. Fighting the Sea Skeleton King was a death wish. Mo-Fan even had the feeling the Sea Skeleton King had been faking its injuries. They did not stand a chance against it. "There, right ahead, we are almost there," Mo-Fan blurted out. Mo-Fan was spooked after a few close calls. He could finally see the volcano. It was time to go all out. Mo-Fan kept using the space element to open portals in front of the little cub. They barely escaped the Sea Skeleton King's rain. Bang! A massive hand fell from the sky and smashed Mo-Fan's portal into pieces. The little cub let out a furious growl. A scorching light burst out of his body as he tore through the hand and broke free from the Sea Skeleton King's grasp. Mo-Fan was overjoyed. The little cub was pretty impressive. He thought he was dead for sure. The little cub ran along the steep wall of the volcano. He was originally from Tianshan Mountain and was no longer restrained by the rain after he reached a higher altitude. The light coming from the totem beast gave him an imperious aura and demeanor. "It's coming." Mo-Fan was already injured. It was not ideal for him to fight the Sea Skeleton King right now. The little cub was angry. He faced the Sea Skeleton King like he was going to fight it. "Sure, keep it busy for a while. I'm heading inside." Mo-Fan did not hesitate. He pointed at the mountain and built a slide from the rocks. He stepped on it and dove into the volcano. Fists of rain were falling rapidly, each leaving a deadly hole in the ground. Mo-Fan was using his will to block some of them while dodging the rest. The four-eyed bird in Mo-Fan's arms cried excitedly, sensing a pure source of fire ahead. Chapter 25:19 Reborn after drinking flames. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo-Fan arrived at the opening of the volcano. He looked down and frowned in disappointment. There was no sign of blazing lava, he only saw a pitch-black hole. There were volcanic rocks everywhere, but they had been left here many years ago. They were ice-cold, not giving off any heat. Don't tell me it's an inactive volcano. Mo-Fan thought. He did not have any backup left. If he did not awaken the true four-eyed bird, he had no idea how he could fight the Sea Skeleton King. "Let's hope the little cub can hold the Sea Skeleton King off a little longer," Mo-Fan mumbled after catching a glimpse of a white figure disappearing into the distance. Mo-Fan lifted his gaze and saw the Sea Skeleton King was less than several kilometers from him. He felt like a giant demon was looking down at him. That shameless little cub, wasn't he giving off an emperor's aura? How could he run away as soon as the Sea Skeleton King arrived? The sacred white tiger of Tianshan Mountain was seriously as timid as a donkey. Even his final backup had run away. Mo-Fan looked down at the dead volcano. He felt like he was being forced to the edge of a cliff. There was no way he could beat the Sea Skeleton King. The creature was just as strong now as it was when it first showed up at the coast of the Magic City. It might not be able to maintain its strength for a long time, but that was already plenty enough for it to kill Mo-Fan. A huge blast came from the sky. The Sea Skeleton King was worried that the four-eyed bird might find lava inside the volcano. It tore the stormy clouds apart, pouring a huge waterfall into the volcano. Other volcanoes released lava and huge clouds of ashes, and all living creatures that could not escape in time would perish. However, the volcano in Shishong City was being filled with a waterfall instead. There was no way the volcano would have any fire in it. "Screw it, it's not like I have a better choice." Mo-Fan decisively hugged the four-eyed bird to him and jumped into the pitch-black hole as he saw the waterfall approaching the volcano. Mo-Fan was falling rapidly in the dark. Most importantly, the falling water was only inches from his ankles. Mo-Fan began to regret his action. He was just going to be stuck inside the hole. The Sea Skeleton King had 10,000 different ways to kill him. The four-eyed bird was growing more excited. It even had the urge to beat its wings and fly out of Mo-Fan's arms, but it looked at Mo-Fan and realized it would be faster if it stayed with Mo-Fan. Mo-Fan was feeling a great chill and an overwhelming force behind him. He realized the water was going to crush him to pieces no matter what he found inside the hole. The hole was extremely deep. The volcano was only around 2,000 meters tall from the outside, but Mo Fan felt like he had fallen more than 2,000 meters into the mouth of the pit. The volcano was surrounded by the sea. Mo Fan realized he had already fallen below the water level. The four-eyed bird could not wait any longer. It broke free of Mo Fan's arms and dove deeper into the darkness. Mo Fan tried to grab the four-eyed bird, but he suddenly slammed into the ground. He broke his nose and bones as he failed to stop in time. To make matters worse, the terrifying waterfall smashed right down on him, leaving him in great pain. It almost broke every bone in his body. Normally, a ferocious blow would only hit him once, but the waterfall was constantly hitting him with great force. Even with his demon flesh, he was struggling to withstand the pressure. His consciousness started fading away as he lost control over his body. Even the pain he was under was turning numb. He could hear the faint cries of the four-eyed bird, and the waterfall finally came to an end. The four-eyed bird beat its wings and landed on Mo Fan's flattened chest. Water had filled up the inside of the volcano and formed a lake. Mo Fan was floating motionlessly on the water. Some of his body parts looked like they only had a single layer of skin left. The four-eyed bird turned around and saw scorching lava leaking out of a nearby fissure. It even set the cold water on fire after touching it. The lava was enticing the four-eyed bird. If it flew over and pried open the wall, it would immediately be bathed in pure lava and be reborn. However, it was hesitating, sitting there like a little sparrow. It eventually moved its gaze away from the lava and looked at Mo Fan's crushed chest. It jumped several times on the spot and then dove into Mo Fan's heart. Mo Fan's body was already mashed beyond recognition. The Sea Skeleton King was determined to kill him. His chest was broken, and his heart was crushed. He was already a dead man who had died a horrible death. Thud! However, his broken heart suddenly beat once after the four-eyed bird dived into it. The sound was oddly clear inside the cave. Thud! Mo Fan's heart beat again. His body shuddered with it. The body started moving after some time, but in a weird manner. It was more like a walking corpse. Something was dragging his incomplete body toward the wall with lava leaking out of it. It was moving slowly. If anyone was watching it, they would be spooked, as they might assume it was a zombie looking for food inside the cave, especially when the body was already damaged beyond recognition. It continued to move across the water, and finally reached the wall. It had lost many of its fingers. Its arm was so pulped that only its skin remained whole. However, it was reaching out its hand like a thirsting man trying to reach the water that was flowing out of a rock. The only difference was it was trying to reach lava instead. The scorching lava flowed across its hand. Most of it had dropped to the ground, where the tattered hand scooped the lava up. The body lowered its head and drank the lava. The scorching lava flowed down Mo Fan's throat and set him on fire. Ordinary people would have burned into ashes. However, the lava was like fresh blood to Mo Fan. His heart was recovering amid the scorching flames. It was soon pounding heavily in a steady beat. The blazing lava solidified and reforged his bones, ribs, arms, and legs. Chapter 25-20 Phoenix Flame. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. It was like metal pieces being melted into liquid in a furnace and then poured into a mold. The result was a human figure brimming with power. It looked like a sculpted metallic statue under the brilliance of sacred sunlight. The lava turned into blood and flesh inside Mo Fan's body after it cooled. The flames had refined his body and now filled it with life. His hollow and empty eyes were now glowing like fiery orbs. They had a refined charm after the tempering and were brimming with confidence. His skin was scorching red, showing his transparent veins and arteries. Blood from his heart was pumping out through his whole body. Every inch of his skin was covered in erupting pores. Flames burst out of them when he tensed, forming a blazing red armor above his skin. Perhaps the scorching red lava was his new skin. It was giving off the strong aura of an untouchable god of fire. Mo Fan had just regained consciousness. The overwhelming power he felt from the flames was strange and surreal. A skeleton head made from black water was hanging 1,000 meters above him. It suddenly let out a furious roar down into the hole. Mo Fan finally remembered how he had ended up here. The last thing he remembered was how his body had been crushed by the waterfall. It had even shattered his soul, so how did he wake up unharmed in the cave, like it was all just a dream? A sudden thought crossed his mind. Where's the four-eyed bird? He felt a strong beat from his heart after having the thought, like it was responding to his call. Mo Fan vaguely heard a crisp cry echoing in his ears. He clenched his heart and felt it giving off a strong heat, like a sacred furnace. It was burning fiercely in his chest. The power he had felt was not from his imagination. It was coming from his heart. The four-eyed bird had transformed into his heart. Mo Fan found himself shocked with disbelief. He looked at the gap between the wall where lava was pouring out like a spring. It could have dove into the lava and reclaimed its power and form of a totem beast, but it had chosen to save him by giving up its own life instead. Mo Fan immediately recalled the past about the totem beasts he had heard from Hua Shanhong. Humanity had tried to kill the totem beasts, but the totem beasts paid a huge price to drive away the ancient sea gods to save them in return. The black totem snake had fallen victim to the threat elimination strategy, but he returned to protecting Hangzhou as soon as he was done shedding his old skin. The moon moth phoenix was betrayed by her guardian, but she had saved the young Yushusha after she was tortured by other humans. The four-eyed bird had given up the perfect opportunity to reclaim its life when the lava was within inches of it. It had rebuilt Mo Fan's bones, flesh, soul, and life, even if it meant giving up its life. Mo Fan lowered his head and saw a red feather stuck to his chest. He took the feather and placed it on his palm. He could not find the words to express his gratitude to the four-eyed bird. Humans were so petty. Their lives would only last for 100 years at most, but the four-eyed bird was able to live for eternity. It had the power to be reborn with flames, yet it had used its power to save a human. Perhaps it was the reason why humans would always remain humans, while the gods would always be gods. That being said, Mo Fan was clearly aware that the four-eyed bird did not just give up its life to save a random human. It was trying to save the man who had the courage to fight the Sea Skeleton King in exchange for the Magic City's peace. Mo Fan was going to fulfill its final wish at all costs. Mo Fan raised his head and looked up at the hideous skeleton head. The sea monster was cruel, greedy, and cold-blooded. Mo Fan could not care less about the ancient sea god's conspiracy. His priority was to slay the supreme ruler, and avenge the totem beasts and brave warriors who had died at the hands of the sea monsters. Phoenix Flame. It was the first time Mo Fan had obtained a heaven-grade flame without refining it, but he could clearly sense how powerful it was. His heart was like a majestic furnace. As long as it was still beating, it would continue to deliver the mighty flames to his hands. It was similar to the power he had obtained after achieving the super level. He no longer had to rely on a medium or the magic around him, nor did he have to offer sacrifices to an otherworldly existence. The power was originating from his own body. The flame was coming from his body. Even the smallest spark could set a field ablaze. Mo Fan slammed his fist on the wall. Bang! Cracks spread widely throughout the volcano. The volcano suddenly came alive, just like a breaking dam, similar to the emotions that were pouring out of Mo Fan's heart. The whole place was rumbling like a million drums, white steam rising hotly from the volcano. It already had the shape of a chimney. As the flue erupted into flames, the heat instantly evaporated the rain within a dozen kilometers radius. The inner walls of the volcano collapsed, causing lava to rise like pillars under Mo Fan's feet. Their force pushed up Mo Fan toward the opening, right toward the Sea Skeleton King. Mo Fan had not forgotten the pain he had suffered when his body was crushed by the waterfall. It was Mo Fan's turn to let the Sea Skeleton King have a taste of its own medicine. He was going to bathe it in flames until it burned into ashes. Die! Mo Fan shouted. The volcano erupted at the same time. The lava blossomed like a dazzling flower, the red lava lighting up the grey sky, all of it focused on the man who was soaring into the sky murderously. Chapter 25-21. Blood Calls for Blood. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Lava sprayed in all directions and burned away the clouds. It flowed across the sky spectacularly in the strong winds. Several local reporters stared at the sky and the volcano in astonishment. What a marvelous sight! The volcano that was inactive for several dozen years has reclaimed its fury. The sea monsters must have enraged the gods, the Japanese reporter blurted out excitedly into the camera. His cameraman raised the military video camera to capture the spectacular sight live. Local reporters were broadcasting the situations of areas that were heavily affected by the disaster to the rest of the country. Most of them were mags capable of protecting themselves, or they would not have dared to involve themselves in such dangerous jobs. The volcano had been inactive for almost 40 years. The people who were evacuated from Shishong City were watching the live broadcast in disbelief. They almost had the urge to knock their heads on the ground to thank the gods. Honorable God of Shishong Mountain, please look after the Heavenly Sovereign's people. Many people commented on the live broadcast on the internet. Hey, did anyone notice a shadow resembling a skeleton close to the volcano? Some people soon noticed the sea skeleton king from the live broadcast. You are right, the clouds, it's a skeleton. It's a huge skeleton. What kind of monster is that? The reporter was too far away from the volcano, so the Japanese had not noticed the ferocious creature at first. The people who were praying to the mountain god soon trembled in fear. Look, is that a man over there? Closer, please go closer, we saw a man. He must be the incarnation of the god of Shishong Mountain. Lava was erupting out of the volcano continuously. The flames were clashing fiercely with the rain. The sky and the ground were shaking vigorously. One was evil, while the other was righteous. One was water, and the other was fire. The man and the skeleton were having an epic showdown in the sky. The reporter continued to broadcast the scene to the internet. Some people eventually recognized it was the sea skeleton king that had gone on a rampage close to the magic city. A supreme ruler? The creature had defeated the magic city's army, resulting in the loss of 3 top-seaters. Japan had its disasters, too, but many people had watched the horrific battle in the Huangpu district of the magic city on the internet. The sea was dyed red with blood while corpses were piled up like mountains, and the unbeatable sea skeleton king was responsible for everything. Now someone dared to fight the sea skeleton king alone after it had trampled the confidence and courage of humanity. The sea skeleton king was in the East China Sea not long ago, but it was now at Japan's Shishong City. Apparently, the Magic Association has sent out a mysterious powerful mage after the sea skeleton king to avenge their fallen. Did that guy chase the sea skeleton king all the way from the East China Sea to Japan's Shishong City? The live broadcast in Japan soon reached China. The title? A man taking on the sea skeleton king alone. Soon exploded across the forums. It was a live broadcast instead of a recording, which meant the man was currently fighting the sea skeleton king. Who exactly is it? I can't tell for sure. He's completely wrapped in flames. Someone can actually fight the sea skeleton king alone. Please accept my knee. Nui Nujiao and Ari Tutu were sitting on the couch at home. They had paused the broadcast multiple times to take a closer look at the man. Ari Tutu closed her mouth after some time. She asked Nui Nujiao doubtfully, "You must be familiar with the Demon King's physique. Is that really him?" "It's definitely him," Nui Nujiao declared confidently. She suddenly realized Ari Tutu meant something else. Her face blushed as she rolled her eyes at Ari Tutu in embarrassment. There had never been anything between her and Mo Fan, but she had to say the man was really attractive when he was engulfed in flames. "Councilman! What is it?" "Take a look at this," the secretary handed Chairman Xiao Zheng a tablet computer. Chairman Xiao Zheng frowned, but his expression shifted after he took a closer look. His eyes glittered with excitement. "It's him. It's Mo Fan!" Chairman Xiao Zheng shouted. Since when was his fire element so powerful? The secretary exclaimed. He has never let us down. Chairman Xiaozheng smiled. However, Chairman Xiaozheng was a little worried, too. He could tell the Sea Skeleton King was not as seriously injured as they had expected. They had direly underestimated its strength. However, Mo Fan was strong enough to fight it head-on. What exactly had Mo Fan found to grant him such extraordinary strength? All hail Senior Mo Fan, make the Sea Skeleton King pay with his blood. All hail Senior Mo Fan, make the Sea Skeleton King pay with his blood. Countless students were commenting on Pearl Institute's forum. They were unable to cheer for Mo Fan at the scene, but they could easily cheer for him online. Obviously, it was Ari-Tutu who had clarified that Mo Fan was the man who was fighting the Sea Skeleton King in Japan. Ari-Tutu immediately spread the news after getting MUI Nujiao's confirmation. Many students of the Pearl Institute had also seen Mo Fan in his King of Hell form, so they were easily convinced the man was Mo Fan from his silhouette, even though they could not see his face. That's how the fire element should be. It can evaporate anything, including the sea. Wei Rong burst into tears. As Mo Fan's teacher in the fire school, Wei Rong had never felt so proud of himself. No matter the outcome, he could boast for the rest of his life how his student had fought the Sea Skeleton King head-on. Blood called for blood. Mo Fan had resolved to fulfill his duty and bring the Sea Skeleton King's dead body back to the Magic City. He would hang its head on the top of the Dongfang Oriental Tower so the sea monsters and the Emperor hiding in the mist could see it from hundreds of kilometers away. It was a reminder from Mo Fan that the Magic City was not their grazing land. They had to pay the price for what they had done, whether it was a supreme ruler or an emperor from the deep sea. Chapter 25-22. Declaring War with Pride. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan's skin burst open and bled rapidly after he collided with the Sea Skeleton King 3 times. His forehead, his fists, and his chest were covered in blood. The Sea Skeleton King was a formidable enemy. It was called a supreme ruler for a reason. It had regained its strength even after being worn out by Mo Fan and his friends previously. It even felt to Mo Fan like its strength had continued to grow the longer the fight went on. Mo Fan was all by himself. He constantly found himself at a disadvantage despite obtaining the Phoenix Flame. However, there was no sign of fear in his eyes. He might be covered in blood, but his will to fight was as brilliant as the flames engulfing him. The sky and the ground were shaking constantly from the eruptions of the volcano above Shishong City. Lava jetted even higher into the sky, and then fireballs poured down like meteor showers, soaring past the mountains and sea with thick trails of smoke behind them. Mo Fan was standing in the middle of the meteor shower. A drop of lava that had yet to burst into flames happened to touch his forehead. The cuts on his forehead began healing at a visible speed after touching the lava. Mo Fan's heart was pounding heavily at the same time. It was transferring vigorous life force to his head. As the rain of fire poured down on Mo Fan, the blood on his arms was like mere dye. His arms and bones healed rapidly as the flames around him grew even brighter. His chest erupted into flames as a bright armor took shape on it, yet Mo Fan himself was surprisingly calm. The heavy rain could never put out his flames. I can heal with fire, while you have lost the ability to heal with water. Do you still think you can beat me? Mo Fan had fully recovered from his injuries, but the Sea Skeleton King was unable to fill the new hole in its chest with water. He stomped the air and flew across the mist like a ray, heading straight at the Sea Skeleton King's heart. The Sea Skeleton King raised the water and formed a thick curtain in front of itself. The Sea Skeleton King lost its mind when it saw Mo Fan healing himself with fire. It had never thought its precious ability would end up in a petty human's hands. That was supposed to be its power. The tiny human had no right to steal it. The curtain of water had almost split the world in half. On one side was the curtain of flames bursting out of the volcano and falling onto the land and the sea. Scorching lava was flowing down from the volcano like red veins, forming a spectacular basin of fire by the sea. On the other side were the Sea Skeleton King's destructive winds and sinister rain. The sky and the sea were dark. The Sea Skeleton King's outline was barely visible amid the storm as it stirred up ferocious waves. Mo Fan broke through the curtain of water recklessly. The curtain of flames behind him was serving as his army. Mo Fan's reckless move was surprisingly effective. The curtain of water failed to withstand the barrage of flames. Mo Fan tore down the Sea Skeleton King's strongest defense. He noticed the Sea Skeleton King was already covered in holes. Blood calls for blood. Mo Fan turned into a godly axe seemingly drawn out of the sun. Its blazing edge swiped at the Sea Skeleton King's stomach with unbelievable force. The hole on the Sea Skeleton King's stomach was its weakest point. Mo Fan landed a deadly hit. Not only did the hole on its stomach widen, the cracks on its other body parts were spreading now. Sparkles of fire erupted across the Sea Skeleton King's body. Its black water was trying to fend off Mo Fan's Phoenix Flame, but it failed to resist Mo Fan's attack this time. If Mo Fan had not had the ability to heal with fire, the Sea Skeleton King would have killed him several times by now, even if he had obtained a stronger flame. This was the strength of the Phoenix Flame. Dripping water could penetrate a stone. Even the tiny bites of ants could tear down a dam, let alone the Phoenix Flame, which was on par with the Sea Skeleton King's sorcery. Mo Fan was determined to kill the Sea Skeleton King. The creature had only crushed him once. He had no reason to be afraid of it anymore. The four-eyed bird had remained at the bottom of the cold sea for thousands of years just waiting for its rebirth. His hardship and determination were nothing in comparison. The burning axe hewed at the Sea Skeleton King once again. The knockback caused Mo Fan great pain every time it struck the Sea Skeleton King's bones, but he was treating it as simply another form of tempering. He was like a piece of metal. He needed more than heat to be refined further. He had to be tempered over and over again. The near-death experience had taught Mo Fan that he needed to be stronger. The rain of lava was following behind Mo Fan like his own personal army. Every time Mo Fan slashed at the Sea Skeleton King, the flames would take the shape of the four-eyed bird and its blazing feathers. The Japanese reporter happened to capture Mo Fan's impressive appearance. Thousands of four-eyed birds were diving from the volcanic ashes that had covered the sky. They surged across the land, mountain, and sea angrily under the command of the man who was engulfed in armor made out of flames. The Sea Skeleton King was severely injured by the burning axe, and its water-formed body evaporated quickly in the flames of the four-eyed birds. Its shattered bones were soon scattered across Shishong City like the debris of a collapsing mountain. The supreme ruler that had acted as the vanguard of the kingdom of sea monsters and given the magic city a miserable defeat had finally fallen. The people were not relieved yet, as they knew the Sea Skeleton King had the ability to come back alive. It would rise again when the waves of black seawater returned. The waves would reform its bones and body. To their surprise, the Sea Skeleton King did not rise again. The black water had vanished. The huge and hideous skeleton was lying there perfectly still. It was as still as the land. The godly birds had even melted its undead soul. The reporters held their breath as they continued broadcasting the scene. Only those who were familiar with the recent battle in the Magic City were aware of how formidable the Sea Skeleton King was, but the mysterious man had slain it in Shishong City. Japan was under heavy attack from the sea monsters because it was an island. Its people bore a strong hatred for the sea monsters, but there was nothing they could do to get back at them. They were finally able to vent some of their anger at the sea monsters after witnessing the death of the Sea Skeleton King. It gave them confidence, courage, and excitement. The sea monsters were not unbeatable. If they dared to mess with humans, humans would make them pay with their lives. A huge uproar exploded in the Magic City like the countdown of a new year. It was dead. The Sea Skeleton King was finally dead. It had been like a demonic shadow looming over the city. The people had to breathe carefully, while the soldiers could feel a tingling sourness in their throats at the mention of its name. But now, someone had slain it. The man had chased the Sea Skeleton King all the way from the East China Sea to Japan. Everyone was touched by his determination. Most importantly, he had avenged their fallen comrades of the Magic City. They were no longer holding their ground helplessly. They were declaring a war against the sea monsters with pride, claiming they would hunt down every single one of the sea monsters' elites for the pain they had inflicted on their soldiers. Chapter 25-23. Ruler of the Sharkmen. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Flames continued to pour down from the sky. Mo-Fan stood in front of the Sea Skeleton King's remains. The flames had become a burning red forest after landing on the sea, let alone upon the land. The ruby-red phoenix flames lasted for a long time. The volcano was still roaring angrily at the sky. The sea kept shaking around the island before its fury. Mo-Fan had turned over a new leaf while he was bathing in the flames. In the past, Mo-Fan had to rely on Little Flame Bell to control stronger flames, but he now had access to a powerful flame directly from his heart, burning like a furnace and providing him with a continuous supply of scorching flame. Every inch of his skin was tempered by the flame. He was brimming with an inviolate and imperious aura, especially while he was standing in front of the huge corpse of the Sea Skeleton King. Mo-Fan touched his chest over his heart again. Mo-Fan had learned the superpower of his fire element would be a fiery heart after he started to awaken the superpowers of his different elements, but he never thought he would obtain a fiery heart like this. It was not just a fiery heart made from his superpower. It was an inextinguishable heart that burned like a furnace, a heart that the four-eyed bird had transformed into. It was obvious that the four-eyed bird did not have the ability to possess humans like Little Flame Bell. It had completely replaced Mo-Fan's heart instead. Mo-Fan could no longer sense its presence, nor could he communicate with it. All that remained was the phoenix flame he was wrapped in. The four-eyed bird was gone. However, Mo-Fan knew the four-eyed bird had achieved immortality. Perhaps it would fly out of his chest and soar into the sky again after his life ended, but its spirit would remain in Mo-Fan's flame as long as Mo-Fan was alive. Wherever Mo-Fan went in his King of Hell form, the Phoenix Flame would show its brilliance. Mo-Fan would treat his new power preciously. He would continue to improve it. The operation to eliminate the Sea Skeleton King was tougher than anyone could have imagined. He had finally fulfilled his duty to avenge the dead of the Magic City. Mo-Fan rested with his eyes closed on the back of the Wind Gore's inferior dragon on his way back to the Magic City. The Wind Gore's inferior dragon was flying at an outstanding pace. They were able to see the Dongfang Oriental Tower, the landmark of the Magic City, after flying for only a couple hours. Mo-Fan kept his promise. He hung the head of the Sea Skeleton King at the top of the Dongfang Oriental Tower. In a disastrous time like this, the government could not have cared less if the gory sight was going to influence little kids in a bad way. It was a stance they had to take. They had to let the sea monsters know fear. People were crowding the beach and cheering. Many of them were keen to witness the marvelous sight. The head of the supreme ruler was hung at the highest point of the city like a spoil of war. Humanity was showing its stance. They were not a species at the bottom of the food pyramid, waiting to be slaughtered and fed upon. Mo-Fan, you are always so impressive, Chairman Xiaozheng said with a proud smile from atop the Dongfang Oriental Tower. I know clearly how tough the fight was. I'm still far from being able to take on the Sea Skeleton King by myself if it was at the peak of its strength, Mo-Fan replied with surprising modesty. The Sea Skeleton King had sustained serious injuries only after killing countless mags in the Magic City. It was the main reason why Mo-Fan had been able to kill it. He might have won the final glory by killing the Sea Skeleton King, but he knew there was no way he could have defeated the Sea Skeleton King without the sacrifices in the Magic City, the help from Mu Ningxue, Zhao Manyang, Zhong Slouhu, and Mu Ningxue, and the sacrifice of the four-eyed bird. It's great that you have learned your shortcomings, but we all believed in you. One day, you will be standing at the top of this tower having surpassed the High Seaters, the 3 top Seaters who were killed. You might even achieve the forbidden level and be strong enough to fight the Emperor hiding in the mist. Chairman Xiaozheng said excitedly. A strong mage required great determination and courage. Mo-Fan had an unyielding spirit and the courage that many powerful mags lacked. Not every powerful mage had the courage to go after the Sea Skeleton King, despite their outstanding strength. Mo-Fan was definitely worthy to accept the glory. Xiaozong was further convinced that he had chosen the right man for the job. Mo Fan did not let him down, nor did he let the Magic City down. Sometimes, earning glory would not necessarily bring joy and excitement to a person. The people of the Magic City were showing Mo Fan the utmost respect after he killed the Sea Skeleton King, but he was surprisingly calm. After all, it was not easy to earn glory, nor would it fall on someone randomly. Only the person involved knew the hardships they had to overcome for the astonishing feat. Mo Fan was basically standing on a giant's shoulders when he severed the Sea Skeleton King's head. He had to grow even stronger, until he was capable of killing the Sea Skeleton King at the peak of its strength. For some reason, Mo Fan had a feeling he was not far from his goal after obtaining the Phoenix Flame. The head of the Sea Skeleton King actually did intimidate the army of sea monsters. The sea monsters in the Yangtze River no longer dared to cause any trouble. The advancing army of sea monsters had gradually slowed down, too. It seemed like the Sea Skeleton King had been a powerful general of the sea monsters. However, based on the information they had received from the Shoreline Alliance, there were at least 2 other creatures with the same status as the Sea Skeleton King who had invaded the East China Sea. One of the supreme rulers was heading toward the Yellow Sea. The other supreme ruler was causing trouble in Hangzhou. It was trying to turn the West Lake into a colony. The Black Totem Snake was obviously fighting the supreme ruler, but unlike the Sea Skeleton King that had fought alone, the supreme ruler that was trying to take over the West Lake had thousands of soldiers under its command. They were said to be the tribe of Sharkmen. The Sharkmen. Mo Fan and Mu Ningxue had once encountered the species at Japan's East Maritime Fortress. It was a tribe with a strong lineage, as even the lowest-ranked lackey was in the warrior or commander level. Most importantly, a dozen Sharkmen rulers had shown up in Hangzhou. The Black Totem Snake had been injured before he even had the chance to fight the supreme ruler leading the Sharkmen. The Sharkman ruler was on par with the Sea Skeleton King in terms of strength. It had already killed a peak super mage from the Lingyan Enforcement Union. The West Lake was right beside Hangzhou City. There was nothing between them to defend the city. If the West Lake was taken over, Hangzhou City would soon turn into a hell on earth. Chapter 25-24. The Sacred Totem Series. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Everyone in Mo Fan's group realized they still lacked the strength to truly fight the sea monsters after the battle against the Sea Skeleton King. In such difficult times, they had to be incredibly strong just to protect themselves, let alone step forward to help others. Even the lazy Zhao Manyang started to cultivate diligently and look for other ways to grow stronger. Mu Ningxue did not stay in the Magic City for too long. The situation did not look good for either Feiniao Headquarters City or Fanxue Mountain. Should I go back to Fanxue Mountain with you? Mo Fan was worried that Mu Ningxue and the others would be unable to fend off the sea monsters. Mu Ningxue shook her head. A species of the sea monsters with sound magic had appeared at Feiniao Headquarters City, but no one had been able to take a close look at them. They had yet to launch an attack on the city, except for putting the whole city to sleep after they first arrived. It was likely that the sea monsters were still probing the shores and waiting for the perfect time to make their move. Fanxue Mountain had the Moon Moth Phoenix. Its power was very effective against any sea monsters with the ability to hypnotize humans. They should have no trouble defending their territory. Mu Ningxue had never thought to keep Mo Fan at Fanxue Mountain. He never liked to be restrained, and other places along the coastline might need his help more. Mo Fan needed a vast world to provide him with a perfect environment to grow. Little cub, you were a deserter in the previous battle. I know you are still young, so it's too early for you to join in the action, but if you dare run away when my Shueshue is in danger, Mo Fan cracked his fists. The phoenix flame erupted vigorously. It greatly opposed an ice totem beast like the little cub, so the cub was a little afraid of Mo Fan now. The little cub lowered his head and growled softly. He had realized his mistake. You better visit Tuanshan Mountain more often and bring back more Tuanshan sacred lotuses for Shueshue. Do you understand? Mo Fan pinched the little cub's whiskers. The little cub's face twisted in pain, but he did not dare fight back. He was too scared to even look at Mu Ningxue. The little cub waved his paws around like he had made up his mind. Little Flame Bell happily interpreted what the little cub was saying. The little cub was utterly disappointed in himself because he was too weak to even face the Sea Skeleton King. He was too ashamed to face Mu Ningxue now. Mu Ningxue did not even bother to look at him. She even wondered why she had signed a contract with the little cub. He had abandoned Mo Fan when it mattered the most. Mu Ningxue already had the urge to terminate the contract with the little cub, even if it meant damaging her soul, but Mo Fan was still quite fond of the little tiger. You will go back to Quenshan Mountain and train there for 2 months. You will become stronger and bring back a cart of valuables from Quenshan Mountain to apologize for what you did. Fine, we all know you are still young. It's normal for the Sea Skeleton King to scare you away. There's no need to. The little cub cried out seriously, his pride stung deeply. The little cub indicated he was too scared to face the Sea Skeleton King because he had yet to overcome a trial in the scar of Quenshan Mountain. Once he passed the trial, he would be able to beat the Sea Skeleton King. Fine, I'll await your return. Mo Fan finally gave his permission. The little cub was indeed weaker than a real sacred totem beast. Mo Fan could easily tell that. The little cub must have run away from the trial to enjoy himself in the human cities because of his playful and lazy nature. But this time, the little cub had volunteered to go back to Quenshan Mountain to face the trial. If he managed to pass the trial, he would obtain the true power of a sacred totem beast. He would gain the power to defeat the sea monsters, the power that belonged to a sacred totem beast. Mo Fan did not actually think the little cub was wrong for running away. He was like a playful boy who never liked to study and who had been skipping classes. He did not want to study, no matter how many times his parents scolded him. However, his pride was hurt after something happened. He realized he could not afford to waste his time doing nothing anymore. The self-realization was far more effective than the scoldings, advice, and punishment from his parents. A boy did not grow into a man after having sex for the first time. A boy would grow into a man when he had the desire to study and become better. Mo Fan finally had the feeling that the little cub would become a real Quenshan sacred tiger one day. Mo Fan had found it strange that when they had found the deer god, Little Loach was able to absorb the power stored in the horn of the deer god and give him huge benefits. However, the same thing did not happen after Mo Fan found the four-eyed bird. It was not like the four-eyed bird did not have the power of a totem beast, but Little Loach was reluctant to absorb it. It did not suit his tastes. Mo Fan was puzzled. Little Loach did not answer Mo Fan's doubts. It was busy figuring out a way to digest the Sea Skeleton King's soul. It was a pity that the Sea Skeleton King did not drop a soul essence. Its soul remnant was not as valuable as Mo Fan had expected, either. Its soul was damaged, perhaps because it was already severely injured before their fight. In the end, Mo Fan had to take out the enemy by himself. The chance of dropping a soul essence was very low if he took out an enemy who was already dying. Mo Fan asked Lingling for her thoughts. The best way of improving the rest of his elements to the super level was by finding new sources of the totem beast's power, similar to the horn of the deer god. His earth element, chaos element, and summoning element still had yet to achieve the super level. I think it's because of the sacred totem beast's lineage, Lingling conjectured. We have derived a few series of the sacred totem beasts. The first series includes Baxia, the black totem snake, and Alfu, thus Zhao Manyang obtained the power of totem beasts from Alfu, but you didn't. The second series includes the moon moth phoenix, the totem beast with the mysterious feathers, and the four-eyed bird. Your lifetime vessel couldn't absorb their power to open up the seal on it. The only way you can obtain their power is when they directly merge with your body, like how the four-eyed bird has replaced your heart. The third series includes the sacred white tigers and Kunlun ancestor tigers. The fourth series is the series of the deer god. It's obvious that your lifetime vessel belongs to the fourth series, Lingling said, staring at Mo Fan's chest and Little Loach. Throughout the time Lingling had spent with Mo Fan, she had roughly guessed Mo Fan had a mysterious lifetime vessel. It explained how Mo Fan was able to keep up with the others, despite having so many elements. So there are totem beasts from different series. Mo Fan fell into deep thought. His eyes glittered all of a sudden. If I can find another totem beast from the same series as the dear god, I should be able to obtain its power, right? As a matter of fact, it's almost guaranteed that you will grow stronger once you obtain the power of totem beasts, but we still haven't fully utilized that, Dangling corrected him. Chapter 25-25 Magic Fusion. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan's eyes lit up. How can we fully utilize the power of the totem beasts? I have no idea. We have to find more totem beasts and understand the connections between them, Dangling answered. Mo Fan reached out his hand and pinched Dangling's face. He snarled, "Why did you bother bringing it up, then?" Dangling slapped Mo Fan's face and shot back with puffed cheeks, "We must come up with ideas first before putting them into practice. I'm quite confident we are on the right track. Did you find the next totem beast after putting the four-eyed bird's totem seal into the big picture?" Mo Fan asked. "Not yet, but it's a lot easier after the recent innovations of recording devices. I found this after searching for similar patterns on the internet." Dangling took out her phone and showed Mo Fan a photo. In the photo was a destroyed tower. Half of it had collapsed into the sea, so only part of it remained. A clear claw mark could be seen on the tower. Some powerful creature had smashed the round tables in the dining hall into pieces with its claw. "It's a very big claw, and?" Mo Fan asked, seeing nothing important. "I found a mysterious totem beast. Its totem seal is very similar to the shape of the claw, especially this part over here." Dangling enlarged the photo as she explained to Mo Fan in more detail. Mo Fan would not have treated the claw mark seriously without listening to Dangling's explanation. "Are you sure it belongs to a totem beast?" Mo Fan had to ask. But for some reason, it has sided with the sea monsters and is causing a lot of destruction in Zhuhai, Dangling declared. "Let's go to Zhuhai, then." "Nothing is more reliable than inspecting the scene in person," Mo Fan said. "That's what I think, too." Mo Fan did not want to waste his time. He went straight to Guangzhou and planned to go to Zhuhai City after a quick rest. A lightning serpent was causing troubles in Zhuhai City. Even Shenzhen had been heavily impacted. The electricity had gone out, putting the whole city in a blackout. In the current era, a city without electricity was pretty much paralyzed, as many facilities would no longer function. It was not as simple as taking out the electricity. Many military devices had stopped functioning as a result, so the military was unable to determine the number and whereabouts of the sea monsters. Feng Julong kept calling Mo Fan after he heard Mo Fan was in Guangzhou. Mo Fan insisted he was on an important mission. He did not have time to waste on being the lab rat of his experiments. To his surprise, Feng Julong went straight to Mo Fan's place and forced him to come to Canton Tower with him. Mo Fan had a bad feeling as soon as he arrived at Canton Tower. Feng Julong brought Mo Fan straight to the Research Union's lab. The sight of workers in white lab coats and gas masks sent shivers down Mo Fan's spine. "Here, let me introduce you to a brilliant student we've recently recruited," Feng Julong exclaimed. Whenever Feng Julong looked at Mo Fan, he did not react like he was happy to see a friend. It was more like he was proud of his invention. It was the main reason why Mo Fan was reluctant to come here. Mo Fan yawned impatiently. However, he froze when the woman with curly purple hair took off her mask. The impatient look on his face was replaced with shock. "Sharja." Mo Fan stared at the woman, who was still as elegant as an elf. It took him some time to collect his thoughts in the face of her charm. "Sir, it's been a while." Sharja was speaking fluently in Chinese. She even followed the Chinese customs. She was dressed just like a Chinese woman, save for the color of her eyes. "Why did you come here?" Mo Fan asked. "My brother was worried I would be charged with treason, so he forced me to leave the Andes mountain range. I had enough of the Eris Sacred Institute, and I had nowhere else to go, so I applied for a position here." It was Mr. Feng who took me in, Sharja said with a faint smile. Mo Fan was left speechless. Why is she acting just like a foreign exchange student after she was threatened with treason? Forget it, he could never understand Sharja's personality. It seems like you two already knew one another. That's perfect, Feng Julong said cheerfully. I did introduce her here, I only brought it up randomly. I didn't think she would really consider it. Mo Fan reached out his hand and rubbed Sharja's head. Sharja did not avoid him. She was very obedient, but the intelligence in her eyes did not belong to a normal student. I see, I should be thanking you, then. Mo Fan, do you know? The heavens have gifted me two precious things. The first one is Sharja's intelligence, and the second one was the invasion of the sea monsters. Feng Julong blurted out in excitement. Mo Fan's face was full of question marks as he coughed in embarrassment. I can understand the first one. After all, Sharja is truly a genius. She's smarter than many of the professors at the Era Sacred Institute, but I don't quite understand the second one, Mo Fan replied. Of course. I'm talking about resources. We've been stuck on land for so long. We have already dug up every resource on land, but we've only come so far. The invasion of sea monsters might be a disaster, but it also opens a new door for the magic civilization by bringing us rare resources of the deep sea. We can finally conduct many of our experiments. Feng Julong explained enthusiastically. Mo Fan nodded in agreement. He said, sure, go ahead and discuss it. I'm just a fighter. I'm more concerned about how I can improve my strength. I have other things to worry about. I shall excuse myself. Sharja, make sure you learn from Feng Julong. Hey, can you wait until I've finished? Feng Julong snarled, like he could not wait to vent all the grudges he was carrying. I'm really busy. I have to take care of the lightning serpent, Mo Fan replied. But can you defeat it? I'll know once I've tried, Mo Fan answered. I have ways to make you stronger. Feng Julong proclaimed. Mo Fan immediately halted in his tracks, but he did not turn around. Sir, after some collaboration, our theory of merging different elements is no longer just a theory. We just need a volunteer to test them, Sharja said. What? Mo Fan turned around. We've finished researching magic fusion. Don't you want to be the first to try it out? Feng Julong smiled. His smile was more seductive than a demoness in a cave. Chapter 25-26 Lab Rat Mo Fan. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan instantly walked back to Feng Julong and Sharja. Did they really figure out how to put magic fusion into practice? Wouldn't that mean altering the current structure of human magic? The tougher the environment, the easier it is for a species to evolve. Our enemy was once a species on land, but they have evolved into a stronger species in the sea. We can't allow ourselves to be stuck in a rut if we are to fight them. Feng Julong declared. He was absolutely right. The light element, shadow element, and dimensional magic had been discovered while mankind was in great danger. Powerful enemies had washed the cities along the coastline with blood, but humans were gradually improving and innovating while defending their territory. Feng Julong had devoted his whole life to discovering new power, but it had been extremely difficult to find something that was achievable by everyone. He had only made progress after he found a special organ crystal and learned the secrets of magic fusion through it. This belonged to a rare species of sea monsters with 4 colors. It has the attributes of the water, ice, earth, and shadow elements. It can also fuse the water and shadow elements, and the ice and earth elements. It took us great effort just to secure an organ crystal of the 4-colored demons, the key we have been searching for to open up a new gate. Feng Julong was extremely excited. As a matter of fact, he had yet to disclose his discovery to the public. Finishing the research was one thing, but putting it into practice was another thing. It was like writing a program. They had to run the program to find out the bugs. Mo Fan was the first person to come to Feng Julong's mind. It was very important to keep such a valuable discovery confidential to avoid theft or sabotage. Feng Julong had to carefully choose who he tested it on. Most importantly, Mo Fan had double the number of elements of normal mags. The magic fusion involved combining different elements, so Mo Fan, who possessed the lightning, fire, earth, shadow, summoning, space, and chaos elements, was the perfect candidate to be the lab rat. As for Mo Fan, his first priority was to become stronger. The dark material he currently possessed was already mixed with substances of the chaos element. The combination of the chaos and shadow elements was extremely powerful. The assassin Bai Jiang was the perfect example. Bai Jiang had merged the shadow and chaos elements, but that was only possible because of his innate talent. Feng Julong's goal was to give every mage the special ability to combine different elements, allowing mags with 2 or more elements to use the new power. It would increase the overall strength of human mags by diversifying their magic. We'll try it on you first, and if it's suitable, we will spread it through the whole country. Feng Julong exclaimed. Sure, I'll be the beta tester. Mo Fan agreed. Mo Fan decided to stay in Guangzhou for a few more days. It would also give Lingling, Jiang Xiaoshu, and Zhao Manyang more time to collect information about the lightning serpent. Magic fusion was a very difficult thing to achieve, as every spell had to follow a fixed structure. The general procedure was focusing one's attention, connecting the stars, completing the star orbits, and casting after releasing the spell. It was like a standard formula. If any of the steps were missing or manipulated, the process would fail. Most people could only focus on one thing at a time. It was like when a person was drawing a circle with one hand. It would be difficult to draw another shape with the other hand. The biggest challenge of magic fusion was mastering the ability to focus on 2 things at the same time. Not many people could draw a star constellation of the fire element while drawing a star constellation of the ice element. Secondly, different elements would often clash and trigger an elemental explosion. The energy became extremely unstable when 2 different elements were combined. Not only would they go out of control, the explosion might also injure the caster. Feng Julong claimed Sharjah was a blessing for him because of her innate talent that gave her the ability to multitask. She had given Feng Julong the chance to experiment on his speculation. It was no longer just a plausible idea he was thinking about. With Sharjah's help, Feng Julong was able to determine the challenges of magic fusion. They eventually solved the challenges and had a desirable outcome. So I'll have to practice multitasking first, right? Mo Fan clarified. That won't be necessary. Not everyone can do that. Just construct the simplest star orbit, Feng Julong told him. Mo Fan followed Feng Julong's instructions. He constructed a star orbit of the fire element by connecting the 7 stars. He was extremely familiar with the process, and could even do it subconsciously. He remembered how he had practiced it until his head hurt when he first learned magic. I'm done. What now? A bright sprout of fire was burning on Mo Fan's palm. The small fire burst was still giving off great heat because of his phoenix flame. Feng Julong and Sharjah were astounded. A heaven-grade flame? Mo Fan, you are going to drive the old fire mags of the Magic Association mad. Feng Julong chuckled. What's next? I must tell you, I won't be able to channel a different spell before I toss this somewhere, Mo Fan warned him. Take this. Feng Julong quickly handed a short rod to Mo Fan. Mo Fan took the rod. He noticed the thing was like the magic wands from Harry Potter. It was thin and silvery, like the baton that conductors used. He immediately looked at it strangely. Mags had never needed weapons. The staves that some old mags used were just some equipment with special effects. He had to say that he did not want to wave a little wand around in a fight. It would make him look like an idiot if it had no special effects. Don't mind the wand. It could be a ring, a bracelet, or a necklace. It's just a medium. Try it again, but this time, focus the magic on the wand instead of your hand, Feng Julong told him. Mo Fan was doubtful, but he still followed Feng Julong's instructions. He constructed a star orbit and cast fire burst. The phoenix flame should have set the wand on fire. To his surprise, the phoenix flame instead erupted from his palm a second later. It was delayed by a second of time. See that? The wand can store the fire burst for a second. You are free to use other elements during that time, Feng Julong said excitedly. Mo Fan immediately gave it a try. He cast Lightning Strike during the delay. Lightning flickered between the fingers on his left hand after he constructed the star orbit. The lightning had appeared at the exact same time as the fire burst on the wand. In the past, Mo Fan was able to hold lightning in his left hand and fire on his right hand because he was switching between spells rapidly, but he still had to cast the spells in order. He had to finish the first spell and release it before using the second spell. But now, the two spells were coexisting. After all, he had yet to release the fire burst. He was basically holding it with his hand. Chapter 25-27. Special Privileges. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Now, transfer your lightning strike to the wand and merge it with the fire burst, Feng Julong smiled and told Mo Fan. He could not wait to see Mo Fan's reaction. Mo Fan followed the instructions. The fire and lightning elements were both unwavering and unstable, and were quite destructive, too. It was normally impossible to combine them. If they could merge different elements, they could just ask two mags with different elements to combine their spells to achieve magic fusion. When mags of different elements cast their spells simultaneously, the spells would either trigger an elemental explosion or nullify one another. Mo Fan cautiously transferred the lightning strike to the fire burst on the wand. He felt like he was throwing a match into a house that had been filled with combustible gas. He was prepared that he might injure himself, but the process was surprisingly smooth. The lightning wrapped around the phoenix flame like strings. The red and purple intertwined like two different liquids that had been poured together. They were not rejecting nor clashing with one another. Mo Fan's eyes glittered, overwhelmed by excitement. They combined. The fire burst and lightning strike merged into one. Go! Mo Fan fired the fusion spell at the dummy target in front of him. The spell traveled as a strange projectile and landed on the dummy target. Flames and lightning spiraled up and devoured the target. Mo Fan was overjoyed. Even though Mo Fan was only using the spell on a dummy target, he could sense both the burning effect of the fire burst and the paralyzing effect of the lightning strike. In addition to that, the lightning had sped up the flames to burn the target even faster. See that? The spell has inherited the effects of both spells and even produces a new effect. The effects are different when different elements are combined. Feng Julong declared proudly. It retained the damage of the two spells and gave it an additional effect. Mo Fan smiled. No, once you get the hang of it, combining the lightning and fire elements should make the spell stronger. You just aren't familiar with it, you need to practice it more, Feng Julong chided him. It will make the spell stronger? This is the gospel mankind needs. Without special factors like soul seeds, the strength of every mage spell was fixed. The problem was that not every mage in the world could own a soul seed. Once the technique of magic fusion was popularized, every mage at the intermediate level would be stronger without needing lots of resources. It was very impressive research. No wonder Feng Julong said it was a huge step forward for the magic civilization. I know you don't like the wand, so I'll change it to a glove for you, Feng Julong said. The look of a scientist watching his lab rat appeared in his eyes again. Make it cooler. By the way, is it going to be expensive? It will be difficult to popularize it if it's not affordable, Mo Fan suddenly realized. Every mage wanted a cultivation tool since it could speed up their cultivation speed, but cultivation tools were very expensive as rare soul essences, perfect containers, and advanced technology were needed to produce them. Don't worry, I'm not trying to make a fortune from this, I'm just helping mankind. Give me some time and every mage have access to the technique without having to spend a cent. Feng Julong declared, putting his hands on his waist. Mo Fan, the magic fusion only requires a medium, whether it be a pair of gloves, a wand, or a ring. Any mage can simply work hard and practice it. In the past, we assumed different elements couldn't combine with other elements, but we just hadn't found the right way of doing so. You saw that even two unstable elements like the fire and lightning can combine into one, Sharja spoke up. Mo Fan nodded. It was a great breakthrough. As a matter of fact, every element is like a child. It's easy for children to have a fight, but as long as you balance and control them, they are just stars in your spiritual world. It's possible for mags to combine their elements without relying on a medium, Feng Julong added firmly. Mo Fan had never thought about it, thus he never gave it a try. After all, every mage was taught that different elements were unable to merge with one another. Trying to combine them was like committing suicide. That had turned out to be wrong. The magic civilization was improving slowly, through learning and exploring. Mo Fan had great respect for academics like Feng Julong. A powerful mage could only fend off demon creatures for a short period of their lifetime, but if they could discover a new domain, it would bring everlasting benefits to their descendants. Mo Fan was proud to be the first person to try out magic fusion. He believed many people would have access to the ability in the near future. Feng Julong kept his promise. He worked overnight and modified the wand into a pair of gloves. Sharja was also involved and made sure the style of the gloves was not outdated. It was a pair of fashionable gloves made from a comfortable material. Mo Fan did not feel uncomfortable wearing them. Old Feng, do you have more of these so I can give them to my friends? Mo Fan smiled. He was feeling more confident in his strength after obtaining the Phoenix Flame. He felt unstoppable now that he had learned magic fusion, too. It's the only one I have. We never plan to rely on the mediums. Once we finalize the process, we will popularize the technique to use magic fusion. The gloves were given to you so you could try magic fusion. I doubt anything will go wrong, but since we are going to popularize it, we need someone to find out all the bugs first, Feng Julong told him. Mo Fan was left speechless. In the end, he was just a lab rat. It was not a privilege for the beta testers like him. By the way, now that you can use magic fusion, you must keep it confidential in case scum like the Black Vatican abuse it. You shouldn't tell anyone for now. If someone asks about it, just tell them it's a special effect of a heaven seed, Feng Julong warned him. Got it. Mo Fan nodded in agreement. Chapter 25-28. Amnesia. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. St. Paul's Cathedral. The bell rang continuously. The sound was piercing and sharp, instead of the usual dull and sacred chime. Countless mags in white robes were surrounding the church with stern faces, searching for something around the church. Outside, she must have blended into the crowd. The mags went to the streets of a crowded district. There were several thousand tourists there. How were they going to find the invader among them? The mags had no choice but to give up after a quick search. A middle-aged man in an old jacket was heading toward the church. What do you want? One of the mags demanded of him. I'm a tourist. I'm just looking around, the middle-aged man said with a smile. Can't you see this area is off limits? Another more step and I'll arrest you on the spot, the mage snarled. The middle-aged man had no choice but to back away. He shook his head in disappointment. He thought the English were polite and well-mannered, but that did not seem to be the case. Mo Jussin took out his phone and went into a small alley. He was going to look for the next tourist attraction. He had taken Muzhuian's advice to go travel to foreign countries. However, in just a few days, all flights to China were cancelled after the recent incidents. Mo Jussin had no choice but to stay in England and wait until the flights resumed. Luckily, Muzhuian had a small business in England. It was mainly used to export materials from the gold reefs. It was an important asset of Fanshui Mountain. Mo Jussin was not good at doing business. There was nothing he could do to help, so he decided to go around the city alone. He heard heels approaching from behind. He did not think much of it, until the woman in heels came up to him. He picked up a strong smell of blood from the woman. He noticed she was bleeding heavily under her coat. What happened to you? Mo Jussin quickly helped her. Someone is trying to kill me. I managed to run away, but I was stabbed, the woman said softly. I'll call the police, Mo Jussin said. No, the guy is from the police. Please bring me away from here, the woman said. Mo Jussin had no reason to leave the woman there, as she was talking to him in Chinese. Mo Jussin took her out of the alley. The woman straightened her back to pretend she was casually walking down the street, and was hugging Mo Jussin's arm. Mo Jussin felt uneasy. He was about to say something when the woman pulled her hat down and said, "Keep going and help me avoid those guards' attention." Mo Jussin realized many mags in white robes had blended into the crowd on the streets, setting up a perimeter. However, they were focusing their attention on women who were walking alone on the street. The mags completely ignored them. Mo Jussin was going to say something after they moved away from the street. To his surprise, the woman's eyes were closed, like she had fainted. Most importantly, she was still walking even though she was unconscious. He wondered what was keeping her going. Mo Jussin was troubled. He had no choice but to bring her back to Mudrian's office. Mo Jussin asked a woman at the office to treat the mysterious woman's injuries. However, the mysterious woman did not wake up for a long time. The next morning, Mo Jussin heard the mysterious woman was awake, and so he went up to her room. The woman had taken off her hat. She had also removed the strange makeup on her face. Mo Jussin was shocked when he took a closer look at her face. Yi Chang. Mo Jussin's heart pounded heavily. Mo Jussin did not recognize the woman because she had pulled her hat low and covered her face with strange makeup. He did not expect her to be someone he had been unwilling to talk about for many years. The woman called Yi Chang had wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. She was not as young as she appeared to be at first. She stared at Mo Jussin blankly, then pointed at herself and asked, "You know me?" "Of course, you are my, oh, it's all in the past now. I don't blame you since I wasn't able to give you anything. By the way, Xinxia has grown up now. You two look very alike. A lot of things happened to Bo City after you left. I have no clue where I should start. It's been so many years. Sai, I didn't expect to stumble into you here. Oh, how have you been?" Mo Jussin had no idea what to say. He was stammering a little as he spoke. He clearly did not know how to face the woman before him. "I don't remember anything." Yi Chang wore a confused look, as if she did not even remember who she was. "I only remember I saw you on the street, so I was following you. You look familiar to me, but I can't remember who you are." Mo Jussin looked at the woman in shock. Was she suffering from amnesia? Did she really not remember anything, or was she reluctant to see him? Maybe you haven't fully recovered from your injuries. You should get more rest." Mo Jussin observed the woman closely, but she did not seem to be putting up an act. "Maybe," Yi Chang nodded. "I'll find someone to treat your injuries so you can get well soon," Mo Jussin said. "Don't." Yi Chang stopped him. "But you are very weak now. I don't want to have contact with anyone except for you. Please don't tell others I'm here," Yi Chang said. Mo Jussin looked at the woman. She seemed to be panicking a little. She could not remember a single thing, but her subconscious was telling her the man was the only person she could trust. She was afraid that Mo Jussin would not listen to her. "You are still the same after all these years," Mo Jussin sighed. "Is that so?" "I don't remember," Yi Chang said. "Fine, get some rest. Let me know if you need anything," Mo Jussin told her. "Thank you." Mo Jussin was still emotionally stirred up after seeing her. "Are you sure you don't remember me?" Mo Jussin asked. "You look familiar, but I'm sorry I don't remember who you are." "You have a daughter. Her name is Xinxia," Mo Jussin said softly. "Oh," Yi Chang reacted calmly. Mo Jussin could not tell if she could not remember her daughter, or if she was acting like this because of some other reason. "It's the same as the past. You couldn't remember anything back then either," Mo Jussin smiled wryly. Chapter 25-29. Nowhere to Go. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The rising sea level had not impacted London much. The sea monsters were not as active in countries with colder temperatures as they were closer to the equator. Pink roses blossomed like stars on the streets and alleys, showcasing the delicate gardens. A pleasant scent lingered in the air, soothing the minds of the pedestrians as they were strolling around. "Let's take a walk and get some fresh air. It's good for your injuries," Mage suggested. It was rare for London to be sunny. The flowers were bright spots of color under the sun. Mage subconsciously took out his phone to take a photo of Yi Chang, but for some reason, he had a feeling Yi Chang was not a pure Asian, especially when she was wearing a knit hat. She looked more like a local woman from England. "Don't." "Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot that you didn't like taking photos." Mage quickly put his phone away. They continued up the stairs and reached a kiosk with reinforced glass and a great view. They could see the busy streets from here. "I'm feeling a little tired. Why don't we rest for a while?" Yi Chang asked. "Sure, what would you like to drink?" "Tea." Mage sat opposite Yi Chang after making the order. His phone rang as soon as he sat down. Mage was overjoyed to see the call was from Mo Fan. The look in Yi Chang's eyes changed. She stared at Mage coldly. Mage smiled and said, "I know what you are thinking, but it's my son, so I have to take it." "Dad, where are you enjoying yourself now?" Mo Fan asked over the phone. "I'm having afternoon tea." "Are you all right?" "I heard what is happening in our homeland," Mage replied. "Of course I'm fine, but you should enjoy your vacation in England for now since it's free of sea monsters. By the way, I heard there are plenty of aged beauties in England. When are you going to find a partner?" "I don't mind having a stepmother." Mo Fan urged him. "Nonsense. I'm perfectly fine here. I'm hanging up." Mage moved to end the call. "I can hear a woman laughing on your end." "Dad, there's no need to hide it. It's from the other table." "I'm hanging up." Mage ended the call and looked at Yi Chang. Yi Chang seemed normal again, with her usual gloomy face. Mage knew she had lots of strange aversions. He also knew she did not want others to mention her. She always hid herself under a huge coat. Whenever he broke her rules, she would suddenly go missing without a trace. Therefore, Mage had not mentioned her in the call. He was afraid that she might disappear again. "This tea is pretty bad." Yi Chang was having trouble swallowing the tea after taking a sip. "I can remember the jasmine tea you always served me. It was nice." "Ooh? You remember that?" "Give me a second." Mage smiled. He had not expected Yi Chang to remember such a minor detail. As a matter of fact, the jasmine tea used to be Mo Fan's mother's favorite, but she had passed away at a relatively young age. Mage would occasionally make the tea for himself. To his surprise, Yi Chang had liked drinking it, too. It had been so many years. Even Mage had forgotten that detail. A shadow appeared among the flowers. A man stood in the shadows there, blending perfectly with the background. The people who were enjoying their tea time did not notice him. "Did you call me?" the shadow uttered softly. "Spread the news about the Supreme Pontiff's death," Yi Chang said. "Got it." The shadow quickly disappeared. A cup of hot jasmine tea was placed in front of Yi Chang. "Who were you talking to?" Mage asked. "A stray cat. She ran away." Yi Chang pointed at the flowers. "It seems like you are starting to recall a lot of things, unlike the first day. You couldn't even remember who you were." Mage smiled. "Many people are looking for me, but sometimes, I don't even know who I am," Yi Chang told him. "You always say strange things. Even though I don't know anything about your past since you never mentioned it to me, we shouldn't dwell on the past. You should enjoy the great view and tea while fixing your eyes on the happy times. It's a better way to spend your life." Mage shared his optimistic way of living. I like the sound of that, too, but if I don't finish certain things before enjoying my life, it feels like devils are clenching my heart and my throat to make me suffer. Yi Chang took a sip of her tea. Her gaze sharpened. When are you going to finish them? Can I help? Mo Jusin asked. Yi Chang shook her head. As a matter of fact, Mo Jusin had been more of a hindrance than a help. I should be going. Thank you for your tea. Yi Chang rose to her feet. Oh, sure, let's head back. The wind is getting stronger. It's easy to get a cold, Mo Jusin nodded. I meant I'm leaving, Yi Chang explained. Who? I have some unfinished business, Yi Chang told him. But, we just met, and Xinxia has already grown up. I was going to bring you to her. She's currently in Greece. Mo Jusin said urgently. I have already seen her, Yi Chang informed him. Mo Jusin panicked. He was looking for any excuse to make the woman stay. He thought he would never see her again, but he had miraculously stumbled into her in a foreign country. He thought they could finally be together after being apart for so long, but she was leaving again after it had been less than half a month. He might not be able to wait for another dozen years to see her again. I know I'm just an ordinary man. I will never be a part of your world or understand it, but I just want to say I won't disturb you or go to places I shouldn't be. If someday you have nowhere to go, or when you forget things again, feel free to find me. I'll always be waiting, Mo Jusin offered quietly as Yi Chang left. Sure, I always have nowhere to go. Chapter 25-30. Superior of the Black Totem Snake. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. The air turned chilly as the sunlight disappeared. Yi Chang realized a man's old jacket was draped over her shoulders. It still had some heat lingering on it. As she approached a dark church, she casually took off the jacket and threw it into a bin. The door of the church was tightly shut. The sun had set for the day. Strange candles suddenly lit up in the church, but they only managed to illuminate a small area. There were no residents or tourists around. The church sat silently beside the busy street, like it belonged to a different world. Rows of wooden chairs filled the empty church. She walked down the path in the middle of the hall toward a statue of Jesus. Tell me everything that happened while I was away, she said to nobody. On the Disciples' Day, Su Lingyi killed Tina and claimed the role of the head priestess. 7 days ago, a bloodbath occurred at Dubai's Asia Magic Association. A group of scholars was murdered with obvious evidence left at the scene. A strange voice sounding like a phantom spoke in the church. What evidence? Salon asked. Evidence that points to us. The personnel of the Magic Association are already looking for us. It's likely a conspiracy the authorities of the Asia Magic Association have planned. They are setting us up to distract the Holy Judgment Court and the Sacred City, the voice went on. Such a lame conspiracy. Who were the victims? Salon grinned coldly. A bunch of deceitful old men who claimed they had innovated new human magic, the voice related. If they were just a bunch of liars, why would anyone bother to kill them? The Magic Association needs quacks like them to convince the world they are working hard to invent magic, when all they did was control the world, Salon scoffed. I'm afraid I have no idea. Give me a list of the victims and tell the deacon who has infiltrated the Dubai Magician Tower. Prepare a new identity for me to enter the Asia Magic Association freely. Got it, but there's one thing I don't understand, the voice asked curiously. Say it. Is the Supreme Pontiff really dead? The voice questioned. No one knows who the Supreme Pontiff is after the person in St. Paul Cathedral died, so I say the Supreme Pontiff is dead. What if the Supreme Pontiff shows up? Isn't he as good as dead? Salon replied. Brilliant, the voice agreed. A strange breeze swept across the church. It soon fell silent again. Salon looked up and stared at the statue of Jesus on the cross. A while later, she left the church and locked the door. She caught a glimpse of the old jacket in the bin. The jacket did not fall into the bin, as the opening was quite narrow. A moment later, Salon walked toward the bin. Zhuhai City. The waves were rolling fiercely. A man was riding the waves across the grey sea, like a cultivator returning from his journey around the world. Mags were cheering on the beach. They were too scared to even look at the sea for a long time, let alone receive a warrior who had returned from his quest at the beach. Senior, did you kill the lightning serpent? Raise a fire, I'm going to shout you all some grilled unagi. Who's a chef here? Mofan smiled. The crowd was astounded. They looked behind Mofan. A wolf with dazzling hair was running across the waves. He was dragging something toward the coast by its long tail. The owner of the tail was of a shocking size. It was stirring up huge waves as it moved through the water. The carcass was covered in wounds, but it still gave the people on the beach a fright. Ooh? Are you really going to cook that? Of course, it's a waste not to use such a high-quality ingredient. It's a great source of nutrients for both women and men. Mofan replied loftily. Senior, you are really something. You have slain the lightning serpent by yourself, the leader of the Mags in Zhuhai exclaimed. It's not a serpent, just a relatively big eel. A real serpent doesn't have claws. Besides, it's not worthy to be called a serpent, considering its strength, Mofan sniffed disdainfully. That thing doesn't have claws, either. Well, who cares what it is? I can only promise you it has a nice texture. Let's try it out, Mofan said. That's right, Senior, I heard that the meat of high-level sea monsters is good for children's growth after it has been processed with a special method, the leader mentioned. Oh, I have heard similar things too. Not only will children's strength increase significantly after eating the meat, their muscles will be as hard as rocks, too, another old mage spoke up. Oh? It sounds like the meat has a lot of benefits. I shouldn't waste them. Let's try it out first and give the rest to the schools. Perhaps we will soon have some Hercules among us. Mofan smiled. Humans' flesh was too weak. Even Mags could not match the physical attributes of demon creatures. If humans had the strength to brawl with evil serpents and monsters in the mountains, their golden age might arrive soon. How was it? Did you find the totem seal? Dangling asked excitedly. Mofan shook his head and said, it was just a demon eel, but its claws were indeed a little strange. The information you have collected should do it. I'll analyze it now. By the way, the Canton Tower left a message for you. They were asking you to pay them a visit. It sounds like an emergency, Dangling said. Dangling studied the claws closely. A serpent did not have claws, at least according to myths and legends. However, these claws bore some similarities to a certain totem seal. Seeing the actual thing and seeing it in photos were different. The claws had lines and scales that were worth investigating. Dangling put all her attention on analyzing the claws to match them with the totem seals after returning to Guangzhou. To Dangling's surprise, even though the creature was not a totem beast, it was somehow related to the totem beasts. Its claws provided Dangling with some useful clues. Most importantly, Dangling had found the totem beast related to the claws. The drawings on the small island at the center of the lake in Hangzhou had a snake that was the superior to the black totem snake. The lines and scales on the claws were similar to the pattern of the scales on the snake. Dangling was extremely excited. She had finally made a huge discovery. They did not have any information on the snake that was several times bigger than the black totem snake before now. It had to be one of the strongest totem beasts in the ancient times. It was the superior to the black totem snake, and often hid itself in the clouds and the mists. Chapter 25-31. The Gate to Enlightenment for All Living Things. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Dangling picked up her phone and gave Mofan a call. She only realized her phone was out of charge when she saw the black screen. She stood in front of the window of her room and noticed the Canton Tower was not far from the hotel. She hurried over to the Canton Tower without even changing her clothes. The receptionist told Lingling Mo Fan was on the highest floor, so Lingling took the lift to the top floor. Strong winds were blowing on the observation deck. The bustling city was right under her feet. It felt like the clouds were within the touch of her hands. Lingling saw Mo Fan leaning against the rails in deep thought. Lingling ran up to Mo Fan to tell him her great discovery, but she realized something bad had happened when Mo Fan lifted his face. Lingling was suddenly lost for words. What happened? Lingling was a little nervous. She rarely saw such an expression on Mo Fan's face over the long time she had spent with him. Flames of fury were erupting in his eyes, but he was as cold as a piece of ice. Old Feng is dead, Mo Fan said. His heart ached as he uttered the words. The man had shared his results proudly with Mo Fan, like an overjoyed kid. He had stood in front of the French window and claimed he was about to change the world. Mo Fan could never change the world by killing demon creatures. Only people like Feng Julong, who had devoted their lives to research for the sake of mankind, had a chance to change the world. However, he was murdered before he could disclose his discovery to the world. He did not die in his house, nor did he die at his workplace. He had died at the Asia Magic Association, the place he had visited to submit his work. Every new technology and advance was considered forbidden until it was evaluated by the highest magic association. Therefore, Feng Julong had visited the headquarters of the Asia Magic Association to submit his work and show their results to the highest magic association. However, he had died an unnatural death in the safest and most powerful place in the world, just as he was about to change the world with his innovation. The fact that it did not make any sense to Mo Fan had driven him mad. He could not wait to tear the useless and corrupt organization into pieces. A stronger wind suddenly blew across the observation deck. A creature with long wings came out of the mist and hovered less than 10 meters away from the tower. Its appearance had startled the people on the tower and the plaza in front of it. It was an inferior dragon. It had appeared out of nowhere in Guangzhou and was hovering above the tower. Mo Fan rose to his feet. The inferior dragon slightly lowered its body so Mo Fan could climb its tail to its back. "Where are you going?" Lingling said. "I haven't heard any news about Shajua's death," Mo Fan said. "I'm going with you." Lingling was going to climb up the dragon's back, too. "You're not going anywhere," Mo Fan said in a heavy voice. Lingling stopped moving. She was feeling helpless and scared. The cold look on Mo Fan's face eased a little when he saw Lingling's reaction. He reached out his hand and fondled the girl's head. "Didn't you look into the mirror before you left your room? Why did you come here with a messy face?" Mo Fan asked gently. "I have a terrible feeling about this." "Mo Fan, you shouldn't be involved in it." Tears were rolling in Lingling's eyes. They were places worse than the demon creatures' nests, and the place Mo Fan was going was one of them. Humans had always been greedier and crueler than the demon creatures. They enjoyed living together, but they also liked to kill their own kind more than any other species. No matter what had caused Feng Julong's death, it sent a great chill down Lingling's spine. What was going to happen to Mo Fan if he visited a place with people whose hearts were darker than the demon creatures? Lingling preferred Mo Fan to go after the Black Vatican rather than visiting that place. Every person who wanted to change the world was no longer alive. The Holy Saint had died for the same reason. He was dragged into the abyss of darkness where he could no longer be brought back alive. Mo Fan was nowhere near as strong as the Holy Saint, nor was his influence anywhere close to the Holy Saint. He was just a minor character in the eyes of the Asia Magic Association's authorities. Feng Julong had already lost his life. If Mo Fan went, he would suffer the same fate. "Don't go, Mo Fan, the shoreline is still being threatened by the sea monsters." "We need you," Lingling pleaded. No one was going to help Mo Fan if he was stuck in the abyss. "We can never kill all the sea monsters. My strength is limited, but Old Feng's discovery is the hope for all mags. I can't let it fall into other people's hands." Mo Fan hugged Lingling and comforted her. Mo Fan knew Feng Julong's magic fusion was superior to several forbidden mags combined, let alone him. Mo Fan might be able to save 1 or 2 cities if he stayed behind to fight the sea monsters. However, there were thousands of cities along the coastline. The coastline covering over 20,000 kilometers did not need Mo Fan's help the most, but a way to make every mage in the cities stronger. Mo Fan had to go, even if he was going up against the Asia Magic Association, the most powerful organization in the world. Eat your meals, get some sleep, and take care of yourself. Even if you are born a natural beauty, you shouldn't be unkempt just because you are focusing on your experiments. Don't tell anyone where I'm going, either, Mo Fan ordered, rubbing Lingling's head. If you die, I'm going to starve myself and tattoo my face and body. I'll give up on studying, have an early relationship, go for an abortion, and become the kind of girl you despise so you will never rest in peace. Lingling declared. Mo Fan climbed onto the Wind Gore's inferior dragon's back. He subconsciously grabbed onto the dragon's back firmly in case he slipped and fell off the dragon if his magic was jammed. For some reason, Mo Fan kept hearing Lingling's voice. Every time he was going to do something reckless, Lingling's words would slap him in the face and remind him to be calm and not get himself killed. It would all be meaningless if he ended up killing himself. Remember to fly slower and don't speed. Just fly steadily, Mo Fan told the dragon. I'm pretty sure I didn't drink any alcohol. I have only drunk a glass of cola. I shouldn't drink and fly. Chapter 25-32. Breaking Through with Force. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The brown desert was vast and boundless, with dry and scorching heat, but it was chilly and biting cold at night. It was rare to find an oasis in the desert, let alone modern, shiny, and luxurious cities. The cities did not need any green, as there was gold everywhere. It had always been like this for the ancient caliphates. Tiny gold particles were piled up like sand dunes and flowing like rivers. They were vivid and prosperous without the decoration of green plants. It was a silver city in a world of gold. The Asia Magic Association was located in the city. The tall silver tower was like a fine ancient sword piercing through the blue clouds. A wing of black sand eagles was patrolling in the sky and circling the tower in orderly formation. Dubai was a city with lots of rules, but not many restrictions. Unlike most cities of other countries, flying was permitted inside the city. Mags could freely fly around Dubai on their astonishing mounts while enjoying the admiration of the people below them. People of high status enjoyed great privileges. They did not have to put up fake fronts and act modestly in front of others. They could show their disdain to anyone they pleased. After the clans of dragon tamers in England popularized the flying dragons, Dubai was the first city to have an army of flying dragons. Not only did they sign a contract to secure 90% of the production, they were also buying flying dragons off other people's hands at high prices. It was common to see a troop of mags circling the city on their flying dragons. These people dressed in black armor were the dedicated dragon rider mags of the royal family. Ha ha, my chestnut can easily shake off the rest of you within several thousand meters with his speed. Let's return to the tower from the city's outskirts. The first one to arrive will take everyone's pay for the week. What do you all think? A man with a mustache with a smile proposed. Captain, we shouldn't neglect our duties. Why are you so worried? Does anyone dare to cause trouble right under the nose of the Asia Magic Association? Besides, did you forget who I am? I'll take full responsibility if anything happens. Let's race, on the count of 3. The man whipped the back of his flying dragon after he only counted 2. The flying dragon cried and beat its wings, flying straight at the tower. The strong winds left along its trail disrupted the formation of the rest of the flying dragons. That's cheating. Quick, chase after him. I don't want to spend my next week holed up in the alleys. The alleys were nowhere as exciting as staying in a 5-star hotel with a beautiful woman and enjoying a bottle of wine together on a perfectly white bed in front of delicate French windows. Several flying dragons sprang forward. The people who were unaware of what was going on thought the mags were conducting a special drill. The captain was sneering cunningly in front of his men. No flying dragon could be quicker than his chestnut. He was going to take all their pay for the week. A famous singer with slender, gorgeous legs happened to be waiting for him, as long as he could pay the huge sum to spend a night with her. The wind started blowing fiercely. A creature with white air flowing around it appeared out of nowhere in the blue sky. It was beating its wings elegantly as it overtook the troop of flying dragons with ease, gradually catching up to the captain at the front. The captain was dumbfounded. He immediately whipped his flying dragon with even greater force. "Go, speed up, beat your wings," the captain scolded it. Chestnut was already flying at full speed. His skin was starting to crack from the effort he was putting forth, but the other creature still overtook him with ease. Chestnut could only stare at the creature's tail. Most importantly, the trail of wind it left behind was sweeping right in his face. It was the same as eating the smoke coming out of another car's exhaust. It was a flying dragon too, but how was it faster than his own? It was even smaller than his flying dragon. "Damn it, just you wait," the captain yelled after it in frustration. No matter how angry he was, he had no chance of catching up to the Wind-Gore's inferior dragon. It was like trying to catch up to a motorbike on a bicycle. It was no use, even if he stepped on the pedals until the chain broke. Mo Fan looked back at the man who was clenching his teeth with a puzzled face. "Are they from the Dubai Magician Tower?" Mo Fan murmured. He did not pay too much attention to the dragon riders. Dubai Mags were similar to the Mags from the Sacred Hall of Liberty. They directly took orders from the Continental Magic Associations, giving them a superior status. However, Mo Fan had already learned Dubai had no restrictions on riding mounts or summoned beasts in the city. He flew straight into the Silver City. Mo Fan did not go anywhere else, heading straight to the tower. He went straight to the 120th floor. There was a pristine white meeting hall meeting. A round table with Asians seated about it was inside the meeting hall. An old man with a white beard sat in the leading spot. Mo Fan recognized the man. He was Zhu Huanyao, Zhong Kong's grandfather. He was working at the Dubai Magician Tower, one of the few councilmen who had the right to speak in the meeting hall of the Asia Magic Association. The councilmen of the Asia Magic Association had extraordinary statuses. Mo Fan barged straight into the room. Zhu Huanyao had never seen Mo Fan before, but he recognized him at first glance. "What do you want, Mo Fan? Do you have any idea what place this is?" Zhu Huanyao snarled. He was having a meeting with his peers, but Mo Fan had barged into the room without telling them. Who gave him the guts to run amok outside of China? "I have something to ask you, you old prick." Mo Fan headed straight toward Zhu Huanyao. What did you say?" Zhu Huanyao rose to his feet. A powerful aura burst out of his body, feeling like it was going to destroy everything around him. "You can't even protect our own people. Aren't you the Minister of Foreign Affairs for China? Do you keep making mistakes because you are too old for the job? You should retire and let someone who is more competent replace you." Mo Fan pointed at Zhu Huanyao, swearing at him. The people in the room were dumbfounded. Even Chairman Xiaozheng would not dare to speak like that to the man. Was this young man out of his mind? "What the hell do you know? Leave at once, or I'm going to arrest you on the spot." Zhu Huanyao roared. "Go ahead and try it. I should have kicked your ass into a coffin in the sacred city." Mo Fan spat. It was time to settle both the old and the new debts. If the old man had not willfully stuck to his decision, the chief military instructor and Qin Yue would not have died in the sacred city. Such a stubborn, ignorant, and stupid old man. Chapter 25-33. A Lone Warrior. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Zhu Huanyao's expression changed at the mention of the sacred city. His face went from red to black. The strange thing was, his overwhelming aura was fading away. It was still bone-chilling, but it was not as strong as before. Zhu Huanyao took a deep breath and told the others, "The rest of you, give us the room." We can execute him on the spot. If the government asks about it, considering how he scolded you in front of everyone. Leave the room. Do I have to repeat myself? Zhu Huanyao snarled. The others had no choice but to pack up their stuff and leave the meeting room before Zhu Huanyao lost his temper. Mo Fan and Zhu Huanyao were the only ones left in the room. The old man's face was full of wrinkles, but his eyes were as sharp as an eagle circling above the desert. Mo Fan was already burning with anger. He had no intention to treat the man politely. There was no reason to be fearless after he was able to see beyond the facade. I know why you are here. Take a seat and listen to me instead of barging into the room like a terrorist. Are you trying to blow up the whole place? Zhu Huanyao pointed at the chair in front of Mo Fan. Mo Fan was surprised by the old man's calm after the scolding. On second thought, the old man must have been through a lot, too. I just want to know who did it, and whether you colluded with those ********. Mo Fan snarled back. He just needed to know if the old man was a friend or an enemy. He was not in the mood to play mind games and politics. He had a list of people who had to die, regardless of their background and status. Mo Fan did not come here to investigate a murder, nor was he here to mess with the enemy's conspiracies or plots. There were certain things he could not stand. If he could get over a person like Feng Jiulong's death just by saying that it was just how the world was, he would be no different from Feng Jiulong's murderers. If someone was on their knees for too long, they would not be able to stand again after their knees were rooted to the ground. The first conflict he had shared with the Asia Magic Association was during their operation on that mountain in Europe. Mo Fan had no choice but to leave when he was going up against a group of authorities who had taken the lives of countless children. He also could only stand at the side and watch the incident happen in the sacred city. This time, Feng Jiulong had died a meaningless death. Mo Fan was not going to compromise again. He wanted justice to be served for Feng Jiulong's death, even if the Holy Judgment Court was going to blacklist him. He had come here to execute the murderers, every person that was involved in Feng Jiulong's death. The Magic Association in Guangzhou isn't under my jurisdiction. Feng Jiulong did not tell me about his request beforehand either, maybe because he thought I don't really have a good reputation. Therefore, you shouldn't vent your anger on me. However, I must say that I'm responsible for the loss of such an impressive man of our country, Zhu Huanyao said. Who was the mastermind? Mo Fan demanded. Rumors say it's Salon. Most people assume the Black Vatican was behind it to stop the innovation, but I believe it's more complicated than that, Zhu Huanyao answered quickly. Zhu Huanyao knew a lot of things, including the mentor and student relationship between Mo Fan and John Kong. He actually felt sorry for Mo Fan. I'm not an idiot, I know the way Salon does things better than any organization, Mo Fan scoffed. Feng Jiulong brought a woman with him when he came to Dubai. Zhu Huanyao showed Mo Fan a photograph. It was exactly the reason why Mo Fan had come to Zhu Huanyao. Zhu Huanyao was a councilman here. He had to have informers in the Asia Magic Association. Mo Fan was unfamiliar with the situation here, so he needed to ask Zhu Huanyao for information about Shajua's whereabouts. I want every piece of information about her, Mo Fan demanded. Zhu Huanyao took a deep breath and snarled, Who are you treating me as? Don't forget you have committed the offense of scolding a leader of the Magic Association. Cut the crap. Chairman Xiaozheng asked me to look for you because you have never been biased in serious matters like this. I know you all have your concerns and worries of the bigger picture, so you can't just lay your cards on the table and fall out with the Magic Association. That is why I'm here. Mo Fan hurled right back at him. It's true that I've been looking for the woman with Feng Jiulong, but these are all I have. The trail stops at some noble families in United Arabia. Zhu Huanyao handed the information to Mo Fan. Mo Fan took the files. Everything you do has nothing to do with us, Zhu Huanyao reminded him. I know. And don't think we are going to save you if you find yourself in trouble. You are going up against the most powerful people at the top of the pyramid, Zhu Huanyao warned him again. I never expected to receive any help from you, Mo Fan answered coldly. Zhu Huanyo sat down in his chair and looked out of the window blankly for a long time after Mo Fan left. Am I really getting too old for this? Why am I thinking of how to mediate between the two sides after what happened? Zhu Huanyo murmured. The enemy is already on a rampage, but I'm still sitting here like nothing happened. If Mo Fan was aware of the significance of Feng Julong, there was no way Zhu Huanyo could not have been aware of the changes that Feng Julong might have brought to their country. Zhu Huanyo was not particularly surprised when he heard about the man's death. He was more surprised at how calm he was after hearing the news. Even Zhu Huanyo was starting to hate himself for it. However, he had no choice but to keep blending in while being disgusted by himself. As soon as Mo Fan left the tower, a woman whose face was covered with a veil approached him. Mo Fan stepped aside to make way for her, but the woman stepped to the same side too. Mo Fan went to the other side, but the woman kept blocking him. I'm not in the mood, Mo Fan said impatiently. I am, though, the woman blinked at Mo Fan. Her green eyes were quite dazzling. Mo Fan recognized her voice as she pulled Mo Fan to a corner and removed her veil. She was exactly the woman who had come to Mo Fan's mind. The devastatingly beautiful woman was both sacred and alluring. She had the sanctified aura of a goddess, but she was brimming with seductive charm at the same time. Fighting on your own again? Ashiruya asked him. Mo Fan nodded. He was indeed fighting all by himself. Then I guess you have a reliable and beautiful partner from today onward. Ashiruya grinned, as if charmed by the idea that she was about to cause massive destruction together with Mo Fan. Chapter 25-34. Kill the bad guys. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Ashiruya had informers across the world. Mo Fan was not surprised she knew about the tragedy in Dubai. Zhu Huanyo was representing both a country and the Magic Association. It was unlikely Mo Fan would get any reliable information from him. The man could only guide him along the right track. Mo Fan would have to fight out the truth himself. However, the information Ashiruya could provide him with was different. She had always given him the most reliable and straightforward information. It was exactly what Mo Fan needed. She had shown up at the perfect time. Come with me. I know the people who have what you are looking for, if you trust me, Ashiruya told him. Ashiruya was already leading the way. She did not wait for Mo Fan's answer, already confident that Mo Fan would go with her. Mo Fan asked the Wind Gore's inferior dragon to roam freely about the city before he left with Ashiruya. They both had the shadow element and excelled at using it. They wove through the outskirts of Dubai city like two elves playing around in the shadows as they danced in the cool breeze. They soon came upon several golden tents. Several creatures that resembled huge elephants and camels were lying close to them, and a group of people was sitting around a campfire. They were drinking booze while cracking dirty jokes. Mo Fan counted 7 of them. Do you see the ornaments on their waists? I'm pretty sure you know what they are, Ashiruya pointed out for him. Mo Fan had noticed the ornaments. He snuck around like a ghost and approached a man with a bandana. He curled his thumb like a short dagger, emitting a dark aura. He softly touched the man's neck with his finger. Leader! The other 6 immediately rose to their feet and stared at Mo Fan, who had come out of the shadows behind the bandana man in surprise. Mo Fan looked at them. At the same time, 6 wisps of dark aura split out of his body and turned into silhouettes that resembled Mo Fan, but who did not have a face. The 6 shadows followed Mo Fan's movements and pointed their thumbs at each of the men's throats. Where is your president? Mo Fan demanded coldly. There's no need to ask them. I know where he is, Ashiruya stated. The 7 men's throats were slit open promptly, their fresh blood spraying out toward the campfire in their midst like fountains. The flames swayed slightly and burned vigorously. The 7 men fell to the ground simultaneously. There was no sign of struggle, but each of their faces was frozen in surprise and shock at their deaths. The 7 knights of the Guild of the Wicked were strong enough to be in charge of a small city, but they had all died in an instant. That was very decisive of you. Aren't you worried you might alert the enemy? Asheruia could see Mo Fan was in a bad mood, yet she still wore a faint smile. Asheruia had witnessed a lot of killing, and was able to remain perfectly calm while being surrounded by dead bodies. Every member in the Guild of the Wicked was detestable and had earned their fate. They either preyed on the weak in America or murdered people and burned down places in Europe. Is the Guild of the Wicked behind everything? Mo Fan asked her. Of course not. Every extreme action has a reason behind it, whether it's self-interest or revenge. The Guild of the Wicked has no ties with the scholars, but they were the perfect candidates to do the dirty job, Asheruia answered. Mo Fan nodded. They had found the murder weapon. They could easily track down the murderer through it. Things were a lot simpler since Asheruia knew where to find the president of the Guild of the Wicked. They continued forward. Mo Fan soon noticed many more golden tents. If he was not mistaken, everyone in the tents was a member of the Guild of the Wicked, as they all carried guild ornaments that symbolized their identities. It seemed like the whole incident had happened very quickly. Even the mastermind behind it was not fully prepared. He was using the Guild of the Wicked to distract them and clean up the scene, but they were leaving a lot of clues behind at the same time. Asheruia told Mo Fan he would find the answers he was looking for by following the trail left by the Guild of the Wicked. Mo Fan did not show any mercy. He killed every member of the Guild of the Wicked he stumbled into. He was driven by rage and needed a way to vent his anger. The people of the Guild of the Wicked had asked for it. Mo Fan soon saw a herd of camel elephants camped in some old ruins. They were used for carrying resources, water, wine, food, fruits, rugs, and beautiful women. It seemed like the Guild of the Wicked was planning to hide in the desert for some time. This old relay station belongs to the Guild of the Wicked. They have been robbing travelers and kidnapping their families for ransom. Someone in power is protecting them, so the righteous organizations never have the chance to uproot them, Asheruia supplied helpfully. So it doesn't matter if I kill them all, right? Are there innocent people among them? Mo Fan asked. The members of the Guild of the Wicked all wear an ornament. It's their pride and a symbol to intimidate others. You can execute them as you please. I'm not a fan of killing, so I'll wait for you over there, Asheruia blinked at Mo Fan. Mo Fan had a strong desire for blood, and was not in the mood to flirt with Asheruia. Asheruia pouted her lips when Mo Fan stayed as cold as an ice cube. She took out a pear and began slicing it into small bites with a fruit knife. Darkness loomed over the place. Mo Fan's dark material rolled like waves and instantly devoured the whole area. The old relay station was dragged into a deep abyss by a devil in the desert. Every living human was forced to play a game of how many seconds they could survive with the devil. Not a single cry was heard as the whole relay station was shrouded in a dark mist. It was as if the old building was drowned in a mysterious black liquid from afar. It stayed eerily quiet. Asheruia placed one leg atop the other in an alluring posture. She had just finished slicing the pear when Mo Fan walked out of the darkness. She gently handed the pear to Mo Fan and said, "Try it, it must be sweet since I've cut it for you." Mo Fan received the pear and took a bite out of it. It was indeed very sweet. "Are they all dead?" Asheruia asked him. "I've kept one alive." "I'll let you handle the interrogation," Mo Fan answered. "How can you ask a saintess to do something so terrible?" Asheruia grumbled. "That guy is a little tough," Mo Fan replied, while eating the pear. It was his turn to sit on the chair. "I like tough guys." Asheruia immediately rose to her feet. Mo Fan shook his head helplessly. "Women." Her eyes were giving off an enthusiastic glow, even though she had said no. Chapter 25-35. Blue and Red Lightning. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan had just finished the pear, and before he could wipe his mouth Asheruia walked out of the darkness. He had to say, the woman's alluring curves were oddly charming as she was walking out of the dark mist. Asheruia never bothered to conceal her charms. She would shake her hips more than normal women as she was walking. It was a great contrast to her sacred image as a saintess of the Parthenon temple. They are looking for someone who has escaped into the desert. They were trying to silence everyone at the scene, but they failed to hunt down the last survivor. We might be able to learn the truth from the last person who is still alive. We must find her before them, Asheruia told him. Is it her? Mo Fan took out Sharjah's photo. Asheruia took a close look at the photo before asking with a stern look, do you have ties with her, too? Mo Fan was speechless. Why did everyone assume he was a playboy? The word too was quite saddening. Is it her? Mo Fan was not in the mood to joke around with Asheruia. Most likely. The man did say it was a woman before he died. In addition, the Guild of the Wicked and us aren't the only ones looking for her. The Asia Magic Association, the Sacred Hall of Liberty, Leiden Royal Family, Hunter Union, Assassin Palace, Black Vatican, and certain mysterious people are all looking for her, too. Asheruia went on. Did you learn all of that from interrogating the man? Mo Fan asked, surprised. Of course not, I have my own sources. I came to join in on the fun since so many people are looking for her. Unfortunately, I'm just a delicate woman, so I need a strong ally, Asheruia replied smoothly. You have some other goals in mind, Mo Fan said firmly. Yeah, but I'm not going to hurt you, don't you think? Asheruia agreed. I can't say for sure, Mo Fan shrugged. Then why did you eat the pear I sliced? What if it was poisoned? I was hungry. All right, we have already probed one another. Don't worry, we weren't enemies in the past, and we aren't enemies now, either. I can't say for sure for in the future, but let's worry about it when it happens. Asheruia stretched out, displaying her alluring physique. A normal man would not be able to withstand the temptation for more than a second. The people of the Guild of the Wicked were fully prepared to spend a long time in the desert, considering the amount of food and water they had brought. It was likely that Sharjah had escaped deep into the desert or was hiding in a maze somewhere. Their first priority was to find Sharjah. If so many people were desperately looking for Sharjah, the incident had to be more complicated than something minor that the Black Vatican was responsible for. Their President Taika is in the oasis ahead. He's waiting for his men to bring him the supplies, Asheruia informed Mo Fan. Mo Fan nodded. He was using blinks continuously just to reach their destination quicker. He was not trying to preserve his energy. He had to find Sharjah before others did. They crossed a cold land of sand and encountered some sand dunes. It was a sign they were venturing deeper into the desert. There were fewer plants and even fewer sources of water. The moon was hanging high in the sky, curved like a silver scimitar. Its light shone down upon an oasis full of succulents. Most of them were cacti as tall as trees. They had grown out of the sand in the middle of the desert. The oasis was a good shelter from the winds and sandstorms. Many travelers would use it to get some rest. Mo Fan and Asheruia knew the oasis was occupied. They went straight into it like a couple who were traveling in the desert. There were quite a lot of people in the oasis, including a group of merchants traveling in their jeeps, a group of merchants with camel elephants, and several wanderers who were getting some rest. Are you two here to enjoy the strange sight of the moon? A man with a huge belly asked. Yes, we are astronomy enthusiasts. Asheruia answered cheerfully. Then I wonder if you are interested in enjoying the view of a red land of sand too, the man smiled, revealing his golden teeth. It depends on what the sand is made of. If it's the blood of wicked people, I wouldn't mind having a dance on it. Asheruia retained her smile, but her gaze sharpened. The man with golden teeth gradually withdrew his friendly smile. It was replaced by a menacing grin. I'm pretty sure your blood is a better choice, the man said coldly. The black-robed man suddenly faded into the darkness. It was surprising that such a plump man could move as nimbly as a ghost. The man swung a golden blade over his head. Wild lightning was flickering on it, and split into shocking numbers of lightning arcs scattering across the area. Die! Golden Teeth chopped the blade at the ground. He had lifted the weapon with both hands, but he was swinging it down with one hand. The lightning arcs that were moving aimlessly surged at Mo-Fan and Asheruia as if they had found their target. They were strong enough to raise a hill to the ground. Asheruia was a little surprised. One could never judge a book by its cover. She did not expect the plump man to possess such strength. A single swing of the blade had unleashed countless bolts of lightning. Mo-Fan stepped forward. His eyes were fixed on Golden Teeth and the lightning bolts that were heading his way. His eyes suddenly glittered, and the wild lightning strikes that were surging wildly and destroying everything in their path all vanished in an instant. The man chopped into the ground with his blade like an idiot, without any special effects. His blade was too far away from his target. Golden Teeth was stunned. However, as the third in command of the Guild of the Wicked, he had experienced many bizarre encounters. He quickly raised his blade again to summon the lightning forth once more. "I'll admit my defeat if you can use a single lightning spell in front of me." Mo-Fan stared at Golden Teeth. He was giving off the aura of a mountain without a visible top as he walked slowly toward the plump man. Golden Teeth waved his blade around vigorously, but every lightning bolt he unleashed would almost instantly be extinguished after barely a little sparkle. "What the hell did you do?" Golden Teeth blurted out in a panic. "Have a taste of it yourself. I bet you have never experienced the feeling of being tortured by your own magic." Mo-Fan flipped his palm. Chapter 25-36. Fiery Sandstorm. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The lightning suddenly vanished, scattered across the area after Mo-Fan flipped his palm. The curtain of night was suddenly filled with dense lightning bolts resembling horned dragons. They dove from the sky and combined into a terrifying funnel above Golden Teeth. An overwhelming energy poured into the funnel, leaving Golden Teeth in utter fear and shock as the lightning disintegrated his body. His flesh, bones, muscles, and organs were completely broken down, and a strong burnt smell lingered in the air. The man who had suddenly become hostile was turned into a pool of filth and blood in an instant. The only remaining parts were the Golden Teeth that were invulnerable to the lightning. Asheruia glanced at Mo-Fan. Mo-Fan looked back at her. "It's been a while since we last met, and you have become more like a monster," Asheruia informed him. Mo-Fan had no idea if Asheruia was scolding or complimenting him. He was not surprised that Golden Teeth had attacked him so suddenly. He had already killed dozens of members of the Guild of the Wicked. As the people who were assigned to handle the assassination of the scholars, someone would have noticed him by now. Clap! 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 Someone was clapping slowly in an obviously mocking rhythm. It was a person who dressed in bright silk clothing. Mo-Fan could not tell the person's gender. The person was giving off both a bewitching and manly temperament at the same time. He or she had almost drawn his or her eyebrows to the back of his or her head. I was wondering how I was going to split the pay evenly among 3 people. It's a lot simpler now, the person blatantly indicated her disdain for Golden Teeth. A short man was standing behind the strange-looking woman. He looked like a kid around the age of 12 who still had not gone through puberty, but his wrinkled face and vicious eyes said otherwise. No wonder the 2 leaders of the Guild of the Wicked never showed up together. "The 2 of you look like the typical mother and son who go around the streets and scam people when you 2 are standing together." Asheruia laughed so hard that she could barely stand straight. The way she bent her alluring body would immediately make the blood of every male creature in the vicinity boil. Her words instantly ignited the anger and hatred in the hearts of the duo. No one had dared to mock their appearance for many years. After all, the weeds on the graves of the people who had laughed at them had already grown taller than the tombstones. "I'll let you handle these 2. Leave the rest to me." Asheruia backed away after she successfully angered their enemies. Mo-Fan could not have cared less about her mischievous act. He just cracked his neck. The Guild of the Wicked! He had long wanted to uproot this wicked organization. Leaving the malignant tumor around would only pollute the fresh air of the world. "Be careful, those 2 aren't the same as the fatty you just took care of," Asheruia warned Mo-Fan. Mo Fan was already walking toward the mother and son as if he could not hear Ashuria's warning. Ashuria had no idea where Mo Fan had gained his confidence from. The Guild of the Wicked had been around for many years. It had great power in Palestine, Somalia, the United Arab Emirates, Egypt, Greece, and other places close to the Red Sea. Its branches, the Red Ornaments Guild, Blue Ornaments Guild, and Black Ornaments Guild were rampant in many small countries. The Shorty was the leader of the Black Ornaments Guild. He was vicious and cruel, but he always cleaned up his trail. He had been accused of many crimes, but he remained a free man. The woman was the leader of the Red Ornaments Guild. She was hard to track and always pulled off her wicked acts in strange ways. She once cut off a certain body part of an entire village after a man from the village laughed at her. She did not like to kill, but she enjoyed sparing people so they could live the rest of their lives in humiliation. Ashuria knew a little about them. They were above average among the super mags in the whole world in terms of strength, so they should not be underestimated. The sky had a mix of red and blue as the lightning continued to flicker across it, like stars hanging up in bundles, similar to grapes. The area was spacious, with undulating sand dunes all about. The cacti-filled oasis was suddenly hosting a strong murderous aura. Mo Fan's hand was moving. Even though his hands were not moving in sync, he was casting spells with both hands. Special lights were flickering on his fingertips. Mo Fan suddenly held his hands together. It seemed like he was bringing his palms together as he combined two different energies on his hands. A strange energy ripple surged outward and shook the oasis and the nearby area. The sand was floating in the air like there was no gravity. Clouds of sand and dust were rising like ashes produced by a blazing fire. The two leaders of the Guild of the Wicked subconsciously took several steps back. What kind of ability is this? They had no clue at all. It felt like the earth element, but why did they feel like the air was burning? Even the night sky was blazing red. Fiery sandstorm. Fire and earth elements. Mo Fan was controlling the calamity fire with one hand and his heavenly red sand with the other. As Mo Fan moved his palms apart, the sky and the ground started buzzing and shaking violently. Blazing red particles that were both ashes and sand scattered through the air before surging forward. Heavenly flames were falling from the sky, ready to burn every living creature into ashes. Strong waves of sand were rolling toward the horizon. The two different energies had created a terrifying natural disaster. It felt like the spirits of the earth were unleashing their wrath and had even called the spirits of flames to lend them a hand, resulting in a destructive fiery sandstorm. The oasis was supposed to protect travelers from strong winds and sandstorms, but it did not stand a chance against the burning sandstorm. It was like a deity with two different powers was trampling the little oasis to display its capabilities. The two leaders of the Guild of the Wicked were shocked. What kind of magic was this? Was it the fire element, or the earth element? How were the two elements combining into a destructive power far stronger than any of the elements, even placing super mags like them under suffocating pressure? Mo Fan stood between the two different elements. The fiery sandstorm was enough to destroy everything he wanted to destroy without him lifting another finger. The land of sand, the sand dunes, the oasis, and the members of the Guild of the Wicked. The more he tasted how powerful magic fusion was, the greater his admiration for its inventor grew. Mo Fan had relied on this same power to kill the lightning eel ruler by himself. He had been filled with the intention to kill when he heard the bad news after he returned. Feng Julong, I'm going to leave behind a trail of blood with the power you have given me. Chapter 2537. Are you still looking for concubines? Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The two leaders of the Guild of the Wicked did not expect Mo Fan to possess such an extraordinary power. The fiery sandstorm devoured them. They were tortured by the bone-piercing sand and scorching flames. Their reliable defenses were completely useless against the overwhelming combination of the fire and earth elements, and they were soon buried inside the burning sandstorm. The oasis had disappeared. The spectacular sand dunes further away were raised flat. Nothing but burning red sand was left. The area was perfectly flat, colored a spectacular blood red. It was like a realm of the demons, full of life-threatening danger despite its calm appearance. Asheria stood beside Mo Fan. Her eyes were filled with shock. She could not find the words to describe Mo Fan's power. Leaving aside the fact that Mo Fan's enemies were above average among the super mags of the world, the sight of the fiery sandstorm alone was terrifying. It had clearly surpassed the level of ordinary super spells. Most importantly, Mo Fan had not prepared and channeled the spell for very long, yet the spell was so powerful. It was so powerful that Asheria could still feel her head spinning. She put on a fake expression most of the time to prevent others from reading her, but her expression was totally real this time. Wasn't this supposed to be a tough fight? She had been planning to evaluate Mo Fan's current strength through it. However, she realized it was going to be much harder to judge Mo Fan's true strength, as the fiery sandstorm was clearly not his strongest move. "I'll leave the rest to you," Mo Fan told Asheria, who had yet to collect her thoughts. "I've dealt with the people. It's your job to do the interrogation." Asheria finally closed her mouth. For some reason, she was a little enchanted when she came to her senses, especially how the man was as calm as an icy mountain while he was focused on avenging his friend. "Mo Fan, are you still looking for concubines?" the saintess from the Parthenon temple asked him coquettishly. Mo Fan was sitting on the ground, and looked up at the woman. He had an expressionless face, yet he was already cursing in his heart. How did the rumors of him having a lot of women even spread to other countries? The word still had hurt him the most. Asheria enjoyed teasing Mo Fan, so he never took her words seriously. They might seem close, but they did not have an intimate relationship. Mo Fan was not a kid. He was not overwhelmed with joy whenever a beautiful woman approached him. Some women would approach a man to probe him. Asheria wanted to know whether she could kidnap his heart. Once she captured your heart, she would turn and leave on her heels while shaking her hips. She would soon be out of reach. Mo Fan was not in the mood to play the flirting game with Asheria. He would either treat her like a brother or get straight down to business and have fun on the bed with her. He was a busy man. The shorty and the woman were not dead. However, they were severely injured. Asheria easily subdued them with her shadow element, not needing Mo Fan's help. Asheria was a capable woman, too. Mo Fan had no reason to worry about her being tricked by their enemies. She bound them up first to wear them out. She used her magic to torture their souls and slowly increased the intensity until they reached their limits. She would then break down their psychological defenses by inflicting fear and despair on them. They would eventually turn into slaves whose only thoughts were to obey or be left alone. Asheria knew the wicked people had strong minds, thus she purposely tortured them a little longer. A beautiful woman was charming, regardless of what she was doing. Mo Fan did not feel bored while watching her work. Mo Fan knew there was no use rushing the torture and interrogation. If they pushed too hard, it might cause the prisoners to resist fiercely. It would be more difficult to determine whether the information they got out of the prisoners was reliable or not. "All right, back to the first question, who gave you the order?" Asheria asked with a gentle smile, like a little girl asking a stranger where she could buy ice cream. "We only deal with a single person and follow his instructions," the woman said. She was the first to break down. "I want a name." "It's Anzark," the woman said. "All right. Next question, why did you kill the scholars?" Asheria asked. "It wasn't us. We weren't that capable, we were just following the orders to distract anyone who's looking for the girl." It was Tyka's turn to speak. He was as scared as a little kid, even though he was already in his 50s. Asheria had overwhelmed him with fear and despair. The man currently smelled strange, so Asheria did not even want to get close to him. Mo Fan immediately rose to his feet. "Distract anyone who's looking for the girl? So you aren't looking for her in the desert?" Mo Fan asked. "We weren't told to look for anyone. We were just told to lure people of powerful organizations to a meaningless place. The person you are looking for isn't in the desert," Tyka confirmed. "Damn it. Asheruia cursed. They had been tricked. She had led Mo Fan in the wrong direction. The mastermind had already expected the incident to attract a lot of attention, so he purposely let the Guild of the Wicked take the blame and sent them off into the desert so he would have more time to clean up his trail. Mo Fan frowned. The information he received from Zhu Huanyo had also pointed to the Guild of the Wicked. It seemed like he had fallen right into the enemy's trap. Is there anyone who knows where the girl is? Does that Anzak know? Speak! Asheruia snarled. She did not expect to be fooled as well. I'm afraid Anzak has no clue either, the woman said. She had a pleading look in her eyes, like she had something else to say that would serve as her final trump card. Asheruia noticed it. She declared, "Say it, and I'll set you free." According to our own experiences and understanding, the girl is still in Dubai. She has either gone into hiding, or she is already in custody, the woman gasped in relief. The Guild of the Wicked had its own network and sources of information. They could roughly infer where the girl was, even if they were not told by Anzak. They were told to lure the organizations to the desert so those investigating would stay away from the city. If there were no clues left in the city or the trail had already been cleaned, why would they need the Guild of the Wicked's help so desperately? The Guild of the Wicked did not kill the scholars. They had no idea where the girl was either. Their job was to put up an act to distract people who had paid attention to the incident. It was a lot of effort, since the Guild of the Wicked was not made up of just some ordinary hoodlums. In the city. That's right, she's still in the city. Asheruia exclaimed. The woman's guess had to be right. Asheruia just had to check on certain people to find out the truth. The Wicked did have their own type of cunning. Chapter 2538. Challenging the World. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Asheruia kept contacting her men to collect information in Dubai City on their way back. They soon returned to the enormous Silver City. The light of dawn just happened to be sprinkling across Burj Khalifa. The light reflecting from it added a hint of sacredness to the modern city. Mo Fan lifted his gaze and stared at the top of Burj Khalifa, rising more than 800 meters high. He recalled a speech Dean Xiao had given when he first enrolled into the Pearl Institute. We are never short of money and fame. It is the heart to pursue stronger magic that we lack. Those words had greatly influenced Mo Fan. Every headquarters of the Magic Association was established in the highest building of the important cities of every country. The lofty height served as a reminder to every mage that the path of cultivation was never-ending, as they could never reach the top. The Asia Magic Association was more powerful than the Magic Association of the Dongfang Oriental Tower. Not only were the strongest mags standing at the top of the tower, they were also human leaders who could shake the whole of Asia with a single stomp of their feet. So why did a man who was serious about popularizing a new discovery to the general public die such a horrible death in a place like this? Every organization was trying to hide its motives and was cautiously on the move. Did they really have the heart to pursue stronger magic? Mo Fan believed he had never lost his passion, but that did not mean the others were the same as him. How much longer did mankind have to suffer until everyone realized the truth? Perhaps they had gotten the procedures wrong. Blood had to be shed and sacrifices had to be made to change the world. Everyone had to challenge the world first in order to change it. The top of the tower that the light of dawn was shining the brightest on was exactly what Mo Fan had to overcome. If he continued to blend in with the crowd and wander the streets and wilderness, he would only be distracted by people like the Guild of the Wicked. The scapegoats would take all the blame while the real culprits were still on the loose. The more time they wasted, the further away they were from discovering the truth. Mo Fan did not want to be a sand particle carried away by the conspiracies. He was going to stir up a tsunami and force the currents to flow in his direction. Asheruia, do me a favor, Mo Fan asked her. Sure, but first, tell me what you want to do. Have you heard of the story of two metal balls reaching the ground at the same time? Mo Fan asked. Of course, but you might be treated as a heretic and burned to death like Giordano Bruno. The man who was our Giordano Bruno is already dead. It was meaningless to keep searching for clues. Mo Fan had come up with a plan. A young man stood at the top of the tower amid the strong winds. The waking city was below his feet. Many people were still fast asleep, but the streets were already crowded. He had to find a high spot if he was going to show the experiment of the two metal balls falling to the ground at the same time, so everyone could see it. Many people would be able to see the two metal balls reaching the ground at the same time. The authorities might be able to suppress certain news and information, but the truth would eventually find its way out. Good morning, my name is Mo Fan. Mo Fan's voice echoed above the city like a morning broadcast. There was a live broadcast of him going on, too. The invention of new recording devices allowed magic to be filmed, making it much more convenient for Mo Fan's experiment to reach a lot more people. The people below the tower could see him. Every country in Asia, or across the world with the internet, could see him too. It might not be morning in other countries. Mo Fan was aware of the different time zones, but he was not too fast with it. It was just a greeting. Most importantly, he had to introduce himself to those who did not know him. Mo Fan was hovering in the air instead of standing on the tower. He was walking in the air like there was a platform of transparent reinforced glass under his feet. He was strolling casually, not acting cautiously like he was on a tightrope. Today, I'm going to demonstrate to you a simple experiment concerning magic fusion. In the past, we were taught that we should never combine different magics, as that might cause undesirable outcomes. Today, my experiment is going to prove to you that it is not the case. It is possible to merge different elements. A magic scholar called Feng Julong taught me how to do this. He called it the gate to enlightenment of magic. He called it that because every one of you with 2 elements and above can learn it to greatly increase the strength of your spells. Mo Fan walked back and forth in the air, 1,000 meters above the ground. He was like a magician standing out in his surroundings. He was showing a magic trick to the world, claiming he was going to present a new truth to the people. A magic trick was considered magical because only a limited number of people knew how it worked. That was why people marveled at the magic tricks they did not understand. In the case of a truth, only a few people might know it at first, but it was applicable to everyone. Magic fusion was not just a magic trick, it was the truth. It was going to bring forth a revolution. However, history would always repeat itself. A revolution was never in the favor of the current rulers. Even though the airspace above Dubai City is open to every member of the Magic Association, you are not allowed to cause a scene by uttering nonsense to the people. We will arrest you if you keep doing this. The mustachioed captain of the patrols had arrived. The patrols of the city were all riding flying dragons. The flying dragons had faint green skin and muscles like rocks. They spread their wings and circled the area. Everyone could hear the captain's voice clearly. I'm not using a destructive spell, nor am I causing any damage to the buildings. Under which clause of the laws are you going to arrest me? Or does telling the people about a new discovery constitute a crime under the Magic Association? Mo Fan asked the captain of the patrols in return. The captain was lost for words. He had been ordered to chase Mo Fan away. It was normal for a local government law enforcement officer to chase away street vendors who were disturbing the appearance of a city. However, Mo Fan was not selling anything restricted nor breaking any law in a public area. The captain had no right to arrest him. It has nothing to do with what you are doing. You just don't have the right to be here, the captain snarled. I'm a super mage, an honorable high-seater of the Dongfang Oriental Tower, and a member of the Alliance of Super Mags. Are you saying I don't have the right to be at the Asia Magic Association? Mo Fan rebutted firmly. The captain finally noticed the badge on Mo Fan's shirt. It was a high-level badge too. As a matter of fact, even the patrols had to salute anyone bearing the badge of a high-seater from the Magic Association. Chapter 2539. The Only Successor. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The captain could not think of any appropriate reason to arrest Mo Fan. The concept of magic fusion is very simple. Everyone can make a storing vortex in their spiritual world to keep their first spell. I know you all are afraid that different elements might clash and explode, but it's perfectly fine. I shall demonstrate with the most unstable elements, lightning and fire. They're lightning and fire elements. There was no doubt that the two elements were going to clash and trigger a huge explosion. Mo Fan might not be a qualified broadcaster, but he used to teach in the Era's Sacred Institute. He just had to treat it like a class. Zhu Huanya was watching Mo Fan through the window from inside the tower. The representatives of other countries were staring at the person outside who was presenting a class to the whole world in disbelief. That's bullshit. We must get rid of him at once. If some young and immature mags mimic him, they might hurt themselves. He will have to take full responsibility. Angry voices continued sounding from within the tower, but no one was willing to take charge. They were just grumbling impatiently. The dragon riders had troubled looks on their faces. They had just received a scolding from their superior. You are under arrest for imparting false information to young mags. You are not qualified for teaching, even if you are a super mage, the captain declared. This is my identification as a professor. I'm sorry, I do have the right to teach. Mo Fan negligently tossed a card to the captain. An honorable professor of the Era's Sacred Institute. Anyone could easily verify his identity. It just so happened that Mo Fan did have the right to teach. The captain was on the verge of losing his mind. The man was a super mage, an honorable high seater, and an honorable professor of the Era's Sacred Institute. All of them were valid identities, registered under the magic associations. Why did he have to stir up trouble here? Stop him, it's an order from a councilman of the Asia Magic Association. The captain suddenly received an order. He shivered as soon as he heard the voice. A councilman of the Asia Magic Association. He also recognized the voice. The man was the scariest one among the councilmen. The captain immediately found his courage. After all, he had received the order from the highest authority of the Asia Magic Association. He no longer needed a valid reason to arrest the man. No one would question his question or even dare to challenge him. The man had a superior status in the Asia Magic Association. We are arresting you under Chairman Su Lu's name. The captain was relieved. So Chairman Su Lu is behind everything, as I thought. Mo Fan let out a long sigh with a smile. Wasn't that simple? He had just found out who the mastermind was. He just had to pay the price of becoming a criminal. But how was he going to escape from the man who was in charge of the Asia Magic Association? I'm a super mage and an honorable high seater. I didn't receive any information about the arrest. How would I know if you are lying to me and framing Chairman Su Lu? Mo Fan demanded calmly. Damn it, I'm done wasting my time on you. Chairman Su Lu is right inside that tower beside you. Why would I dare to frame him? The captain snarled. If he's in the tower, why don't you invite him out here? I won't resist if I hear it from him. After all, everything I learned and every honor I received has come from the Magic Association, Mo Fan replied smoothly. The captain was utterly dumbfounded. Even though the captain had a powerful position in the Dubai Magician Tower, they had no right to use violence on a high-seater without a warrant. The captain had also recognized Mo Fan. He was the guy who had overtaken him on the Wind Gore's inferior dragon. He did not think he would stand a chance against Mo Fan. A man in a silver robe came out from the tower, as if he knew the dragon riders were no match for Mo Fan. He was also walking in the air. His long hair was tied up with a bandana, and he was giving off a noble and inviolate aura. The chairman would like to see you, the man stated. Sure, but please wait until I'm done with my demonstration, Mo Fan answered. Nonsense. You have committed a great crime for disdaining the Asia Magic Association and leading young mags across the world astray. Not only were you using forbidden magic, you are spreading it without permission, too, the man in a silver robe snarled. How dare he not treat Chairman Su Lu with any respect? Was he asking for his death? Is that why Feng Julong died? Did you accuse him of scorning the Asia Magic Association, leading the world astray, and inventing forbidden magic? Mo Fan repeated the accusations with cold eyes. Despising the Asia Magic Association. Inventing forbidden magic. Spreading forbidden magic. These accusations were exactly what they heaped upon the Black Vatican. The Black Vatican's dark beast monsters were described as evil. They cursed the souls of living humans and refined them into greedy and vicious demons which were basically walking corpses filled with hatred. They were treating magic fusion the same as the Black Vatican's curse magic. Mo Fan felt like his heart was being clenched. What are you talking about? The Magic Association has nothing to do with Feng Julong's death, the man yelled. He died inside your tower, and you're telling me it has nothing to do with you. Does that mean I'm not responsible if I kill you right here? Are you going to blame it on the Magic Association since it invented magic? Mo Fan instantly rebuked him. How do you talk to me like that? I'm Longmu, the president of the Asia Magic Association's Enforcement Union. I have the right to execute you on the spot if you threaten to kill me. You should realize what place this is, who I am, and who you are, the man exclaimed angrily. No one had dared to speak to him like that, including the leaders of many countries. I'm the only successor of magic fusion, Mo Fan said in a deep voice. What magic fusion? It's just a fancy trick. Longmu's aura grew. A crimson-red spiderweb suddenly appeared above the city. Mo Fan laughed grimly. A fancy trick? It was time to let the head of the Asia Magic Association's Enforcement Union have a taste of his fancy trick. Chapter 2540. Weaving Lightning and Fire. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The people could not see the potential of magic fusion if Mo Fan was merely demonstrating it in mid-air. Someone happened to be interested in getting a taste of a fusion spell. It was not just a fancy trick. It could make Mag significantly stronger. Magic fusion was the path everyone had been looking for to utilize the maximum potential of their magic. Lightning surged wildly from Mo Fan's left hand into the air. It soared into the clouds like a lightning dragon, fierce lightning flickering around it like it was going to disintegrate Mo Fan's body. Half of his body was glowing with his lightning acupuncture points. His veins and bones turned purple and constructed something like a star palace, but only brighter and more astonishing. At the same time, Mo Fan's heart was blazing like a furnace ready to set an entire city on fire. Strong fiery energy surged out of the heart and accumulated on Mo Fan's right side. His eyes were purple and red. Dense lightning filled up the sky, its rapid flashes projecting terrifying lightning strokes across the city, as if a city made of lightning had been established above the clouds with interconnected streets in the form of lightning arcs. Meanwhile, sacred flames were spreading under Mo Fan's feet. It was a boundless fiery vortex capable of devouring the sea. Flames surged forth as both the Phoenix Flame and Calamity Fire appeared. It was a massive calamity of fire spreading across the land, greater and more majestic than the sea. The sky was covered in destructive lightning, the kingdom of the lightning dragon. The flames under Mo Fan's feet had grown from a vortex to a sea. The whole city was blazing red beneath the light of the flames. It looked as if the silver city in the desert was burning in great flames, while fierce lightning was surging in the sky. This is the fancy trick you are referring to. Mo Fan glared at Longmu. Longmu's expression shifted in disbelief. The man's cultivation was nowhere close to his, as he had almost reached the peak of the super level, so how were his lightning and fire placing him under such a suffocating pressure? Was this really the power of a mere super mage? Yun of lightning and fire. Mo Fan had merged the two most destructive and violent elements into one. It was an extremely dangerous move. No one had dared to combine the two elements before. Mo Fan's eyes remained expressionless. He was recklessly bringing forth massive destruction. Only the violent lightning and fire could vent his anger. The curtain of lightning and sea of flames echoed as Mo Fan placed his hands together. Blue veins surfaced on his fingers, the back of his hands, and his face. Pillars of flames rose into the sky, as if a volcano had just erupted. The lightning dove into the sea of flames. The two elements interwove and produced rampant energy, causing space to collapse and disrupting the dimensions. Mo Fan's target was Longmu. He could have spread the flames through the city and made the lightning fall on the buildings, not to mention the interwoven lightning and fire would destroy all the buildings and turn them into mere sand, like the desert in the distance. Longmu was trapped in the middle of this destructive world of lightning and fire. He was indeed a powerful mage. He was using various spells, superpowers, and special magic equipment to protect himself, like a ship trying to recover its balance in a storm. He could easily withstand either the flames or the lightning, but not only did their combined power possess an overwhelming strength, it also had a strange ability to penetrate his defenses and nullify his spells. The continuous lightning and flame were like an unpredictable black hole trying to devour him. It was crushing him and burning him. It felt like he was falling into a burning planet with lightning flickering around it. He was surrounded by overwhelming forces that were ramming him, crushing him, and paralyzing him, all at the same time. How could he possibly handle them all? His silver robe was ripped apart, and he was covered in multiple wounds as he flew around, looking for gaps between the lightning and fire. He was supposed to be the one punishing Mo Fan, but he was the one who was in danger now. His face was not only burned, but frozen with astonishment. "Sir," the captain yelled. The dragon riders had already fled like spooked birds in the woods, staying away from the calamity of lightning and fire. The head of the enforcement union was eventually forced to flee several thousand meters away, out of the city's airspace. Is that magic fusion? Such great power, yet that guy is clearly weaker than President Longmu in terms of cultivation. To think that someone can actually merge two of the most unstable elements. Longmu was not the only person in shock. There were thousands of people who were watching the lightning and flames from down in the city. Was this the little demonstration the man mentioned? It was a power that could destroy the heavens and earth. Even the destruction caused by the strongest mags was incomparable to it. What are you all waiting for? Take him down. This is the Asia Magic Association, an organization that is only second to the Holy Judgment Court. We can't allow him to behave atrociously in our territory. Longmu yelled between his coughing. He thought he could easily take out the young man who was looking for death, but he was severely injured by the man's mysterious magic instead. Longmu felt humiliated, but he could not afford to discard his aloof attitude. The captain was in shock after seeing Mo Fan's strength, yet he had no choice but to join the fight. A group of Dubai mags surrounded Mo Fan on their flying dragons. A new power had appeared as the lightning and fire were dissipating. It was a black candlelight, swaying in the distance, but it soon grew to the size of a mountain. It was a combination of the Phoenix Flame and Dark Fountain. Mo Fan had used magic fusion again. The cold flames were applying huge pressure to the dragon riders. They felt like their bodies were being burned while their souls were being tortured by the icy darkness. The dragon riders were nowhere as strong as Longmu. Even Longmu had sustained serious injuries, let alone petty mags like them. They did not stand a chance against Mo Fan as he wielded the magic fusion. Chapter 2541. Declaring War Against the Asia Magic Association. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The flying dragons were terrified. They were suffering greatly under the darkness that was eating at their souls. The mags riding them were being crushed by the flames, too. Even if they knew how to defend against the scorching flames, they had no idea how to resist the darkness that was tearing through their hearts at the same time. Those who could stop the darkness in their hearts were struggling to resist the flames on the outside. You are challenging the authority of the Asia Magic Association. Longmu snarled after he fled to safety. Mo Fan could not have cared less about what he said. He did not mind whatever accusations they were heaping on him. He had already made up his mind to put up a fight. Why would he be bothered by their regulations and restrictions? These regulations were exactly what they had abused to gain their power. He was trying to bring down their authority. The dragon riders were no match for Mo Fan. The darkness was further imbued with the chaos element, and the dragon riders felt like they had fallen into an endless swamp. They just managed to crawl out of a swamp of darkness when they found themselves at the bottom of another swamp. Mo Fan was trampling them under his feet like little kids. They could not move or resist. Dubai was a huge city, but the people on every street and in every corner could see the battle in the sky. A person in a ragged coat, their hair disheveled and dirty, was leaning against a bin on a deserted street behind a tall building. "It's my teacher," the person's eyes suddenly glittered. She was staring into the sky above the building. "Is he trying to protect us? Is he making a distraction so we can leave the city?" The voice was coming out of a book that the woman was holding in her arms. The book was opening and closing on its own. The voice was indeed coming out of the book. "That's great, I didn't expect a kind man would step forward at a time like this. We should take hold of the opportunity to leave the city. We can get back at those pricks later," the book said. "I can't abandon teacher. He's doing it for Feng Julong, and to tell the world about magic fusion," Sharja said with a soft but firm voice. "Are you out of your mind? Don't forget who you are. Everyone can die, but you can't. Don't you understand, Sharja?" The book started shaking like it was trying to break free from Sharja's hands. "He's the only person who has mastered magic fusion. If he dies, it will forever be lost." Sharja rose to her feet, never taking her eyes away from the sky. The book was shaking harder. If it had hands, it would have dragged Sharja away by force. "Idiot, magic fusion is nowhere as valuable as you are," the book screamed. "How am I more valuable than magic fusion?" Sharja grabbed the book. The book seemed to know what Sharja was thinking. It was desperately trying to escape, but Sharja was holding onto it firmly. "You must not open that page." The book struggled fiercely. "It was my mistake for not protecting Mr. Feng Julong. I can't let Mo Fan take the responsibility. I'm supposed to be the one who sacrifices my life. I should be the one declaring war against the Asia Magic Association." Sharja tapped the book softly. Black vines immediately grew out of it. The vines eventually turned into a bird. It was beating its wings, waiting for Sharja to mount it. Sharja climbed onto it, holding the book tightly with one hand. She flew higher into the sky, approaching the battle. Her coat fell off as she was weaving through the flames that were dissipating in the air, revealing her true appearance. Her curly purple hair looked like mandara vines. Her pale skin was covered in wounds. Her face was covered in filth, but it did not cover up how beautiful she was. Her purple and glittering eyes had a determined light, instead of delicateness and sorrow. Mo Fan was not supposed to carry the burden alone. It was her fight. The black color on the book slowly faded away, revealing the golden color beneath it. It was shining as brightly as the sun. Sharja finally reached Mo Fan's altitude. The book in her hand had transformed into a heavenly book that was giving off a sacred light, further setting off her dazzling and sacred appearance. "Sharja?" Mo Fan was dumbfounded. He knew she was in the city. He knew she was still alive. He was overjoyed to see her. Sharja was familiar with magic fusion, while Mo Fan was not a qualified scholar. As long as Sharja was still alive, so was magic fusion. Mo Fan could only use magic fusion with the help of the gloves. Only Sharja and Feng Julong knew how to use magic fusion without relying on a medium. "You shouldn't call her that," a man dressed in a silver and golden robe on the tower called out. Mo Fan was not familiar with the voice, but he could not ignore it. The voice was calm and aloof, as if the man was naturally superior to the others. "Chairman, there's no need for you to show yourself. He's just an extremist who is trying to lure you out," Longmu said humbly. "He's not worthy for me to show myself, but it's different now that she's here." Sulu was walking in the air, but it was difficult to tell what magic he was using. The magic Mo Fan had accumulated suddenly dissipated after Sulu showed up. The airflow had stabilized. The lightning and fire scattered across the sky had vanished. Even the distorted space was recovering rapidly. The sky above the city was clear and blue, while the bright sun was hanging right above the city. The people were unable to see what was going on clearly because of its blinding light. However, I must thank you for luring her out, Sulu smiled at Mo Fan. He soon added in the same disdainful tone, unfortunately, a man like you will never understand the fight that is happening at the higher level. Mo Fan looked at Sharja. Sharja slowly stepped forward and stood in front of Mo Fan. It seemed like she was trying to stop Sulu from hurting him. However, why would Sharja dare to stand in front of the Asia Magic Association's chairman with a murderous look in her eyes? Gabriel, you are too merciful. That is the reason why you have lost. Sulu smiled. It was rare for Sulu to smile so sincerely with his power and position. He was happy because he could finally trample someone as mysterious and powerful as him under his feet. Gabriel? One of the 7 great angels of the sacred city? The 7 great angels were traveling around the world to maintain its order. They would not show themselves easily. They had disguised themselves as ordinary people by living normal lives. However, when the world was in danger, they would discard their disguises and take up their roles as the great angels. Mo Fan stared at Sharja in astonishment. Sharja? She was a great angel. She was a protector of the world. Chapter 2542. Hunting the Great Angel. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Sir, I'm sorry. I failed to protect Mr. Feng Julong. Sharja lowered her head. Her face was filled with guilt and pain. Mo Fan was puzzled. Did Feng Julong somehow become a sacrifice in an unrelated fight? No, that should not be the case. If Sharja was an archangel of the sacred city, no one would have known her real identity, including Sulu. There's nothing to feel guilty about. Gabriel! You aren't leaving here in one piece, nor are you going back to the sacred city. This is the real sacred city. You are truly an unexpected catch for me. Sulu burst out laughing. Sulu no longer had to put up a disguise. What was this place? Dubai City, the headquarters of the Asia Magic Association. It was his kingdom. He had control of every life that set foot into it. Sulu had only been planning to kill a bunch of magic scholars who might cause a commotion, especially Feng Julong, who had invented magic fusion. He was surprised when he found an archangel disguised as an ordinary human among the scholars. That person was Sharja. It was an unexpected discovery. The archangels enforce laws across the world. Sulu was doomed if she returned to the sacred city with the information that he had killed the scholars who were capable of changing the world. He would have to fall out with the sacred city earlier than he had expected. Luckily, they were in Dubai. Luckily, Sulu had made sure he had a clean trail. It was Sulu who had killed the scholars. He did not want to leave any trail behind. His direct involvement had prevented Sharja from escaping. Otherwise, Sharja could have easily escaped with Feng Julong. He might have risked his position as the chairman of the Asia Magic Association if he exposed himself after failing to kill Feng Julong and got on the wrong side of an archangel who managed to return to the sacred city, so he had shown himself once again. He could easily cover up everything, since they were still in Dubai. Certain images might have spread on the internet, but once he was done here, he could just find some excuses to cover up the truth. It did not matter if the people doubted him. No matter what the people said, the only ones that could pose him a threat were the other four continental magic associations and the sacred city. He did not have to explain himself to the general public. He had a superior status and unmatched strength. He was no longer just a councilman of the Asia Magic Association with many concerns and restraints. He was now the chairman of it. He was basically the king of Dubai City. So what if he killed an archangel of the sacred city? Who would dare to fight him? Once Sulu was dead, Sulu could even accuse the sacred city that its archangel had colluded with mags who practiced evil arts. Only the living could speak. Mo Fan's heart sank as he looked at the arrogant Sulu. The man was blatantly picking on them in broad daylight. He was a true dictator. Perhaps the whole tower had already been corrupted from the base to the top. How could Feng Julong possibly walk out of the place alive? Teacher, this is my fight. You should leave, Sharjah said. There was no escape. The possibility of her leaving Dubai City was extremely low. Most importantly, the various organizations that were searching for her were just as bad as Sulu. Their goal was to kill the Archangel inside Dubai City. People had great respect for the Archangels because they maintained the order of the world, but the people in power wanted the Archangels to be gone, as no one at the top of the world wanted a pair of eyes watching them at all times. A black tide was flowing into Dubai City from all directions after the Archangel's identity was exposed. They pretended they were clueless about what was going on, but they had completely surrounded the city. They did not dare challenge the Archangel's dignity, but they were holding her by the elbow and forcing her to fight alone. Mo Fan was the only person willing to fight for her. He had gone as far as declaring war against the Asia Magic Association. He was willing to risk his life. If she ran away and returned to the sacred city, would she still be able to take down the corrupted tower? Would she have enough power to overthrow them after she became a deserter? It was better to put up a fight now. She would make them bleed and break through the darkness. If they wanted to kill her in Dubai City, she would make them pay the price for it. Her book had completely turned golden. It was flipping through the pages until the last page. Rose gold feathers flew out of the book and circled Sharjah rapidly. Their oscillation gradually widened as the radius increased. The rose gold feathers finally formed a tornado covering half the sky of Dubai City. It was like the gate of heavens had suddenly opened, allowing the people to witness the wonders within. Golden ripples across in the sky like the surface of a lake, each emitting a stronger aura than the previous one. Sharjah was bathed in the sacred light. The rose gold feathers gathered on her back. The wings spread slowly, countless feathers stacking up, granting her a noble and dazzling appearance. Mo Fan had a great impression of Sharjah when he saw her the first time. She had a mystical temperament, something like an elf. It was even stronger after she revealed her true appearance, giving people the urge to kneel down and worship her. It was not exaggerating to describe her as a goddess. While Mo Fan was dazzled by Sharjah's transformation, dark clouds suddenly appeared above the sky that was covered in golden ripples. A pair of enormous claws reached out from the clouds. It was like a predator reaching its claws into the pond to catch a golden carp in it before taking off into the sky. Look out! The rose-golden angel was dragged into the clouds before Mo Fan could react, leaving Mo Fan and the people of the whole city trembling in fear. Black claws the size of mountains. Its size was huge enough to cover the whole center of the city. It had appeared out of nowhere and taken off higher into the sky like a bird of prey. Its aura was as overwhelming as a black sandstorm in the desert. A black dragon. It's the Black Dragon Emperor. Mo Fan felt like his soul was about to perish. Even though it was not his first encounter with the creature at the apex, its claws had barely missed Mo Fan. He was only alive because the Black Dragon Emperor was targeting Sharjah. Chapter 2543. Not one of you will live. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Hava hava. Sulu burst out laughing like a madman. His voice hoarsened. Do you seriously think you can fight me alone? Were you not treating all the mags in Dubai seriously, just because you are an archangel? You are still too young. If every angel of the sacred city is brainless and naive like you, I believe the sacred city will soon fall under my feet. When the Black Dragon Emperor beat its wings, the clouds, airflow, and dust were stirred up, disrupting their regular patterns. Activate the magic formation. I've tamed the dragon, and now, I'm going to slay an angel. Sulu lifted his hands. A beam of light burst out of the top of Dubai Tower and loomed over the place like a curtain. It was establishing a different world in the air above the tower. The thick clouds scattered over 10 kilometers above the city were like a land that people could walk on. The clouds rose and took the shape of mountains. Some that extended down were like Glacier. The whole scene was as spectacular as a drawing. Cliffs of clouds emerged from the city and the streets toward the sky. This skybound cloud battlefield will be your grave. Sulu had been preparing for this battle over the past few days. He was quite sure Sharja was unable to escape Dubai. All he had to do now was to break her wings and sever her head to spray the city with her scorching blood. No one would dare to challenge him after this. If there was a revolution, his domination of her was the real revolution, and it would start with taking Gabriel's head. The tall buildings in the city had disappeared among the clouds. Mo Fan knew it did not mean the city and its people had vanished, but the dimensional magic had moved the area above Dubai Tower to an even greater altitude. The city was still thousands of meters below them. The air here was thin and cold. The energy leaking out of the battle was not going to destroy the city. After all, Dubai was Sulu's greatest cornerstone and foundation. Several figures appeared in the clouds. They were clearly people who shared the same thoughts as Sulu. Perhaps they were interested in seeing the fall of one of the 7 archangels, who were considered the strongest mags among humans. The black dragon's claws were giving off a scorching, sacred light. Sharja broke free from the claw, but a thick black gas was still surrounding her. It was the Black Dragon Emperor's black magic, suppressing Sharja's power. What is this? You still don't have the courage to face off Archangel Gabriel, even with the Black Dragon Emperor on our side. Sulu looked at the people who appeared in the clouds disdainfully. Anzak in his white robe was already standing close to him, along with several authorities of the Asia Magic Association. Longmu, who had recovered from his injuries, was one of them. That's right, none of you have reached my level. You will die if you go any higher. How about this? I'll let you all take care of that kid, and make sure it's clean. Do you understand? Sulu pointed at Mo Fan casually. Magic fusion? Didn't he say he was the only successor? It seemed like magic fusion would cease to exist from today onward. Magic fusion might have its strengths, but the difference between their cultivations was still too much of a gap to cross. A raft made of clouds appeared under Sulu's feet and slowly lifted higher into the sky. He might not be strong enough to kill Archangel Gabriel himself, but with the Black Dragon Emperor's help, he was going to spray Dubai with Gabriel's blood. An Asian man approached Mo Fan. He was dressed in simple clothes, and his hair was shiny and combed. He was the vice president of the Dubai Mags, Ming Shong. Mo Fan recalled seeing him in the meeting room where he had found Zhu Huanyao. He was supposed to be on Zhu Huanyao's side, but the fact that he had shown up here meant he was one of Sulu's men. Did you think Zhu Huanyao would tell you the truth? He showed you a path to stay alive so you won't be involved in this mess, yet you found your way back. Even Zhu Huanyao won't be able to save you now. Ming Shong snorted. Did Zhu Huanyao purposely mislead him so he would go after the Guild of the Wicked? It was true that if he had continued to chase after the Guild of the Wicked into the desert, he would never have been involved in this battle. After all, it did not end with Feng Jiulong's death, as an archangel was now involved. Sulu had killed Feng Jiulong, but he did not expect to find an archangel with him. Sharja had tried her best to keep Feng Jiulong alive, but not only did she fail, she had exposed her identity as an archangel. She had been trapped alone in Dubai City. The whole thing was very clear now. Was it you who brought Feng Jiulong to Sulu? Mo Fan asked. Yeah, actually, I wanted him to cooperate with Mr. Sulu and help the Magic Association improve through his magic fusion. Unfortunately, he was too stubborn. He insisted on popularizing magic fusion instead. It was clearly an unlimited gold mine, but he wanted to share it with stupid commoners. We couldn't help it. He asked for his death. Ming Shong declared. Ming Shong was well aware of how the authorities did things. Those who posed a threat to them had to be taken out. Those who were useless to them had to be taken out, too. Feng Jiulong was absolutely brilliant. He was comparable to those who had invented new spells and elements. However, he was also too stupid. He thought he could make the world a better place, but he did not understand that most leaders were merely hoping to retain their power instead. They could not have cared less about mankind's well-being. You deserve to die, then. Mo Fan snarled with a murderous face. It's just the way of survival. The ones who die are always people like you and Feng Julong, who are driven by their passion. Don't you know that it's we who reward people with the titles of a warrior? Why don't I give you that title after you die? Perhaps it will be easier for our country to accept your death. I wouldn't want to complicate matters further. Ming Shong smiled like he was looking at a little kid. Meanwhile, Mo Fan was giving off a murderous aura. Even his eyes were emitting a blood-red light. Very well. The battlefield was white as snow. It was perfect for him to dye it red. He could use the blood of those who had killed Feng Julong and were trying to kill the Archangel as paint. Not a single one of the people who were involved was going to live. Chapter 2544. Soul Shadow of the Fiery Snake God. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Purple light, blazing red, strange darkness, moonlight, silver flickers, chaos, brown gleams. 7 different lights took turns appearing, before combining into a strange dark crimson. A formidable dark crimson aura spread out widely, as if it had finally broken free from the chains restraining it after it was buried deep in a person's soul for a long time. It went from a tiny vortex to a dark hole big enough to contain a mountain range and a vast land. Blue veins and demonic runes surfaced on Mo Fan's face, giving him a wild and strange appearance. His hair was standing on its end with lightning flickering through it, and he looked like an imperious lord of thunder. His skin was blazing red. His arteries and veins filled with scorching blood were almost visible. In his demon form, his fire magic had evolved after he acquired the Phoenix Flame. His blood was flowing at an unusual rate, his heart was like a furnace. His furnace heart was pounding rapidly, like a machine that had gone into overdrive, continuously producing a huge amount of heat and energy. The lightning was his aura while the fire was his body. However, the strongest power of the demon element had always been the soul shadows that were attached to his back. They were the power of his summoning element. The soul shadows were drawn from the Wolf Emperor, the Flame Bell Goddess, and the Medusa Queen. Mo Fan had only had 2 soul shadows he could switch between freely before, but that was no longer the case this time. The 3 soul shadows were now stacked on top of one another. They stood firmly behind Mo Fan, like a huge statue the size of a mountain. The statue had an astonishing tail from the Medusa Queen. The half-transparent tail was wrapped around the area in a radius of several hundred meters around Mo Fan, covered in burning scales. The tail went all the way up to the soul shadow's waist, resembling a god of flame covered in the same fiery scales. The god of flame did not resemble the Flame Bell Goddess, nor did it look like the Medusa Queen or Apis. It had an imperious appearance similar to Mo Fan when he was in the King of Hell form. The only difference were the vivid burning stripes of a wolf's head on his chest. It was a soul shadow of a fiery snake god. Mo Fan's demon element was capable of combining the power of different elements inside his body and unleashing their maximum potential. However, he never expected his soul shadow to turn into something that possessed the traits of both gods and demons after he signed a contract with Apis. Anzark, Longmu, Ming Shong, and the others felt their scalps turning numb after they saw the demonic shadow. What kind of creature was that? Why were they overwhelmed by despair, like they were setting foot into the gate of hell? Why would a little super mage possess such a terrifying power? Mo Fan remained unmoving, surrounded by burning ashes. He stared at the 3 men with a cold and aloof face. I shall offer you 3 as sacrifices to the heavens first, Mo Fan declared coldly. Mo Fan did not even need to attack. The fiery snake god behind him pounced forward and rammed into the 3 men as if its body was made of diamond. Wild flames spread from it and established a terrifying purgatory, trapping the 3 men. The half-transparent snake tail also formed a wall around the area, pinning the 3 men inside the flames. They had no choice but to suffer the burning of the demonic flames. The demonic flames could burn everything into ashes, whether it was a sturdy defense from the water element, some extraordinary magic equipment, or the spells trying to nullify their magic. The absolutely imperious flames were not giving the three men any chance of survival. The fiery snake god had left Mofan's back. It continued to seal off the area with its tail to ensure the three men would die in the flames. Damn it, this is the Asia Magic Association. It's not a place for a monster like you to behave atrociously, a top-seater in the cloud snarled. The top-seater was wearing the badge of an elder. He was clearly someone of high position in the Asia Magic Association. He was also present when Sulu had murdered the scholars. It was he who had done the dirty work on behalf of Sulu. Sulu was only there to watch him do the work. It was too easy for Karen to murder a group of scholars who only had knowledge, not any formidable strength. However, he was severely injured by the young woman with Feng Julong after he targeted the man. If Sulu had not lent a hand in time, the young woman might have killed him in an instant. Karen only realized the young woman was Archangel Gabriel after Sulu said so. As a man who was extremely close to the level of forbidden mags, he might not be strong enough to take on Archangel Gabriel, but he would have no trouble killing a heretic who had relied on some forbidden arts to strengthen himself. The young man was fighting back fiercely and behaving atrociously in front of Dubai Tower. Even the strongest mags of the Holy Judgment Court would not dare to do such things. Karen moved toward Mofan. Karen was a smart man and did not reveal his strength right away. He was aware of how strong Mofan's soul shadow was. He only made his move when the soul shadow had left to take out Lomu, Ming Shong, and Anzark. The young man was just an ordinary super mage without his soul shadow. Magic fusion was not going to help him. Are you going to let those three burn to death? Mofan turned around to face Karen before he arrived. Some sacrifices are necessary, Karen scoffed. The three men might have ended up as sacrifices in their attempt to hunt down an archangel. Once the archangel's blood was sprayed on Dubai Tower, the sacred city would tremble in fear. No one would ever dare to challenge Sulu and his men. Sulu's goal was not just to conquer Asia. He was planning to cut off the sacred city's wings, take over the Parthenon temple, and rule over the other four continental magic associations. He would become the undeniable king of all humans. The invasion of sea monsters had given Sulu a great opportunity, as every country was busy fending off the sea monsters. They were too busy to mind the infighting in the Magic Association, giving Sulu the perfect opportunity to make his move. Taking down the Black Dragon Emperor was a brilliant move. They were able to abuse the strength of one of the strongest creatures in the world. So what if they were up against an archangel of the sacred city? The world was about to change from today onward. Karen had a windstorm spear. His attacks were as fast as the wind. Mofan could barely see Karen moving around in the strong winds. He could only see the long spear swiping at him through the tornadoes. He was a formidable enemy. He was hurling a storm at Mofan with his spear. At the same time, he had gathered the power of the winds on the tip of the spear before releasing it like a breaking dam. Chapter 2545. Through the Heart. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The windstorm spear was heading right at Mofan's heart, the heart that was burning like a furnace. Karen assumed it was the demon's critical weakness. He was going to kill the demon with a single blow. Karen's windstorm spear went right through Mofan's heart, followed by fierce winds that were tearing everything in their wake to pieces. Karen had practiced the move countless times. He could shred even the sturdiest mountains like bubbles. It always started from a tiny hole left by the spear, but the hole would soon spread at great speed as the object was shredded into dust. The spear could destroy a sturdy mountain, let alone the flesh of a human. I enjoy stabbing my enemy with a spear, too. I also hang their bodies high up so they can sway like a flag in a cold wind until they dry, an eerie voice spoke into Karen's ear. The windstorm spear had only hit a shadow. Its body did not crumble into pieces like Karen had expected, nor did the heart break into pieces. Karen was shocked. He had no idea how his opponent had dodged the attack. He quickly backed away, his survival instincts warning him to distance himself from the strange man. Little did he know, he was greeted by more surprises. Karan suddenly felt a strong pain from his heart, like a terrifying power had frozen his entire body, including his energy and magic. His blood had solidified into sand while his muscles had turned into rocks. His skin was covered in a layer of concrete. Most importantly, a long rock spear was impaled through his heart. It had gone through his chest and out of his back. Karan felt like a wild hare stuck to a hunter's spear. The hunter slowly lifted the spear up. Karan's face was full of fear and shock when he lowered his gaze. It was the face of a young man, covered by mysterious lines. He only realized how dangerous the young man was when he saw his face at a close distance. It was like the face of a devil who had broken out of hell, instead of something from his world. Why did he bother going up close to his enemy? How did he not realize he was not even on the same level as his enemy? The stone spear had gone through Karan's chest. Even when Karan died, he still did not understand how his enemy had dodged his windstorm spear, caught up to him so quickly and stabbed him with a stone spear. He only knew he had made the stupid mistake of not probing his enemy first, which had cost him his life. Who would possibly know such a terrifying devil was hiding inside the body of a mere super mage? It was just like how he had not expected the young woman with Feng Julong to actually be Archangel Gabriel when he tried to kill Feng Julong. Sulu was fighting Gabriel above them. He would not be able to save Karan this time. Demon Mo Fan threw the spear away. The spear dragged the petrified Karan away, flying at the top of Dubai Tower that had poked out of the clouds. The spear stuck fiercely to the top of the tower, nailing Karan's corpse to it. The magic that petrified him slowly faded away, blood spraying out of Karan's chest like a fountain. It flowed down the tower and painted the windows a striking red. Dubai Tower had a barrier protecting it, and was as sturdy as a diamond. Many powerful mags of the Magic Association were still on standby in the tower, but they were all dumbfounded when they saw Karan's dead body. He's dead? A top-seater was killed, just like that? The ordinary spear nailed Karan's corpse at a perfect spot. Not only could the people in the tower see it, the people down in the city could see it, too. No one knew what was going on above the clouds. Sulu was blatantly trying to kill an archangel, but he had no intention of broadcasting it to the whole world. The clouds were not only trapping Sharjah, but blocking off the people's view, too. The battle was happening right in front of the headquarters of the Asia Magic Association. It was no surprise for even the strongest enemy to end up a cold corpse, but to their surprise, the first body did not belong to the enemy, but to a top-seater of the Magic Association, Karan. Karan had an outstanding reputation and position in Asia. Many renowned clans wanted to recruit him. They would no longer be afraid of anyone but forbidden mags if they had a top-seater with them. The powerful mage, renowned for his windstorm spear, had died just like that. His body hung on Dubai Tower, swaying in the wind. His blood was still spraying at the windows. He was well respected when he was alive, but he had died a horrible death. His colleagues in the tower did not even have the courage to take his corpse down, since they had no idea who had killed him. Was it Archangel Gabriel, or someone else? Zhu Huanyo glanced at Karan's body and said sternly, "Protect the tower and the people. It's not your battle, so there's no need to put yourself in danger." Zhu Huanyo was the person in charge, since Sulu was not around. Zhu Huanyo knew Sulu had completely lost his mind. His intention to kill the Archangel was the same as declaring war against the whole world. However, the others had not lost their minds. If Sulu managed to kill Archangel Gabriel, everyone would endorse him. If he failed to kill Gabriel, the Asia Magic Association would have to face the wrath of the Sacred City and the other continental magic associations. They would be asking for their deaths if they stayed with Sulu. Sulu was well aware of that, too. Killing Feng Julong was crucial, as the man might actually start a revolution, but they had ended up poking a beehive by luring out Archangel Gabriel. There was no backing away for Sulu. He had no choice but to stick with his plan to the end. As long as he had the Black Dragon Emperor's help, Gabriel would not be alive for long. The Asia Magic Association had a lot of factions, and Sulu had many loyal men under him. There were 4 other top-seaters and more than 20 high-seaters above the clouds. They were going to help Sulu by keeping Sharja at bay, but none of them had expected the young man would suddenly display such unusual strength. He had killed a top-seater with ease. Didn't that mean the demon-like man had the strength of a forbidden mage? Luckily, they had not done anything reckless. Otherwise, they would be the ones who would have died instead. Use the illusion clouds formation. Top-seater Nido shouted. The high-seaters had already spread out across the sky. They were in position to activate the illusion clouds formation, which they had initially planned to be used on Sharja. Mo Fan raised his hand. The soul shadow of the fiery snake god swiftly returned to his back, like a living cape. Chapter 2546. I cannot be like you. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Realm of the Demon Eyes. Mo Fan already knew what the high-seaters and top-seaters were up to. The thick clouds could easily trap an archangel. The magic formation clearly relied strongly on the Dubai Tower. As a demon with the chaos, shadow, and space elements, how could Mo Fan possibly give his enemy a chance to trap him? His eyes turned blood red. The white clouds were dyed the same hue. The eerie color permeated the clouds and filled the air with a strong burning aura. Mo Fan dragged the top-seaters and high-seaters into a strange world of blood and darkness before they could activate the magic formation. It was a primordial world, where lightning was whipping the ground and grinding the sharp edges from the mountains. There was no sign of life, but it was brimming with a strong smell of blood. The whole place was deserted and desolate. Welcome to my playground, Mo Fan grinned wickedly. It was a demon's playground, a slaughterhouse for his enemies. There was no escape. The only thing the top-seaters and high-seaters could do was to find a relatively safe hiding spot. Once the demon with a bloody whip in his hand found them, the echoes of their cries would last for a long time. Mo Fan had not just come here to seek the truth. He did not believe any of the people who had sided with Sulu and insisted on killing Sharja, the only survivor among the scholars, were innocent. No one was truly innocent in the fully corrupted Asia Magic Association. Feng Julong would not have died if they had not colluded with Sulu in their incompetence. He never expected these vermin to contribute to the world when mankind was in danger. He only wished they had not murdered a man who was about to bring real changes to the world and help it advance. They all deserve to die. Whenever Mo Fan recalled Feng Julong sharing magic fusion with him in utter excitement, he would feel an even stronger urge to kill. Mo Fan had already learned the true face of the powers that be when he saw how the world had cruelly abandoned Zhong Kong and Qin Yue. The authorities never cared about people's well-being. They only cared about their own power and status. It had always been like that. Mo Fan would rather trample the Asia Magic Association to pieces and kill every one of them. He did not have the slightest shred of mercy for them. He could only vent a little of his hatred and anger with every high-seater he killed. Ever since he had learned about Feng Julong's death, his heart had been hurting every second, like something was clenching it. Whenever one of the people who were involved in Feng Julong's death died to his claws, he would feel slightly better. The air he breathed in was no longer so sour. Zhong Kong had chosen not to fight back. He chose to leave with Qin Yue and let the world continue to rot. However, Mo Fan could not stand it. It was time for him to finish the battle in the sacred city on behalf of Zhong Kong. Mo Fan could not stand watching people like Zhong Kong and Feng Julong die for nothing. Their righteousness had stopped them from causing a bloodbath, so he would do it for them instead. Mo Fan was not afraid of falling into darkness. He was not scared of being despised by the world, nor was he afraid of being treated as a heretic. Every righteous person was a heretic in an evil world. Holy Saint Wen Tai had failed to wake the world up. The king of the undead Zhong Kong had failed to wake it up. Scholar Feng Julong had failed to wake it up. If all those righteous people had failed to wake the world up, perhaps he should try it as a demon. It was their wickedness that had awakened the demon. It was their corruption that had roused its fury. Mo Fan had fought many battles and become a hero to many people, but he never treated himself as a righteous person. He had met a lot of righteous people who had sacrificed themselves for the greater good. Mo Fan was ashamed to even compare himself to them. Mo Fan finally understood why he had never agreed with their values. The righteous ones would always be righteous. They chose to remain silent when the world picked on them. They endured the torture the world had given them. They rejoiced when the world wanted to tear them into pieces and behead them. Mo Fan could not get himself to do that. The blood of destruction was flowing in his bones. The demon element was tailored for an unrighteous man like him. Chief Military Instructor, Feng Julong. I'm sorry. I can never be like you. Mo Fan suddenly understood Salon's crazed mindset. Not a single person was innocent about Wen Tai's death, including the common people. She was trying to get her revenge by burying both the people in charge and the witless common people. Mo Fan was not insane like her, however. He would only set his eyes on those who deserved to die. Su Lu's influence was surprisingly broad. A middle-aged man with silver-grey hair appeared in front of Mo Fan just after he had left his bloody playground, having turned over a score of high-seaters and top-seaters into corpses. He rose from the top of the Dubai Tower. He was wearing the badge of a vice-chairman. Mo Fan had met the man before. This was the man who had crowned him the champion of the World College Tournament. Mo Fan did not remember his name. He only knew the man was like a brilliant sun he could not look at directly in the past. I remember you, the Forbidden Mage said in a deep voice. The Forbidden Mage had recognized Mo Fan when he was demonstrating magic fusion. The young man was the champion of the World College Tournament, a young and talented mage with a bright future ahead of him. He was there on Mount Tyrant when Su Lu was going after the Black Dragon Emperor. Su Lu had insisted on killing Mo Fan and his friends, but the Forbidden Mage had prevented it to stop Su Lu from picking on them. The Forbidden Mage stared at Mo Fan. He was shocked, as he never thought a young man he had such high hopes for would possess such an evil and extraordinary power. The demon element. Even though only the elements that were accessible for every mage were accepted, Mo Fan had clearly awakened a special element that only belonged to him. It could be considered forbidden and evil. You have already become a heretic. Why must you go so far? The Forbidden Mage said sadly. Why didn't you stop it? Mo Fan asked in return. If you are referring to the scholars, things aren't as simple as you think. Su Lu has done something wrong, but the Forbidden Mage paused and looked up at the Black Dragon Emperor and Su Lu. Even emperors make mistakes. Chapter 2547. Starsteel Burning Stripes. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Emperors. So everyone was treating Su Lu as the Asia Magic Association's emperor. It was ridiculous, yet real. Otherwise, why would Su Lu dare to kill an archangel in front of the whole city? Even emperors made mistakes. Mo Fan did not expect a Forbidden Mage to be enslaved by his own thoughts. It's meaningless for me to say anything more. If you take another step forward, I have no choice but to erase you from this world. The sorry look in the Forbidden Mage's eyes was replaced with coldness. Mo Fan retained his cold grin. He stood there, waiting for the Forbidden Mage to make his move. Not every Forbidden Mage had the power to complete a forbidden curse by themselves. Besides, was a forbidden curse enough to kill him? The Forbidden Mage did not bother probing Mo Fan. If Mo Fan was able to kill so many high-seaters and top-seaters of the Dubai Tower so easily, it was obvious that his strength was no longer at the super level. Shisha, is that kid still alive? Why can I still hear his voice? Why are Karen, Nido, and so many others dead? The would-be emperor's voice came from above. The thick clouds had split the area into zones. The magnificent cliffs had grown from the bottom layer to an even greater height. There's been a little accident. The young man is hiding an evil power inside him. The others underestimated him, but don't you worry, I'll take care of him, Shija answered Su Lu's question calmly. I was never worried about how you do things. Take care of him and come to the highest layer. We can't let Gabriel drag the fight out any longer, Sulu called back. Understood. The forbidden mage deeply respected Sulu, judging by how serious he was when he answered Sulu's questions. To Mo Fan, the man had completely become Sulu's pet dog, but he was stronger than the top-seaters and high-seaters. The star palace around Shija had several layers of light. They looked like stars setting off a majestic palace. A normal star palace consisted of 2,401 stars. However, Shija's stars had reached over 10,000. Each star contained a different energy from the stars of ordinary mags. Every star was connected to 3 or more star orbits. The stars were connecting with the star patterns and star constellations. It was Mo Fan's first time seeing anything like it. The stars had a complicated but symmetrical pattern, allowing Shija to unleash their maximum potential. The stars were like a circuit board, magnified to the size of a skyscraper. They contained a remarkable level of energy. Even without relying on a forbidden curse, a forbidden mage's power could easily crush every opponent below their level. It was like a normal human who had ascended as an immortal. How could a human being possibly stand a chance against an immortal? Magnificent mountains brimming with the light of stars emerged from the ground. The light of the stars had filled the mountains. The forbidden mage only need to fling his sleeves to trap Mo Fan inside a universe. Strong forces were pulling Mo Fan from all directions, trying to tear him apart. Each of the mountains was like an independent magnetic field. There were lots of stars at first, but they had attached to one of the mountains to prevent themselves from dispersing like dust particle. Mo Fan was trapped in the middle of the force fields. His head, arms, legs, back, and chest were being pulled by different forces. The forces did not cancel one another out. They were like devils, each trying to drag him into their own hell. They would rather tear their target into pieces, instead of letting other mountains claim their prize. Each of Mo Fan's body parts was heading in a different direction. Mo Fan could feel the forces growing stronger. If he did not break free from the forces, even the sturdiest body would be torn into pieces. However, Mo Fan was struggling to use his power after being trapped in the universe. He could not sense any magic particles around him, as if the mountains had already sucked them away and converted them into a part of the mountains. The spell of a forbidden mage was unlike anything Mo Fan had encountered before. It was strange, powerful, and uncrackable. Mo Fan's bones were starting to dislocate. His demon flesh was unusually strong, but it still could not withstand the force of his magic. The forbidden mage knew Mo Fan was not normal. Only the special spell was effective against him. It did not matter how sturdy his body was and how many capabilities he had, he was doomed as long as he could not break free from the universe of death. All of you want a piece of me. Why don't you come to me then? Mo Fan roared furiously. His body that was bending out of shape from the pool started to draw back in. Just come at me if you want a piece of my body. The will of the demon. Mo Fan had materialized his will into chains. Mo Fan tossed the chains at the Starlight Mountains and exerted a stronger pulling force himself. Come to me. The burning stripes of a wolf's head on Mo Fan's chest brightened. The burning stripes replaced the tone of Mo Fan's body and spread across his muscles, setting his body on fire. He was pulling the mountains to him with brute force. His demonic flesh remained intact despite the strong pulling forces that were trying to tear it apart, like it had been refined into titanium. Meanwhile, the mountains that Mo Fan was pulling with the chains were collapsing as they were moving. Countless layers of debris were falling off them. The rocks scattered across the place were all from the mountains. The 8 mountains were slowly hauled Mo Fan's way. They were like 8 wild horses being dragged back to a warrior with brute force, and were starting to tip. Bang! The Starlight Mountains began to clash with one another as they drew too close. Some of the mountains even collapsed into rubble. Mo Fan's stripes were burning vigorously. Even his eyes had swaying flames in them. His body was emitting a scorching heat, yet did not have a single crack on it. It had become oddly sturdy. Chapter 2548. Universe of Evil Flames. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Once everything shattered into pieces, Mo Fan broke free from the Forbidden Mage Starlight Death universe. Everything around him was still the same, including the clouds above him. However, what he had just experienced was not a mere illusion. The Forbidden Mage had indeed established a universe of death with his outstanding magic to kill him. Shija was astounded when he saw the unusual burning stripes on Mo Fan. Even the strangest art would not be able to boost up a super mage to be as strong as a Forbidden Mage in an instant. Many people who had set foot into the Forbidden level had begged Shija for mercy when he used the universe of death on them. It was not impossible to break free from his spell, but it had taken the young man only a very short time to regain his freedom. A forbidden curse required a long induction period. However, the process would not stop the Forbidden Mage from using other spells. Shija was an experienced Forbidden Mage. He did not think he could take out Mo Fan with a single spell, so he had been preparing a forbidden curse from the beginning. He still needed at least 10 more inductions to finish the light forbidden curse. In other words, Shija had to cast at least 10 more spells that were on par with the Starlight Death universe in order to finish a forbidden curse. The problem was, the Starlight Death universe was already Shija's strongest attack, except for his forbidden curse. If you are so fond of the universe, you should have a taste of mine. Mo Fan sneered. Mo Fan's universe did not consist of starlights or starry mountains. His universe was made of scorching flames. It was a black sun dominating a solar system. It did not have the strong pulling forces or the majestic mountains he had just experienced. It only had black flames that poured out rapidly from the sun and spread across the solar system from the center, followed by countless meteorites engulfed in icy black flames that could burn everything to ashes. Shija did not realize the young man had mastered the space element, too. The Starlight Death universe looked like a light spell, but it was actually a spell of the space element. The problem was, the Forbidden Mage had sent something different from Mo Fan's universe, as the energy was not following the usual laws of the space element. Flames were continuously bursting out of the sun, but even the motes of light as tiny as dust particles would suddenly cause massive explosions. The flames would then gather and form strange celestial objects. Flames of the sun, explosions across the rift, rules that were bent out of shape. Was it the fire element, the space element, or the chaos element? How was Shiva supposed to nullify the young man's spell if he could not figure out its nature? Shiva was shaken. Not only did he have to avoid the flames and explosions, he also had to adapt to the sudden changes of gravity. He suddenly felt the force of gravity coming from his heart. His heart had eerily turned into a star, exerting a strong pulling force. It was dragging his organs toward it like it was trying to crush them all. Shija was hugely frightened. This had happened out of nowhere. His enemy had mimicked his Starlight Death universe and replicated it inside his body to target his organs. Shija's face turned pale and focused desperately. His organs were being pulled toward his heart. He had to cancel out the pulling force by matching it. Otherwise, he would end up crushing his own organs. It was like a surgeon who was performing surgery on himself. He had to be extremely cautious with every step. If he made one mistake, he would never wake up again. Shija let out a relieved sigh after he finally got rid of the replicated universe in his body. However, when he looked up, he noticed the black flames had filled his vision. He was like a tiny living creature who had been brought to a planet that was unlike anything he knew. The planet was covered in black flames. Waves of flames greater than tsunamis on Earth were surging wildly, as if the whole continent was a scorching furnace. He could sense death approaching every second. Shija was so focused on his body that he had completely forgotten he was still stuck in the universe of evil flames. He was slowly being devoured without any resistance. Shiva suddenly realized something. Magic fusion, it's magic fusion. The young mage had demonstrated magic fusion to the world not long ago. If magic fusion was valid, he must have applied it to the universe of evil flames. It was not the fire element, the space element, or the chaos element. It was the combination of the fire, space, and chaos elements. He had further improved the elements to establish a powerful space universe that only belonged to him. How terrifying! Shija finally realized magic fusion was not just a forbidden art or magic. It was a principle that could absolutely strengthen every mage's abilities. Knowing the truth was one thing, but being able to escape from it was a different thing. The textbooks would only teach students the formulas, but the questions they had to solve were complicated and full of variables. Shiva was exhausted when he finally escaped from Mofan's fusioned universe. The confident look in his eyes was replaced with fear and wariness. His enemy was mimicking his ability, Shiva was sure of it. Mofan had completely replicated his space universe. Most importantly, the replicated universe was even scarier than his own version. His Starlight Death universe was way too simple. The enemy was switching freely between three elements, making it a pain to deal with. Shiva felt like he had returned from an exhausting journey by the time he finally broke out of it. Magic fusion was incredibly powerful. Shiva was jealous when he recalled the young man was the only successor of magic fusion. After reaching the forbidden level, it was incredibly difficult to improve one's strength. However, even forbidden mags would be able to learn and master magic fusion. If they combined two forbidden curses by applying magic fusion, wouldn't they be able to kill even Emperor-level creatures? Chapter 2549. Forbidden Curse, Grieving Rainbow of the Kingdom of Heaven. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Forbidden mags were still no match for Emperor-level creatures. In the thousands of years since the rise of magic civilization, humans had always been unequal to demon creatures in strength. It would usually take 7 to 10 basic mags to defeat a servant-level creature. Similarly, humans needed 7 to 10 forbidden mags just to stand a chance against an Emperor-level creature. Why had such inequality been around for so long? Were humans too reserved? Or perhaps humans were so busy playing a Game of Thrones after building their cities and claiming their territories that they had completely forgotten to discover new magic principles. Shiva had watched the duel between Mofan and Longmu. Mofan's strongest element was only at the second tier of the super level. Even if he had more elements than Longmu, he would not be able to beat Longmu, who had already reached the peak of the super level. In the end, Mofan had severely injured Longmu with magic fusion. If Shiva were to make a comparison, he felt like Mofan's strength was currently at the level of an average ruler-level creature. It was all because of magic fusion. It seemed like humans were truly able to match the strength of demon creatures. Magic fusion had allowed them to take a huge step toward the goal. Experiencing it and watching it from afar were totally different. Sulu had murdered a man who might help mankind to take a huge step forward. He was guilty of the man's murder. Everyone was guilty. Unfortunately, there was no longer a way back. No one had mastered the magic to manipulate time, nor could they go back in time. The man was already dead. Feng Julong was not the first person to die for the greater good, nor would he be the last. As for his killers, they would never admit their wrongs to the world. They would continue to stand on the apex and give out orders that benefited themselves. No one was allowed to threaten their status. The best way to hide their crime was to silence everyone that might expose them. They just had to kill the man who had mastered magic fusion and Archangel Gabriel, and then pretend nothing had ever happened. It was enough to ensure that their civilization was not declining. Why must they insist on improving it? You are strong. Magic fusion is very impressive too, but it ends now. The forbidden curses are still the strongest spells in this world, which I have access to. Shiva had gone from a calm and collected authority to a madman. He already had the greatest power known in his hand. Why did he have to worry so much? Everyone made mistakes. However, without forbidden mags like him, humans would not even have a safe place to call home. It was easy to decide between embracing magic fusion or becoming slaves and food to demon creatures like they used to. The dignity of forbidden mags was inviolable. Whether it was a demon or an angel, they would all perish in a forbidden curse. Shiva grinned. He had completed the induction of his light forbidden curse. The Starlight Death universe was nothing compared to it. Light forbidden curse, Grieving Rainbow of the Kingdom of Heaven. Colorful lights sprinkled down from the sky like silk. More lights were pouring down from a majestic gate of heavens, forming hundreds of sacred altars. Each altar was established with thousands of rays of light, which had piled up like waterfalls. The sole rainbow that usually appeared after a rain was setting off the sacred altars like a mere decoration. Hundreds of altars were brimming with more sacred lights, which further poured down like a curtain. Mo Fan was currently standing under the altars, like an ordinary man who had accidentally entered the sacred realm of the gods. The evil blood and rage flowing in him would soon turn into dust after judgment fell upon him. The sacred altars were barely visible in the sky, even with the clouds in the way. The lights they were emitting resembled a sacred palace that had suddenly emerged in the middle of a city, cleansing every demon and evil presence within it. The lights poured down on Mo Fan. Even the tiniest ray was torturing the demon soul inside Mo Fan, let alone the countless rays emitted by the sacred altars. The lights had torn a huge hole in the sky. The colorful lights were hotter than scorching lava and fiercer than huge waves, diving straight at Mo Fan below them. Mo Fan had no chance of escaping from the bottom of the pit. He had turned into a sinful man detested by the kingdom of heaven. He was tied in chains as the sacred water was continuously poured on him as a punishment. Even time was being bent and twisted under the power of a forbidden curse. It had only just begun, but Mo Fan was overwhelmed by fatigue and numbness, as if he had been trapped under the altars for several hundred years. His skin was corroded. His face of burning stripes was beyond recognition. Even the bones on his face were exposed. The unstoppable demon had finally received a judgment from the kingdom of heaven. His body was perishing while he was being tortured. Your trip to Dubai is worth it, since you are going to die to my forbidden curse. Shiva grinned. Let magic fusion disappear forever. Let the demon who came out of nowhere perish too. There were countless mysterious powers in the world. Shiva was not too surprised by Mo Fan's ability to transform into a demon, but it was nothing but a crooked practice. The forbidden curses would reign forever. The monsters who had gained their power through evil magic would never stand a chance. It was the end for the demon. The light forbidden curse was the perfect judgment for evil beings like him. The young man was naive to think that his evil power was enough to beat a forbidden mage who could cast a forbidden curse with his own magic. Shiva might have taken a little beating previously, but it would all end once the forbidden curse fell. Look at the poor guy. Soul shadow of the fiery snake god? Starsteel body? Either way, he would end up a skeleton under the altars. Who would recognize him if a skeleton was all that remained? Once Archangel Gabriel was beyond recognition, they would have the final victory. Their influence would continue to spread across the world. Those who dared to disobey them could look to the consequences that had befallen the Archangel and the demon. The ashes from Mo Fan drifted higher into the sky as the wind blew. They were the remains of his wilting life. Shiva was acting like an almighty deity. He was pacing between the altars while enjoying his power. He spread his arms like a closure of his performance as Mo Fan's ashes scattered in the wind. All that was left was a skeleton. It was kneeling on the ground. Its skeleton arms were hugging its face. It looked like it was trying to protect its face, but Shiva was pretty sure that its face only had bones left too. It was a meaningless struggle. Who would ever think they could withstand a flash flood with such a petty stance? Chapter 2550. Undying Demon. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan's blood and flesh had turned into ashes. His soul was about to perish soon. Mo Fan had imagined his own death. It was fancier than what he was going through now. Did he regret it? Not at all. It was the path he had chosen. Even if every step he took was one step closer to doom, where his skin would turn into ashes and his bones would break into pieces, he would not stop as long as his heart was still burning. So what if he had turned into a skeleton? As long as the flames of his heart were not put out, the flames of the demon would soon return. A heart was still pounding inside his skeleton. Its light had dyed his white bones red. Blood was pumping to the body parts every time the heart beat. First the head, then the neck, the chest, and the limbs. The bright red blood was burning the skeleton, but it somehow turned into Mo Fan's flesh and soul. Healing with fire, reborn through flames. As long as the fire remained, he would still be alive. The powerful light-forbidden curse had turned Mo Fan into a skeleton, but his soul shadow still had the essence of the phoenix flame. He had preserved a drop of lava on his forehead and used everything he had to protect it. When everything was gone, the drop of lava fell into his heart. The demon was about to be resurrected. Mo Fan never expected to survive the light-forbidden curse. The destructive grieving rainbow was beyond what a living creature could withstand. Mo Fan immediately gathered the fire magic from across the desert when the light-forbidden curse took effect. Mo Fan was betting everything he had by drawing in the fire magic from hundreds of kilometers away. He was not focusing on defending himself from the light-forbidden curse. He put all his bets on the desert around Dubai City. He strongly believed he would find a source of heavenly flames in the desert. As he thought, there was an undiscovered fire seed to the south of an oasis. The fire seed was Mo Fan's key to rebirth. Mo Fan was not protecting his face with his hands when his body perished. He was protecting the fire seed. The demon flame surged wildly. The soul shadow of the fiery snake god remained magnificent. It did not take long for Mo Fan to fully recover from being a skeleton. If Mo Fan had not gone after the Sea Skeleton King, he believed he would have had trouble surviving from Shija's light-forbidden curse, even with the help of the demon element. The four-eyed bird's hope for him had granted him the extraordinary ability to be reborn through flames. The ability was even stronger after he turned into a demon. As long as there was a fire seed within several hundred kilometers of him, he could be reborn as long as his heart was still beating. The rebirth of the demon. He was truly an undying demon. He's not dead, he's still alive. My heavens, is his flesh on par with the body of an emperor, the Mags in Dubai Tower screamed. Zhu Huanya was dumbfounded when he saw Mo Fan coming back to life amid the wild flames. The light-forbidden curse was capable of destroying the heavens and earth, yet it had failed to kill Mo Fan. Did Sulu infuriate the heavens? Otherwise, why would an archangel join hands with a demon? To think that someone could ever survive a light-forbidden curse. Everyone assumed the fight had ended when the light-forbidden curse took effect. To their amazement, the demon had returned with the same overwhelming aura. On the other hand, it felt like Shija had suddenly aged when he saw Mo Fan recovering his body as easily as if time had reversed. His hands, which had just cast a forbidden curse, were trembling. His aloof face was filled with despair. He looked up and searched for Sulu, his greatest support. Sulu and Sharjah had gone too far into the sky. Even the Black Dragon Emperor was nowhere to be seen. He had promised Sulu he would take out Mo Fan as soon as possible so he could lend Sulu a hand taking down the Archangel. But now, not only was he unable to help Sulu, he even needed Sulu to save him. Shiva started running. The fiery snake god on Mo Fan's back suddenly flared with brown light. Enormous sand dunes appeared in the sky and swirled around like fierce living waves. Shija was trapped between the sand dunes. He tried escaping with the space element, but Mo Fan was able to see through his tricks, and Shija no longer had a chance to escape. A gigantic sand snake rose from the sand dunes. It was large enough to wrap around half of Dubai City. Mo Fan went up to Shija, as if the two of them were currently inside the tomb of an ancient sand god. Shiva was overwhelmed by fear. He recognized it as the power of the Medusa Queen's eyes, an absolute power that could dominate a person's soul. Everything he saw was an illusion inflicted by the Medusa Queen's eyes. However, there was nothing he could do. He could not overcome it, nor could he escape. Mo Fan was determined to kill him. It was not just the grave of an ancient sun god, but the burial ground of a forbidden mage, too. Dark red lightning tore the sky apart while evil flames set the ground ablaze. Ancient fiery snakes crawled forth, glaring at Shija. Not only did Shija have to keep an eye on the fiery snake god, he had to watch out for Mo Fan's attacks, too. The fiery snake god could separate itself and fight on its own. It could also reattach to Mo Fan's back to fight alongside him. When the fiery snake god was detached, Mo Fan's main power was the lightning, shadow, and space elements. Dark red lightning struck the ground like chains from the realm of demons. Mo Fan and the fiery snake god made their moves simultaneously. Shija had no room to escape. He could only use everything he had to defend himself. Demon Mo Fan sprinted around like a dark red lightning bolt. His punches could easily smash Shija's chest open. Shija summoned his magic armor, but it could only withstand a single blow. The fiery snake god pounced at him from behind with scorching flames. It spread its jaws and tore at Shija, splitting the ground in half. Shiva sustained serious injuries on his back. Blood was spraying out of the wounds. Demon Mo Fan used a different approach. This time, he faded into the darkness and moved rapidly, leaving a demonic shadow on every spot he briefly stopped at. Hundreds of evil shadows with claws of lightning switched position swiftly, all of them lunging at Shija at the same time. Shija's cries of agony easily reached the powerful mags in the Dubai Tower.